And here we are. Welcome in, everyone, to the Offensive Charm Podcast, episode 55. Yeah? Yeah, 55. I am Alex. Someone just call me Jazz. I am the Charm. And I'm joined by my good friend Asta. He's coming in as the Offensive this week. Unfortunately, we have far less Offensive this week because, Rada could not be here. She had to go get married or some shit. I don't know. But couldn't be me, man. Could not be me. All fucking Rada aside, big congratulations to Rada on her betrothal and wedding and all that good stuff. We all hope that it's an amazing time. She'll be back next week to tell us all about how it went. But for this week, we're gonna have to do without her, unfortunately. But hey, at least we've got you, chat. At least we got you. Bring it in, chat. Hugs. Oh man. It was funny. I was having it's like, man, if I knew how to edit, I would absolutely do like a fucking channel preview thing. Like a lot of channels have like a little preview video to let you know what the channel's all about and shit. Kind of do it on Twitch, but now YouTube does it too. I would love to make one of those where it's like a little fucking interview style thing where it's like just the three of us and whatever moments from the streams of us just spouting whatever bullshit. But I would edit in the little infographic on the bottom with your name and a few little facts or titles or whatever. And for Rada, I just have it say woman and then bracket wait, a woman bracket misogynist. And as to yours would say demon prince / tire thief brackets Brazilian. Yeah, no, I'd have fun with it. I gotta learn how to edit so I can make us one of those. That'd be great. Whenever I stop doing so much fucking overtime. God damn it. Anyway. Jazz reverb. Oh, whoops. Hang on. I was reverbing. I didn't realize reverb was still on. I was testing shit last night after we finished Rivals, so it's and I always forget to turn the fucking reverb off. Whatever, it's fine. It just means that the intro was a lot grander than you guys were expecting. It's like when you when you walk into the hall of the Wizard of Oz or whatever. And listen, here's the peek behind the curtain. It's just me. But hey, glad you guys are here. Hi Jake, hello Acumen, welcome in guys, good to see you. So yeah, Well, before we get into that though, we have to let the people know that the questions are... Hang on. There, now they are. Yeah. Did you just type a question in just now? Wait, no, actually, did you? Because I don't see it. Hang on. Let me check it one more time. I don't see it. That's fucking weird. I don't see the question. Just roll the whole page? Okay. Hopefully it doesn't fuck up the question thing. I still don't see it. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, there, now I see it. It might have censored it. Yeah, because it just didn't show up at all. So I think that's which is weird, because like I don't think we have any like censored terms in the settings, aside from, you know, the most obvious, you know, channel ending ones, but but aside from that, I mean, all the usual swears should be on the table as far as I know. Quite possible. Either that or yeah, at least it is working. So that, yeah, we'll just go with that for now. That's fine. All right. So yeah, questions are there, guys. That of course means you can ask us anything you'd like. That apparently does not include the forbidden words, which I guess bitch is one of them. I don't know, man. I might have to go back in there and figure that out, but we'll see. But yeah, you go ahead and ask us a question there, and we'll answer them all at the end of the show. But if you'd like to ask us something in the moment, we are monetized now, which means we can take super chats. And if you ask us a question via a super chat, we will answer it right then and there, no matter what amount you guys send. We will do it just on the spot. So keep that in mind. That is also an option. Aside from that, yeah, no, I guess that's it. We can kind of just get right into it. So yeah, that's the thing. So I guess we can just go right into the weeks. I have not shaven for like 2 weeks, so I have like a whole fucking like mustache now. I told you and Rada, like I don't like having this much facial hair. I really don't. It itches. But I told you and Rada though, didn't I? Like if I just don't shave for like a week or two, there's a whole ass mustache just pops up on my face. My shit grows in fast as fuck, dude. It's crazy. I don't much care for it. It's like kind of itchy, I guess. Like, again, I don't really like having facial hair like this. I like my little chin strip, and that's all I really need, to be honest. It is strange, man. I thought you Brazilians were like jungle people or some shit. How are you not like just growing hair? Figure you don't shave for a week, you come out looking like a gorilla. Like, which is weird. It's bizarre. Extremely strange, actually. I guess, man. I guess. Shit is weird, though. Also, he was a Brazilian. He was English. British, whatever. Shit, do the English are the English just hairless except for their head? Is that how that works? We can't hear. No, god damn it! Didn't be. And nobody said shit. That's hilarious. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Okay. Well, yeah, chat just decided to let that go on as long as possible. Hang on one sec. I got it. Hang on.
Without hearing my beautiful voice.
There we go.
How do you survive? How do you survive without my beautiful quips?
They just had fun watching me fucking schizo out talking to myself.
You're really talking to an anime boy on your screen.
Oh man!
Literally, only you can hear me. That is so crazy.
Give him the old schizo intro. Solid.
Oh my god, that's a good title. Like,
yep, I'm already putting in.
Well, I'm glad you thought it was funny, Acuman. God damn, I didn't.
Fuck.
I had so many fun things to say. You guys are not gonna get to hear it now.
Well, at least they're gonna be able to hear about your week because we had some things in common, right? So, as far as the weeks go, for me, man, we jumped into that fucking Marvel Rivals season 2 a little bit. I had some fun with that. Yeah. We did some Marvel Rivals, man. Asta was there, Sumi was there,
I was there.
Bear was there, KJ, fucking Umbra. It was a good time.
Umbra, yeah.
Much fun, yes. Yeah, hey, Bear's there. Hey, Bear.
Hey, hello, Bear.
You know, fuck it, Bear. Dude, do you want to jump in on this? Do you want to come talk to us on the stream?
Yeah, come here, Bear.
Listen, we could use a third. We could use a third, man. You want to come in? I saw you in Marvel Rivals now. Wait, now? No, I'm not. My PS5's not even on. The fuck?
Huh?
Yo, my Discord's actively lying to you, Angel.
Lamau.
Okay, he's been. Bear's coming. All right. Hang on.
Let's fucking go.
Let me. You entertain chat for a second while I figure out how to get him in here. I don't know if he's in this channel. I mean, I have to add him. Hang on.
I mean, he's probably.
Is he?
He's like a mod. Shouldn't he be here? King's
well, I mean, he.
But
I'm not super sure.
He is. What the fuck?
I don't think he's in this server at all. Let me check the members here real quick though.
Send him an invite. Oh, the big man in purple. Forgot the name.
Nope.
Umbra, you mean? is Umbra in purple?
No, I think you meant me.
Oh.
But I got everybody's names. I'm pretty sure in there.
Yeah. You got it. You, me, Sumi, Bear, Umbra, KJ. That's it. That's 6.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
We've
played a lot of Marvel, right? Chat. Emma Frost's thighs are sensational.
All right, Bear's in.
That's the only word I have for that woman. Fucking great character. I had a lot of fun playing with her.
How many
hi, Bear.
do you have?
Hello.
Bear. What's up, buddy?
I don't think we had a lot of rows.
No, maybe not.
In here.
Shit. Wait. Now I need to go grab a Funky link too, because the only one I have in here is the group Fugi, which is gonna make you show up twice, so that's not gonna fucking work.
Oh yeah.
Hang on a second, I got this.
The Bear's your house.
Continue, the two of you, about Marvel Rivals.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, how are you doing, Bear?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad to hear.
Having a popsicle right now, so sorry.
Yeah, we can hear that. Fuck.
Don't worry about it. Let the man eat. He wasn't planning to be here. What the fuck?
Well, now he has to move all of his plans and all his bullshit around for us.
Wow.
It's true. I'm doing that as we speak.
Good.
Bear, don't be submissive and breedable to this man, okay?
Listen, I gave him a choice. I said, do you want to? And he said yes. So now he's got to abide by our rules.
Abide by our rules is crazy. Damn.
Guess Fugi.
But I'm glad you're here, Bear. I appreciate you coming to help us.
Yeah, no worries. I am always glad.
Oh, there he fucking is. Hang on. Ooh,
oh God.
You're a little big. You're a little large, and also your fucking ears are cut off. Let me help with that real quick.
Why'd you cut his ears off? He needs those to hear.
Listen, I'm just using I was using a source I already had in the lineup, and I just slotted in his Fuki link where somebody else's link was last week. There you go, Bear.
I see.
All right. So yeah, we did it. All right. So who wants to talk about season 2, huh?
That was fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Who's got thoughts on the new champion rival Marvel rival?
Well, I've already told you guys my thoughts. Thick thighs, sensational character. I had a lot of fun playing with her. Still kind of hard to figure out her E. Like I keep forgetting to use it because it's good damage, but it's so like hard to get. That like.
Do you mean the thing that like drags out the crystal out of somebody, or?
Yeah.
That okay.
Yeah, the thing. Because that thing it deals good damage. I killed a couple of people with it when they tried to run away from me. But again, like in a very fast game, like trying to get someone out of the fucking mob with her crystal thing, and then focusing on the crystal and not on the characters. I felt like that's kind of hard for me to get. I didn't use that a lot. Maybe that's on me, but I had a lot more.
No, I was gonna say. I was just gonna say, like, it feels like a skill that's better for when the enemy's like trying to retreat. You know?
Yeah.
Like if you just like, you know, had a little bit of a fucking back and forth, and then they, you know, you're coming out on top, so they decide to run for it. You just grab them with the like hit them with the little crystal shot, and then kill that instead, right? It seems like a good way to like deal with somebody who's trying to disengage. Though, I mean,
it is.
It is a little tricky to figure out where to actually go for it, though, and like the aim is so precise on that skill. Man, it is incredibly precise. It's essentially a close range snipe that you have to be able to hit.
Yeah.
So like, and when you're
a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, and when you're fighting an enemy that's like dancing around just like you are, because like obviously you two are dancing around each other trying to not get shot by all the rest of your teammates who are on either side of the battlefield, right? So like actually getting someone with it is a little iffy. But
and also,
yeah,
it has like a range where the person needs to be, like it needs to be close to the crystal, not close, but like it needs to be within a certain range. So like most characters that would run away from you, they can they have dashes and jumps. So even when you do that, like there's a good chance they're just gonna run away and the crystal's gonna disappear
and move out of range. It seems like it's either comparable or even shorter range than her actual like laser thing that she does, like her basic attack.
Basic attack, yeah.
Yeah, in normal form. I think it's about the same. Yeah. So. Yeah. I would say she could use like a little bit more range on that thing, if not both, honestly. So she gets a little more range. But you know, overall, like she's meant to be a straight up like tank duelist, right? So she's meant to deal with she's essentially more like meant to deal with other tanks, it feels like. Yeah. Like the way like the matches were shaping up, right? It's like we didn't see a whole lot of other tanks. It's usually like Emma mirror matches, right? Like most of the time. But like putting up the wall so that her team can't fucking blast you while you're trying to fight the other Emma pretty much was like how things shook out for most of those matches. Yeah. And then it's just a matter of who can actually land more auto attacks when you two just dancing around each other.
Pretty much. I feel like she's gonna be really good to dealing with divers too. Because like I feel like her role is gonna be like stand close to the healers, use her wall, and then if someone dives, she just wrestles them, you know, and tries to keep the healer safe, because like her whole all like diamond shape thing is to like control the enemy. Like she had like pushback, she can like slam dunk people with, you know, and yeah, I feel like that's what she would be better. Right now everyone is using her as a fucking brawler because like she's new and everyone wants to get a bunch of kills with her. Everyone want to get choked by her. But I feel like honestly she would be less of a Venom, because Venom has like a lot of in and outs. She's very
like she's stuck in place. She's like when she's in there, and it's either live or die based on if you got like a decent healer or not, pretty much. Or if you're really decent with your wall placement, right? Because that thing has a lot of fucking health, so we can keep you safe for a fucking while. Yeah. Against anybody who's not like actually coming in to fight you face to face, right? I feel like that's where I had the most fun playing her, to be honest. Whenever it was like a Ben or like Venom, sometimes Cap, you know, whoever just wants to come straight in and throw hands, right? That fight feels real good with Emma, especially when you go diamond form and just choke slam him and kick him into a wall. That shit's hilarious and extremely satisfying every time. And I know you had a good time because you got that one Scarlet Witch ult cancel.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I felt so vindicated getting her in a fucking choke.
Oh man. And it's like she started paying attention though. It's like she waited until you used it before she ulted. After that point, it felt like, because like every time she went for it after that, I feel like you were on cooldown with the grab, or sometimes you just missed, but. Like most times, I feel like she was like paying attention to when you actually choked somebody out to go involve after that, so she didn't get canceled for it. But that is pretty fun. Yeah. Like the fact that she can just strike fear into a Scarlet Witch like that, beautiful. I appreciate that. I really do.
Yeah, bro, that was so much fun, and I like that she can stop or like slow down ults doing it, right? 'Cause like I did that with Scarlet Witch. I stopped, not stopped. I slowed down Penny because when you choke her, there's the moment between like she getting choked and then slammed up until she gets up. Her ult is stops. She loses all that time, so like she covers less range.
So, gotcha.
Because-
So somebody like has like a channeling ult. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So like that's really cool. I really like doing that.
Yeah, because that works on like I think I did it a couple of times to Hulk when he went like Super Hulk mode, right?
Yeah.
So same
And she
shit.
does that
Like
to
it doesn't kill his ult, but it does slow him down considerably.
Yeah, it's slowing down. Yeah, it gives time for your team to react, especially also with the Thing. He has like that thing that he cannot be thrown or knocked back or whatever, but Emma's things work on him, and that's fucking amazing. That's so huge to stop a ban, because ban is such a fucking menace when he charges at you, and I really
No, absolutely.
That's why I really feel like she should be a character that stays in the backline with the healers to help them when there's a lot of divers or a lot of like harassment on the healers, right?
Okay, so secondary tank as opposed to primary tank.
Yeah. I don't think she should be like frontline. She should be like in the middle, like right, fucking managing the fight. I think.
Gotcha. Now, the only thing that happens then, though, is that you really got to make sure you got good healers on the one forward tank if there's only one, right? Because people will blast the fuck out of one forward tank if there's like as someone who played a lot of Ben, like you'll get fucking annihilated if you're the only forward tank on the team. So, but I get what you're saying, though. I do get where you're coming from. I don't know, Bear. Any thoughts on the matter? You played some MMO, right?
So I listen. Kind of have a little different opinion on some of this.
All right, by all means.
So I think her brawling capacity is really being wasted on other tanks. She has the potential to 100% to 0 in half a second. Any duelist or strategist. Problem with that is that you have to get past the enemy tank.
Yeah.
That's an issue. She doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. But what she
She
does have
doesn't have
is
any.
that wall.
That wall's pretty good.
She's got that wall. That wall, you can shoot past enemy tanks and cut off their healing.
True. But then
That
you have to
is
deal
a
with the
good
tank. Like
idea.
you have to deal with the tank punching you the whole time you're trying to do
You
that,
do.
though. That's
You
the
do,
problem.
but ideally you have a team.
And someone just healing you through it. So okay, I see what you're
Well,
going.
not just healing you through it, but taking down their tank. You've suddenly shifted the balance. You're now dealing with a tank who, even if they're in the right spot, technically, are now out of position as far as healing is concerned.
Wait. So does the wall? Because I wasn't able to quite
The
figure
wall
this out.
stops
Does the wall?
all
Well, no. Does the wall extend her auto attack, like her laser thing?
It
Does
doesn't
that extend
extend
the
her
range of it?
laser.
No. Okay.
But again, it blocks off healing. It blocks off all of the projectiles, including shit like Cloak's wall.
I got my wall stopped because I was playing Cloak and Dagger a good bit, and I noticed it's like, oh fuck, her stupid wall just stopped my shit entirely. It sucks. But the thing is, though, sorry, because depending where you place your wall, you still need to be able to stay behind it to do what you're describing, and it's like, then won't the healers just move a little further back and be fine because her zap range is not that long? Like I feel like most healers outrange her with their own.
They do, but again,
with their own
if
stuff.
if the wall's between their tank and them, they have to get off angled, not necessarily just backed up. It depends on terrain. Like there are going to be places like fucking Clintar, where there's height and stuff everywhere, and it's not going to matter. So it's going to be much more of a you have to know what you're doing sort of thing.
No, absolutely.
Which is fine. I think otherwise it'd be way too strong of an ability.
Yeah, so it seems like she definitely shines more in like more open maps, and definitely when it comes to her ult, man, her ult is fucking terrifying in an open map where there's not really much of anything to hide behind quickly. Because once you're in it, and that the range and like width of her fucking ult sphere is like, oh god, it's gigantic. It's really
agree.
fucking bad. Yeah. So, because I definitely had at least one moment where I caught like the entire enemy team in it, right, and just had all of them walking towards us, and they're taking like significant damage while they're getting like while they're within the channeling of it too. So it's nasty. It's nasty work, bro.
Her ult hurts, especially for something it's so encompassing.
Yeah.
But what I was getting at too is that, so I see her less as like an upfront tank brawler. She can do it. I think she's got tools for that, and they're interesting. But I think if at any point in time you can get off sides and come around and assassinate someone, and you can, you pull that crystal out, you hit diamond form, you can two-shot them. It's just that quick. You can change how any fight is going to go immediately. And I think that's probably going to be the way that the really good Emmas end up going with her.
Yeah, we'll have to see like when like the compilation videos start coming out of like the top tier fucking diamond player. Yeah, I get it, diamond player Emmas.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like see exactly what they're doing and what their tactics are looking like, because I think you definitely got a point there. If you want to like go for something unconventional that the enemy team might not see coming, might not expect, right? Like something outside of the usual rules of engagement that we all kind of play by in Marvels at this point. Yeah, I could see that working. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it does seem like, as far as like our gameplay goes, like our team, we should probably start experimenting with some more or some less conventional approaches to fighting and matches and whatnot in general, right? Like I don't know. I was thinking maybe I'd try and learn a dive character at some point. Because I know Umbra's trying to learn Spider-Man, and that's you know that's been hit and miss so far. He's making progress, but I mean, you know, obviously he's still better with the characters he normally plays. But
Absolutely.
you know, if we could get two of us to like get good at diving, like solid divers who could go in and just annihilate their backline, like that shit will win matches hand over fist, like easily. If you can just take out the healers in the backline so that like nobody's getting healing. Yeah, it makes shit a hell of a lot easier for the rest of your team. So.
I agree. I've been
And I still play
practicing
Black
some
Panther.
I was gonna say I've been practicing some with Captain America to do the dive tank stuff.
Yeah, I did see that. You're
a lot of fun.
doing some good stuff. Yeah, it's man,
Get some shit done.
it's. I'm like, as far as Captain America goes, I'm like in the same place I'm at with Scarlet Witch, where it's like I get the character's really good, but because I've fought so many of them and they're so fucking irritating, I just don't even want to touch them. I don't actually want to play them myself. Right? It's a weird, but like I know I'd probably enjoy it if I was the one on the other end of that, right? But because
if you were the one harassing everyone, it would be fun.
He's definitely not the hardest character in the world. He's gonna be harder than Witch. But the big thing is figuring out the animation cancel on his auto attack. Because after 2 hits, you now throw your shield for as long as you hold the button, and it doesn't come back until you let go.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Does it like ricochet between enemies if they're close enough for this sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's super useful, but if you want to just beat someone down, you kind of have to mix in movement while dashing to kind of cancel it out at the right time, so it doesn't just come back to you instantly and miss the enemy.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it's like, I always thought that'd be really interesting if there was a little more of like a ricochet mechanic for somebody in Rivals, right? If they had some sort of ability that would bounce between enemies, and I guess Captain America has it. I was really hoping for something like that on Storm, right? Like the classic chain lightning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like if enemies are bunched up, and like the R, I think it's the R1 that is like the big zap attack that she has. It like does a good chunk of damage. Like if that was able to bounce between people if they were close enough together, like I don't know. I feel like she could really benefit from something like that added to her kit in general, because her kit still just feels like so simple outside of her ult.
It's
I
very
guess.
bad.
Yeah, like because all you really do is you float up there, you press your empower every so often, and then you just auto attack for like the entire game, and then R1 every so often. It's like playing fucking Nidalee in League, right? Like you're just throwing spears until you throw the big spear, and then you throw all the other spears again. Like same shit.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
I think when you were picking Storm, what you were committing to is the fact that you were giving your team a sizable damage buff or a sizable movement buff.
How much is her damage buff again?
It's a 15%.
15% is pretty good. That's not bad.
Yes.
And it goes up. I think it goes up to 20% when you hit your Empower. Not to mention you drop the 3 bolts of lightning every so often.
That is true.
So it's a good. She's got a good, but very simple kit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I wish there were a little more to it in terms of just enjoyability. I don't know quite to say it, but it just feels, it feels a little lackluster as is. So like something like chain lightning, or I don't know, maybe like some sort of lightning teleport or some shit. Like something that would let her move around a little more would also be nice. I know like most flyers are just kind of. Like their whole thing is that they can fly, but they're kind of sitting ducks up there if the enemy team decides they want to shoot them down, and that's kind of like the trade-off for that, right? But it's like I feel like Storm could use just a little bit more survivability than she has. It'd be nice, just a little.
At our level though, at our ranking or our algo, wherever we are, what you want to call it,
quick match,
you move up and down.
Plastic 3.
Yeah, plastic 3. If you move up and down, people don't understand how to deal with that. They can shoot. Horizontally, they can track you horizontally and lead you to get shots on. But I've noticed if you go up or down, suddenly that all falls off. Everyone suddenly forgets how to hit you. They don't understand to lead the other directions, which is hilarious. But yeah, Storm also
up and down's
slow.
a little weird when
slow.
it's like, she's very slow. But I mean, all the flyers are kind of pretty slow. Like, I mean, Iron Man has the thing where he can like start doing like his actual flying around, right? Like, but while he's actually trying to shoot and whatnot, he's going pretty much just as slow as Storm is. And same with Johnny, right? Like he's got the little dive bomb thing he can do, but other than that, he's kind of just floating around pretty casually. The flyers are very casual in the way they fly in this game. But I mean, that makes sense because God, if they were just zipping around like crazy, like there'd be nothing you could do against them at all.
Oh, that'd be impressive.
Spider-Man.
Like you could, if you could fly as fast as like you could in fucking like Mecha Break or some shit. Oh my god, that'd be ridiculous. That'd be way too much. Imagine if you're moving like Armored Core, right?
Hey, depends on which Armored Core.
The latest one. The most recent one.
Yeah,
like if you could fly that fast, that'd be too much. Oh man. So yeah, I mean, but Emma's a lot of fun. Some of the new team ups are very interesting. God, absolutely. That fucking Bruce Namor shit is ridiculous. Oh fuck me, they need to nerf that.
Immediately. That shit is so fucking criminal. It's nasty.
It's way too much, man. The gamma laser coming out of the squid is oh god. Like, why is the range that long? It's so busted. And it does so much damage. Yeah, it does so much damage. It has so much range that like, if you're even if you're a tank, honestly, like you're getting shredded. Like that thing's got like fucking like armor pen or some shit on it. I don't know. But like, even as a tank, man, you're just getting absolutely shredded by that thing. And it's like, if you don't have somebody who's got like decent range on the team to just deal with them like the entire time, you're just gonna get cooked. You're just gonna get cooked. There's nothing else to it. Like, you gotta have a Frank. You gotta have a fucking I don't know who else has got really long range. I fucking
Hawkeye. Not even Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Hawkeye, he's low when he's.
Yeah, you can. I think you can one shot with like an arrow with squids or Bucky or something. They're just somebody who's got long enough range to actually hit the fucking things. Yeah. So yeah, I would love to see a nerf for that a little bit because it's a bit much at the moment. It's kind of a lot right now. Yeah, cause God, I just remember that match that last night. We got absolutely cooked by that fucking Namor.
Yeah, that was.
That was not fun at all.
Too much. The new map's cool. Krakoa's pretty alright. You know, like the way it looks.
I haven't played
the fact that it's only. Oh, you haven't. Wait, you didn't?
Really?
Yeah, I haven't.
Oh fuck! Did we not? Oh, whoops.
We didn't. Like,
it never came up on the randomizer. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it doesn't come up.
No, we gotta go to
it has to go into the special mode for it to come up.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I didn't because like me and Bear and Sumi got together on Saturday night. We played some, and we ran Krakoa a couple of times using the new mode thing. And I forgot. I guess I forgot that you weren't there. And I assumed you'd like played some on your own as well over the weekend. So And I figured you'd already
not at all,
gone and checked it out. Really? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Don't like playing solo. Don't like solo queuing.
No. Like
I'm
no.
with you,
If I'm playing solo, I'm playing like a story game. I'm not playing fucking shooting games solo.
That's fair.
You know?
Well, because I get the season pass, I like to go in there and like just get my like a few matches in, a few missions done when I get the chance. If we're not, all playing together, because I don't think those the missions just stack daily.
No, they don't. Not
okay, yeah. So you want to get in there and like get a few matches in to get missions done, just to get some progress, and especially now because like last time I ignored the game for like a while before we all started doing like the weekly sessions. So I was losing like a lot of time on the missions. And I almost didn't complete the fucking battle pass. Like I was right down to the last week before I actually finished the whole thing, right? So I'd like to get it done a little quicker this time around, so I don't have to worry about it so much.
Yeah, that's valid.
What I'm hearing is that we should do our dailies tonight.
I would love to, but of course I have another. Yeah, I got overtime. I got one more day of overtime. I'll tell you what though, maybe after tomorrow night's stream, we could do that because I don't work on Thursday, so I should be okay to stay up late on Wednesday night. Yeah. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, Krakoa is cool. Sucks that there's only domination on that map currently. I mean, assume because I know they're doing another new map when Ultron drops next month. I think I'm pretty sure I saw it on Twitter that they're dropping him next month sometime, like middle of next month, I think.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they want to be doing it like monthly, more or less.
Yeah, I heard about that, and that shit is still crazy to me. The fact they're putting out one character every month. Holy shit. That's
they have
nuts.
a lot of characters to put on, so.
Well, no, absolutely, but I'm just saying it's because all the work that goes into a character and like properly balancing them against all the other characters that already exist in the game, right? Like that's and like doing that every month. Crazy. Holy shit. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, it's a Chinese company, right? They go like sweatshops over there. So.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say
the Chinese sweatshop meta is too strong.
No! That cannot be one of the titles.
Gotta write that down.
Yep, it's going in.
Damn it.
I imagine they actually have a backlog. I imagine they have a backlog of characters that are either done or mostly done that they're just working through.
Yeah, it's typically how people like do that sort of thing whenever they're on like a weekly, monthly, whatever like release basis. Yeah. Like webtoon artists will do this all the time where they'll draw like a shit ton of comics in advance and then just have something they can shell out every week, sort of thing. Yeah, so something along those lines. But like, it just feels like I've never seen a Western game of this nature, like a live service game like this, put out characters that fucking fast. Like even Eastern games that are live service nature don't put out characters this fucking fast. It's like the first time anyone's ever done this, where they've put out characters this frequently or plan to. I don't know how long they plan to. They'll actually be able to stick to this plan. But like if they actually manage to keep it going for like a while, for like a year, like that's going to be incredible. That's going to be like some sort of record. I don't know.
It's a huge selling point. It's like it is definitely something to get people talking. That's why I think that it's probably something they had planned for a while. Like I said, I think they have a huge backlog of characters, so they knew they were going to be doing something like this. Which super smart for marketing.
Super smart. Yeah, no, absolutely. Imagine like because like they don't need to like worry too much about like coming up with characters because they are all already there because it's a pre-existing IP. They can just go over the fucking comic book and pick one of the X-Men, one of the Avengers. Yeah. Like they have like a huge roster they can just choose from and then just slightly adapt the design into their style and it's pretty much done.
No, it's gonna be really funny though. The funny thing is gonna be like, okay, so we're gonna get like an act, like the way this is gonna work, right? Because obviously Rivals know what they're doing as far as like the character selection here. It's gonna be really funny to see like the active laying out of the fucking popularity chart of Marvel characters, right? Like as we go down the line of all the really good ones, they're gonna start running out of all the ones people give a shit about, and then they're gonna have to start like pulling from the Eternals or the fucking Thunderbolts or whoever the fuck, right?
That is true. Like eventually you're just gonna come up with heroes that no one gives a fuck.
But the thing about but here's the thing about that's even funnier is because this game is so incredibly popular, and because they do such a good job with their designs of each character. I don't think there's a single miss on the roster so far as characters. I think like pretty much every character design that's in the game currently is like the best design that character has ever had. Look for a lot of these. I know that's saying a lot because we're talking about like decades upon decades of comic history here. But a lot of those designs are really fucking strong in Rivals for these characters, like base designs outside of the skins. But what's going to happen though is that those characters nobody gives a fuck about are going to appear in Rivals, and they're probably going to give them a good kit, and they're probably going to make them look cool, and then people are going to start caring.
And then you're gonna have a jump in sales for that character.
Yep, there you go. Exactly. Well, I mean, people still aren't going to care about the comics. I really do.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to go back and watch the Eternals after like whoever the fuck from the Eternals shows up in Rivals and they're super cool, right? Nobody's I don't think it's going to work that retroactively.
Yeah,
but those characters will have a better chance going forward. Like if they try to put out new comics or a new movie or a cartoon, whatever the fuck, right? Like people will actually know that character's name because that character will have appeared in Rivals. So it'll be something. It'll be a small shot in the arm that they can use going forward. That's what I think.
So
Blade. Oh yeah, the Blade shit's really funny. The fact that he's just like moving around to different maps while we're waiting for him to actually be released. Like he's like currently taking a nap in Wakanda or some shit. Like is that where he's at?
Where is
he at?
Or Krakoa?
On Krakoa. Yeah, sorry, Wakanda's not even in the game yet. Krakoa, he's just like taking a nap in some random room. He's like fully dressed under a fucking blanket. Like,
he's just there.
Wakanda? Oh wait, no, Wakanda is. I'm stupid.
Wakanda is. Yeah,
I think somebody said Wakanda, so I think he is in Wakanda. But when we first saw him,
he's somewhere.
Yeah. But when we first saw him, he was all chained up in on the New York map, right? The Central Park map. And now he's just taking a nap somewhere else. I guess he's just getting his strength back. And I guess I don't know, maybe a couple of months, 3. I'm gonna guess 3, or in time for season 3. In time for season 3 is gonna be
thinking,
that's
like,
my hard
Ultron?
confirm. Not just after Ultron. I think because if we're doing the shit where he's just like moving around randomly like per season, I think maybe by the time we get to season 3, like the end of season 2 into season 3, they'll be ready to show him off and just like bam, Blade, he's ready. And hey, Luke Cage is with him. I don't know, but it's the black season or some shit.
Wow, the black season.
Yeah, man, we'll get Blade, we'll get Luke Cage, we'll get fucking Jessica Rambo. Was she black? Yeah.
We get Black Falcon.
Misty Knight, maybe. I don't know. Like she's got the cool robot arm, so.
We get Black Bolt. Though he's a little late
yeah.
for that one. He's just in name only.
Yeah.
So I want to say before you go.
We get Captain Falcon.
Yes.
No, he'll just be Falcon because Captain America's already in the game, so they don't need another Shield guy. He'll just be Falcon. He'll just be normal. They're gonna de-evolve him.
He was Black
Digivolved. Well, yeah, I know. I know.
Before they realized that calling him Black and Falcon was a little excessive.
Yeah, because they already had like Black Bolt.
Yeah.
It is really funny, right? Because like back in those days, that was a thing. That was like the thing. It's like, oh, he's a black hero. Well, we better put black somewhere in the name, right? He had like fucking what was his name? Black Lightning in DC, right?
Yeah.
That's just really like the funniest thing about that, man. I remember there's that one DC animated movie from I think like mid 2000s, like 2014, 15, something like that. But there was the one where Black Lightning was in there against that one chick from the Batman cartoon, the blue lady with the also had electric powers.
Yeah.
And he was trying to like shock her to knock her out. And she's like, you must not realize, but lightning's kind of my thing. And he just looks at her and he just dead face says, you never had black lightning before. And she gets knocked out by it. Like, damn.
Oh, wow, that's insane. What the fuck?
Oh, fuck. It was hilarious.
Black lightning is thicker and stronger than normal lightning.
Clearly. Holy shit. Okay. But yeah, other than that, like, I guess I don't really have any other thoughts about season 2 so far. I mean, the skins are cool. Liking the skins. The fact that Penny finally got one, now the Penny mains will shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Penny not having skins.
Yeah.
Although now the Jeff mains get to complain about not having skins. So
I mean, Jeff got so many
Let them
skins in the
complain.
beginning.
Yeah, true. And Punisher, I guess Punisher is also kind of lacking in skins. He's got what? He's got
Punisher deserves some skin.
Does he have any skins? I've never seen a Punisher
Yeah,
skin.
he's
to be
got
honest.
He's got
a
the
Power Club skin,
20
and
he's got the 2099 skin. The
Yeah.
cyber like skeleton mask thing, which honestly, like, I don't even care if they
Bro.
just have any of the skins because that one's so fucking cool. That's like that's like one of my favorite skins in the game, man. I need to pick it up at some point because that skin's awesome. It's so good.
No, but like that's a thing that I like really rarely see is a Punisher with skin.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
A Punisher?
Oh, a Punisher
With
with
the
the skin.
skin?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
gotcha. I sometimes see some of them do the camo like color swap variant that he has. Sometimes. It's not often, but
yeah. It's
there's a character
very
called Invisible
rare.
Gorilla. What the fuck? Oh. That sounds terrifying, to be honest. That sounds actually
That does,
horrific.
yeah.
Invisible Gorilla sounds really fucking scary. Holy shit. Could you imagine?
Bro, Invisible Gorilla. That's like.
What do you do?
What
do you
do?
run?
Like,
do you hide?
That's the
Like-
fucking. That is the best scenario for the invisibility power. Like usually it's so fucking, just it's kind of creepy or sneaky. An invisible gorilla would go so hard. Like everyone would shit their pants. It doesn't
That's
matter who
horror
you
movie
are.
shit.
It is. It's God. Fuck. It's really scary. Black lightning strikes deeper. The bolts are thicker, and they're amped up from years of being grounded by the white electrician. Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah. I'm at this point. I feel like we're gonna get to a point where waiting for Marvel Rivals and like who the next character announcement is gonna be. It's gonna be like fucking Smash hype, but like all year, every year, because they do it every month. Like, shit is nuts. It's crazy, bro.
So two things. One,
Yeah.
I want to say a lot of the characters that we're already dealing with are C-tier heroes.
Yeah, true.
Marvel does not have a huge roster of like AA people.
It feels like
like,
we already
super
we
well.
already have most of them in there, right? Because
Yeah,
we
have
got Iron Man, we got Hulk, we have Thor, fucking Hawkeye.
anyone from the Marvel movies, from the
Yeah,
first
anyone
wave
from the
of Marvel
movies.
Yeah.
And then I think the entire Avengers movie roster is there already, right? Let's see.
Yep.
Am I missing anyone? Yeah. So they got all those guys. They got Loki. All the Fantastic Four already in there. All the Guardians of the Galaxy are in there. So pretty much everybody that's been in a movie is like in there already, except for what's her fucking face? Gamora. Actually, Gamora is not there.
Gamora's
That's weird. Like
strangely not.
Drax isn't there either. Actually, I was gonna say she's
just
the
not
only
moving.
Guardian that's not there. What's that?
Oh, he's just not moving. He's just visible that way. But yeah. So
fair.
there's that.
And then what's her name?
Yeah.
God, what's that robot bitch's name? Cyborg lady. What's her name?
Cyborg lady. Oh,
Yeah.
Gamora's sister?
Nexus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Trying to remember.
Next. I don't know.
I think you're close. It was like, no, fuck. It was something space related.
Gamora's sister.
Nova. Wait, no.
No, no. Wait, was that was that it?
Nebula.
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 That's the one. Thank you.
There
Thank you,
go.
Esther.
Yeah.
Thank you, Google.
Yeah.
Next month, Ultra Girl, whoever that is. Nah, wait. Did they already leak some? Who's after Ultron? Who the fuck's
No.
Ultron? No leaks for it yet.
No, not-
I feel like I
not
definitely
that
would have
I've
seen that. I feel like I
Yeah.
definitely
I
would have
mean,
seen
they
because
back way back, like a couple months ago, they released like a list of all the characters that they plan
Dynamite?
to release.
Uh,
So there was like Ultron, Blade.
can you find us that
Deadpool.
list?
Yeah, I'd be really interested in
Okay.
seeing that.
Yeah, because right now all we know is that we got Emma right now, and then Ultron's coming, and then after that we got nothing as of this moment of speaking. So we have no idea what's coming up. But actually, somebody was looking at the images of like the gala, right? And they saw some people in there that might have been the next character. Like there was this girl with like a burning dress and like greenish hair. I don't know who exactly. Like somebody in the comments for that image like said like a character, but I didn't recognize the name. But it would be really funny if they start throwing in like Z tier heroes or Z tier Marvel characters among like all the actually popular ones. They could do that too. Like I was saying that they're going to scale down from most popular to least popular as far as who they're going to add, but they could just mix it up random. All right, if they feel like they got a good concept for a character, they might just fucking do that. Who knows?
I think before you see that, you'll see a lot of X-Men.
Yeah. So, and we're still missing a lot. We're still missing Cyclops, Beast, Angel could be in there somewhere. Does Angel like do anything aside from fly?
No.
Nightcrawler would be fun.
Not normal Angel.
Okay. Oh, Archangel's a thing though, right?
Yeah, when he's Archangel, he's got a bit more going for him.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So there's that. Apocalypse. I could be in. You can put that in there. Like if they're talking about villains, right? Professor X isn't in there yet. I'm really. So people are saying they're probably just gonna do because apparently he's had the ability to walk for like years now in the comics.
I don't want
like
that,
we all like everybody who's not a comic reader like, oh yeah, in a wheelchair, the floaty chair all the time, right? And I kind of want him in the fucking wheelchair, right?
I want him in
that'd
the
be great.
Frieza pod. I want him to walk around like Frieza in that little fucking spaceship, you know? That
Yeah,
was
from the 90s cartoon. Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine Professor Xavier as a flying character in Marvel Rivals. That would be fucking amazing.
It'd be great if, like, when you actually manage to kill him, it just explodes and his body just goes flying.
That's
No. I want legit wheelchair Professor Xavier. Instead of wall running, you have stair climbing. You're using your psychic powers to get your ass up the stairs.
What happens if he gets grabbed by an ulting Hulk?
He leaves the chair behind, and then you have to crawl back to it.
You have to crawl
it's
back
only
to
fair.
Oh my god! Like any character that does like a heavy hit, right? Like fucking Ben or Venom or anybody. Like if they manage to touch him, he just falls over, and you have to crawl back to the chair.
You get knocked out of the chair. All the characters have to stop for a few seconds. You look at the person who knocked him out, and it's like, man, really?
Yeah, what the fuck?
In a wheelchair.
Walking Professor X is a low-key villain. Oh, is he? I honestly have no idea. I feel like everybody's got like their fucking villain arc in the Marvel comics these days, right? Like Tony does, Reed Richards does, like everybody who was it seems like only the really smart guys decide to go villain. I don't know. Is that like a trend? Is it just the really smart characters that decide the evil's way better? Like,
no, they had this one arc where there was like an inversion wave, and it made all the heroes evil.
Oh, and all the villains good. That's an interesting concept.
And that is ultimately where you get evil Tony from. So.
It's a bit simplistic, but I mean, yeah, it's an interesting concept though. Yeah, okay.
Hey, they're comic book writers at this point.
Yeah, just go for whatever.
The bar is not set high.
Mm-mm.
You trip over it.
They need a joke character for next April Fools, like the human doorway. Nah, man, no. Get the wall from the early Spider-Man comics.
Oh god.
Get the fucking wall, man. Him versus Groot, like that shit's crazy. Oh my god. I would I would unironically love to see Marvel Rivals take on the wall.
But I do have to say, as funny as a NDA is there right there, there is Doorman. Doorman is a real Marvel hero.
Yeah, well, like here's the thing, right? I imagine that Marvel absolutely had its like dumb fuck era of like loser ass like bullshit villains, like just like fucking like if you watch like Batman Brave and the Bold, right? Like you saw some of the stupider shit from like the really early Batman comics, like fucking Calendar Man and Kite Man and goddamn Mr. Polka Dot and shit, right? Like there was all kinds of stupid ass like ideas for villains back then.
Because like it was list that seemed
to
be I sent it on the topics. It seems to be what everyone agrees
is the actual leak. It's the real leak.
Yeah, because there were like people did data mine like a bunch of them, but there are also like people that planted characters in that list. So it seems this is the more.
I have seen this. Okay, so Hitmonkey would be that joke character then, I think. Would that'd be a good one. Who the fuck?
Oh god, MODOK.
Yeah, I mean, I guess MODOK, why not? Fucking hey, let me open this in a new tab because we need to be able to like zoom in on this a little bit.
Okay, no.
Here
They have
we go.
Jubilee in this. There's no reason.
Okay, yeah.
for that.
So Blade's obviously Blade's gonna be a fucking character. They already got his model in the game. Who the fuck is Angela? Is that like an X-Men character specifically?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. And then Emma Frost, obviously already in the game. Looks very different from this Emma Frost, but yeah.
Yeah, but this was like 2 months
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah. Fair. Deadpool, probably a given, right? Definitely gonna be in
Yeah.
there. Gambit, I would love to see, because I mean, I just love seeing characters that use staff as a weapon. I mean, that's just me, man. I played Gambit a lot in MVC 2. All right, Gambit's cool. Gambit's sick. It'd be hilarious if they got fucking Channing Tatum to voice him again for the game.
It would be fucking amazing.
That'd be great. Captain Marvel, it feels like a given. Colossus, Cyclops, absolutely. Yeah, so the freak picks here, Hitmonkey, absolutely freak pick. Jiajing.
That's probably
I don't fucking know. I don't know, man.
Yajin is probably in the Iron Fist world with the Chinese name. I don't know.
Possibly. Your
She's
guess is
a
good as
good
mine.
one.
Jean
Also,
Grey, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Also, Angela is Spawn's antagonist.
Oh.
Yeah, Angela is a very weird pick.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
weird
wait.
that
Oh, I
she's in
forgot.
there, but Spawn is not.
Yeah, I forgot that fucking Spawn is technically Marvel Comics. That's wow.
Yeah.
So he could show up in the
Judging-
game at some point.
That would be so fucking sick. Spawn
That
is
would be cool.
so cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, so what did you say about Zhao Jing?
Judging is a mutant. She's X-Men. She's actually like a flying Luke Cage. She can turn her skin into rock.
Oh well, yeah, I guess we can kind of see that going on right there. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, they just put Emma Frost in, so it'll probably be a minute before they do another like diamond skin character, right?
Yeah.
Professor X, yeah, probably in there. Got the cerebral helmet on. MODOK for sure. Who the fuck is Locust?
No clue.
Who the fuck is
Bless
Locust?
This guy looks like his name would just be Dave.
Right?
It's just, it's like this is the most just some guy character I've ever seen in terms of Marvel Rivals, man. Like, who the fuck is this? Big ass forehead, goddamn.
He can make constructs. He's I believe an enemy of Thor.
Huh.
He makes shapes.
Jubilee for sure. Yeah. So like anybody who showed up in the fucking 90s X-Men cartoons probably got a pretty solid shot.
Yeah.
The Hood.
Rogue.
Oh my god, Rogue, please. Fuck. Oh my god, please. I really, really want to see Marvel Rivals take on Rogue. 100%. And they'll probably end up looking a little different from the 90s version. Like, cause I feel like in terms of like base costume, they've kind of gone for something very original. Like inspired by previous looks, but typically pretty original for pretty much every character on the roster. So Rogue would probably get something new as well, but like her first skin would have to be the 90s.
Yeah,
version.
it would probably
have to
be like because like they just released like the X-Men uniforms for Psylocke and Magic. Like they can very much release the same skin line for all the X-Men.
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe getting like the X-Men Evolution Rogue in there, like the that'd be cool. Super goth Rogue. I'm down. I'll go for it.
Oh.
Ultron, we know he's Ultron's confirmed. Valkyrie from the Thor's friend, Valkyrie, right? The one that's like black in the movies.
I believe that is who that is. I had to think about it for a second. I was like,
Yeah, because
oh, but China.
But China's gonna go off the comics, so so she's gonna she's gonna go back to being white, because
So,
I mean,
something I've noticed with the leaks.
It did almost seem Chinese kind of. Sorry, just like as a small side, it almost kind of weird that they again, it's based on like Norse mythology, right? Thor, Loki, all that shit. It did feel kind of weird to just have like kind of a couple of black people sprinkled in there. I mean, Heimdall,
Yes.
I can't be mad at Heimdall, man. They got Idris Elba for it. Everybody loves Idris Elba. Come on. And he looked awesome.
Bro forgives everything as long as it Idris Elba.
Yes.
Yeah, but I still acknowledge the fact that it is weird that it wasn't like Heimdall was black. It's strange. I mean, obviously, everybody uses their gods excuse. They can look whatever they want to look like, but they're gods from a culture that was predominantly white. So, I mean, like we're not about to go take shit from like a black mythology. Like Bast isn't gonna come out looking like fucking. I was trying to think of a funny one. Tom Jones. I don't know.
I know, but I'm excited for Anansi to be a pale redhead.
Yeah, right. Exactly. This is what I mean when I say this. Yeah. It's like it's a little awkward when you just kind of do it for no reason, right? And but that's like been a thing across media for a while now with the random race swaps and shit. So yeah, it is what it is. Because I guess don't we already have somebody in the roster from Marvel Rivals that was like race swapped in one of the movies, but is like their normal version in the game? I feel like we do.
Yeah, we might.
I can't think of it right now off the top of my head, but I feel like there was somebody in there that was like that. I need Asian Red Skull. What?
If you look at the symbols for things, they have Vanguard, they have Strategist, they have Duelist.
Oh yeah.
Then they have this other one, which is this eye thing.
Oh yeah. I thought that was the Incredibles.
Probably they don't know their role.
Or they're like some sort of flex role, maybe? Like they could do multiple roles?
Yeah, unless they're coming out with a new role, which would be...
very interesting considering like the current balancing between the roles in the game currently.
Again, this was like data mined 2 months ago. If they have been planning a fourth role this whole time, that would be crazy. I feel like these are just... I feel like these are just the data was not there for their role. That's what I think it was.
Possibly. Could be that. Yeah, it could be like they just couldn't find anything for that yet because they were still working on that part of it, which means that those characters might be further out as opposed to the ones that already have like a role locked in. So Jubilee might not be for another year and a half, you know? Who could say, right? But yeah, Hit Monkey, that's like as far as the Joe characters go, Paste Pot Pete. Fucking what is this guy? I don't know. He's got a painter hat, he's got crazy ass eyebrows that are like going off of his face, right? Like it's just wild. I don't know.
He is a Silver Age
Pot Pete.
Silver Age character.
Bro, he looks nothing in the comics like he does in this fucking art. What the fuck? He's a Spider-Man villain.
But yeah, he's one of the old ones.
Yeah, he's right there next to the wall,
that's
right?
He shoots glue. That's his shtick.
I just found a page of Spider-Man just losing his shit at this guy's name, laughing his ass off while the guy's pointing a gun at Peter.
You know, because like
he just walks off. He just lets Peter laughing and just walks off.
You know what it could be for your...
Okay, so we've had the accusations, obviously, of like the Marvel was being a gooner game and all that, right? And it's like, God forbid they put in attractive women. But if fucking Paste Pot Pete comes in and starts shooting glue everywhere, we're gonna have a problem, all right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that would be insane.
We're giving him way too much ammo at that point for that argument.
Holy shit! You know what? I'm down for it. I'm down for the
Asta's coming in the Paste Pot Pete main. Let's go.
The Paste Pot Pete main. I'm just gonna come everywhere. He's a fucking duelist. I'm gonna kill everyone who may come. I don't care.
We need you to be Venom.
Changing my fucking username to Triple P. That's what bitches call. Bitches call me Triple P.
That's a title.
We can't put bitches in the title.
Damn!
Wait. I think we put hoes in the title. The hoes call me Triple P.
Yeah, that works.
All right, we can work that out.
We can do it. Absolutely. We got some strong contenders already. That's good. But we should move on. Because we've been on Marvel Rails for a fucking while now. Oh, what's up?
Yeah,
Johnny Storm is your re-whitewashed character. And one of those.
Oh yeah. You know what? That is. Yeah, true. That might have been the one I was thinking of. Because in that movie from 2017, I think, Asta, they made Johnny Storm black for some reason. And like the weirder part about it was that Sue was still white.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
don't know what the
Yeah,
fucking
I didn't
explanation for
watch
that was.
movie.
No one did. Nobody gave a
I
fuck
knew it
about
was
it.
gonna be garbage. I didn't fucking watch it,
Yeah.
so.
I kind of want to now because I need to know if there actually is some sort of explanation for that, like in the movie's universe, right? And like, is he
Probably just
adopted?
or
Did
some
like,
shit.
or
they don't
like,
even siblings. If I had to guess,
are they only half siblings? Maybe the mom was a hoe. Like,
Look,
Wow.
there's
Okay. Pump the brakes. Fucking what?
something was getting pumped.
Asta, listen to me. I have like 3 half siblings from 3 other mothers from my dad. All right, listen, it happens. It happens.
Yeah,
Okay?
I know it happens, but people are not hoes because of that.
My
Like,
dad is absolutely a hoe. He's a whore.
Okay, your dad may be a hoe, but like just because someone has 2 children of different people, that doesn't make them a hoe. Maybe the first husband died or some shit. God damn.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Quick to call people fucking. Oh my god.
Fair enough. I just need to know the explanation. All right. So I clearly I need to stop making guesses. I just want to know the explanation. But anyway, all that aside. So Marvel Rivals and God, we talked about that for a fucking hour.
Jesus, yeah, the rest of
But yeah, it was fun talking about it though. It was.
absolutely.
All right, but let's get on to the main event here because we got a thumbnail to touch on. So
Yeah.
I went ahead and watched Netflix Devil May Cry. Asta, as I understand it, you also watched Netflix Devil May Cry.
I did watch.
Bear,
the
did you
Netflix
watch
movie.
Netflix Devil May Cry?
I saved myself the horror of that and watched clips.
I see. Okay. So you have some. Do you give a shit if we go full on spoiler cast here?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
chat. We're gonna be spoiling the DMC show from Netflix. If you guys don't want to hear, stop listening. I guess for like an hour.
I think she was adopted. I don't remember. Oh, she was the adopted. Fuck it out. Got any quarter siblings, Jazz? No. How the fuck do you even have quarters?
Quarter
how the fuck do you
siblings.
how the fuck do you have a quarter sibling? What would that entail? Like, what are the mechanics of a quarter sibling?
What are the mechanics of a quarter sibling, huh?
the fuck
Andy
is
is
that?
saying it. I don't
Does your
wanna know
your
mechanics.
dad adopt
I didn't
a
hurt myself.
child?
I don't know, but
I
let's
don't
we're getting
know.
distracted again.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. So, Asta, I believe that we should start this conversation with what we liked about the show.
Yes.
Because
I
here's
agree.
the thing. We all know what we're here for, right? I mean, the torches are currently unlit, the pitchforks are unsharpened, but the show is tied to the stake, and there's a lot of very flammable wood around that stake. So we all know what we're here for, right? We know what we're gonna get to later. But I say we start with the nice part, right? We say something nice before we get to that other part that happens later.
Absolutely.
So, in the movie, Reed looks at the black dad, goes, "So are you adopted?" She goes, "Yeah." Oh, okay, all right. Well, there it is. Fair enough. Thank you for letting me know. Now I don't have to watch it. Great, appreciate
You don't
that.
have to watch
High
it. Yippee!
five. Okay, so
Good shit. Okay.
for what I'll start with one thing I liked, and then I'll put it over to you, Asta. I very much liked the White Rabbit. I thought that he was extremely
Thank
well
you.
voice acted. He was very, very charismatic. Every time he was on screen, it was actually pretty all right to watch. You know, and it's like his character, like the way his character was like the amount of work that the actor put into this character, given the material he was given, is like, it is Herculean, the efforts that this man put in. It almost makes you forget how retarded his plan is, but like, you know.
Well,
But the character himself, I enjoyed. I wish he was in something better. But you know, I like the character at the least. So there's that. What did you like, Asta? Off to you. I think I have one other thing, but off to you real quick.
that's it. That's all.
No. I was gonna we go back and forth on the things we liked, and then we switch over to go for it.
I really like the White Rabbit as well. I feel like he's a great villain, and I really enjoyed it. But I feel like what I liked the most about this show is the art. Like, I feel like the art is really pretty. The animation is very solid. I feel like the animation is even better than Castlevania. I feel like they went a little harder, and I liked it a lot.
Okay.
But what takes the cherry on top for me is the music. I really love the soundtrack for this show.
Okay.
I don't care all the bitches on Twitter being like, oh, they changed the Very Delight. Oh, it's ass. It's not ass. You're just biased because you just fucking heard it a million times. I feel like it's a good music.
I'm gonna wait on that.
I feel I liked it. I liked the remix of Buried Delight. I like the remix for Devil Trigger when they play static because that shit was hard. And most of all, Devil's Cry, the ending theme.
Devil Never Cries.
Devil Never Cries. Yeah, I listened I sat through the entire credits twice just to listen to that song because it's my favorite song in a series, and I feel like they did an amazing job with it, and I fucking love the soundtrack for this show.
The only good remix is on Storm That Is Escaping.
Lamau.
Fuck. Yeah, so in terms of like the animation work, I will agree, pretty solid, except for, you know, Agni and Rudra and everything else they decided to do CGI with.
Awkward. Yeah,
God,
the CGI was awkward.
it's bad. So this is a nice part. But yes, I like the animation. You know, a lot of the fights are pretty all right. You know, I wouldn't say they blew me away, but I appreciated the fact that, you know, Dante threw in a few things from the game. Like we saw him do round trip during like the fucking fight against all the mercenaries. I think he might have used table hopper once against like some of the demon enemies. So, you know, the good stuff there. I like that. The music, I very much appreciated the ballad version of Devil Never Cry. So I'm with you on that one. I think I still like the original version of the song just a little bit better, but it's a good version. I like the slow ballad version and credits version. It's good. It is good.
Okay.
The song lends itself to that style, so solid.
Yeah, that's valid. That's a valid. Like you're allowed to like the original better.
Yeah,
right.
And I guess it's still technically positive. The remix for Devil Trigger was fine. It's fine. I wasn't terribly impressed by it, but it was okay. It was all right. I'll give it a sort of pass. You know, I'll give it like I give it a C. Here you go.
Give it a C. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah. So shall we get into the bad?
That's it. I still have one more thing that I like.
By all means, sorry, you said cherry on top when you ended your segment there, so I thought like that was it.
Oh no, yeah, because that's my favorite part of the thing. Like I started high and then I was gonna go down. The other thing that I liked is the comedy. I feel like it is very well humored. I liked the way that Dante is like a smartass, especially that scene where he like all the mercenaries are shooting at him and then he just goes around them and he's shooting at the same wall. What are we shooting at? I actually laughed at that one.
That was my favorite bit. As far as the humorous bits, there's that, and then there was the rabbit's line about ladies' balls in their skin tight uniform. That got a chuckle out of me too. That caught me. That was good. Those two. Those were good.
Mm-hmm.
I really
like these, and the way Dante and Lady bantered. I felt like that was cute. I felt that was cute, and I liked it, and I ship it. Okay, and I started seeing a bunch of Dante
that version of Lady specifically, huh?
I don't know. Just Lady, okay?
Yeah, here's the thing, man.
Lady, all right.
I feel like you might be superimposing the much better banter and chemistry that was in DMC3 onto the show a bit here.
Yeah, but it's like
because I'll say I like the two of them a hell of a lot better in DMC3 than I do in this.
No, absolutely, I like them better. But they had like really cute scenes in the show when like she falls on top of him and then blushes when she's like fighting her. And he holds her by her arm,
and then slams his face into the ground for no real reason, like right after he saved her life. So you know, that was.
It's anime. What do you mean? You're acting like this is a common trope in anime. When a fucking tsundere gets fucking embarrassed when the main character saves her from falling up the stairs, and then she just punch him in the balls.
If it was just that and not every other part of Lady, maybe I would have been all right with it. But shall we get into the complaints?
Cute. Okay, let's get to the complaints
because I'm having a hard time holding them back at this point.
Yeah, I have a lot.
All right, do you want to start? Do you want to start with the complaints?
Well, I'm gonna start with what you're already talking about. Dee's version of Lady, fucking ass. Like I hate the way they roll her. She's not Lady. Like it's just a fucking grumpy, fucking cop girl.
It's funny because you're kind of ladying right now as you describe her. Fuck her.
Yeah. I don't like that fucking critic because I talk like that. All right.
Okay.
If you have a problem with her saying "fucking" every sentence, you have a problem with me. Fuck you. All right.
Well, you obviously I don't have a problem with you, right? But I'm not watching you in a TV show. I'm not paying a Netflix subscription to interact with you. So here's the thing.
Wow.
Here's the thing, right? Yeah. I don't mind a character that is like foul mouth, right? Like I don't mind who swears like a sailor. That's fine, right? That can work, right? We get that can work. Like I know, opinions are probably very mixed among us in the chat about like say something like Has Been Hotel, but I like Blitzo as a character. Mostly, he's kind of tapered off a bit for me in that last season. But I liked him, and I liked him, when that show first started. He swears all the fucking time, right? That's his whole thing. But with Lady, it feels really, really try hard, man. Like it feels like you're trying so hard to convey this sort of this edgy. Takes no shit kind of character, but it's like it just comes off as so forced after a point, especially when it's like every other sentence, not every single sentence, just every other sentence, and she's dropping fucks in places where she really doesn't need to, just for no reason at all, right? And it's like, and you really start to feel it when you get to the what do you call it, the lore drop, right? The exposition of Sparta in the show. And Lady being the one to lay that all out for you. And like you compare that to her like explaining all of that in DMC3 during that voiceover, right? And it's a night and day kind of comparison. And it's like there's just so much fuck and fuckity fuck and like all this like, I don't give a shit about any of this. I'm so detached from any of this lore that I'm sure all of you people watching, fans of DMC, probably care a lot about, since this is like the entire crux of the series pretty much. But whatever, who cares? It's fucking Sparta. He's an asshole, but I guess he was a little less of an asshole. All that shit. And it's like, I'm like dragging my hands down my face at this point because it's like, come on.
Yeah, I heard people saying that too. I can understand. It's very off-putting sometimes because it's not like, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to make the character detached. They're trying to make like convey the fact that she just fucking hates demons, and but it is very awkward. It's very like juvenile the way that they depict her with this very foul mouth stuff.
Yeah, and it also kind of rubs me the wrong way just because of like Lady's original portrayal in 3, right? And we're gonna go back and forth a lot with that because this anime is just parallel to 3. This is essentially a retelling of the events of 3. Like almost nothing has changed, right? Except for one thing that I will get to later that is, I don't like. I'm probably gonna end up watching season 2 for the content. I'm probably going to, but like I just really scared about this one specific aspect of Dante, given what we've seen in the first season and what should be based on what we got in DMC3. But circling back to Lady for a second, because we should cover her whole slew of issues before we move on from that point. But just also the fact that on top of the fact that she's just kind of insufferable to listen to, the fact that on top of that is the fact that she's just I don't mind cussing of women. The House of the Dead Overkill worked well over there, given what it was going for. Yeah, but given Lady's original portrayal and the fact that she was like very standoffish when she first met Dante, right? In DMC3. going back to DMC3.
Yeah.
And she was very combative and all. Like, she literally like shoots him in the face the first time they meet after he catches her from falling out of the sky, right? There's that whole thing.
Yeah.
And later on, they like have actual conversations. She's still kind of snippy with him, but she's not like swearing at him every 2 seconds, because it just doesn't really go with what Kamiya was going for originally with the franchise. And like, I mean, I know this was more towards Dante when he was talking about the whole like, yeah, I want to make a cool hero. And I think what's cool is not swearing and not drinking or smoking, and like that kind of carried over to the rest of the characters in the franchise, though. Like Lady didn't really swear at all in DMC3. Neither did Arkham. Neither did Virgil. Like nobody really did any of that. They just kind of played it like the shit was goofy, but they played it straight, and that's kind of what made it charming, right? But they weren't like over the top with all the swearing and shit. Like it was never like overtly violent the way the show is, which like I guess don't really mind that, because I mean it's a violent video game, to be fair.
Yeah.
But like it's just the spirit of what DMC is definitely kind of lost here in Netflix Devil May Cry, and Lady is a big part of that, because the spirit of Lady is completely lost in this show.
It is.
And the fact that they like try so hard to make you think that she's so fucking cool, right? And like I feel so bad for her fucking goon squad, these Captain Commando ripoffs, right? Because they got the fucking Captain Commando outfit on, right? Like,
yeah, no, absolutely, dude. The Power
like
Rangers.
that's an overt
I feel like
reference.
someone
And
in
it's
the
like,
show even fucking like talks about it, like
yeah, like
rocks
the
her for the Goon Squad.
yeah, and well, I was gonna say, like, because the guy that shows up to like go in as reinforcements while she's inside the building with all the demon refugees, which that's a big point to get into later. But the guy who shows up he's wearing the fucking like pink visor, like he's almost straight up Captain Commando at that point. Like that could have just been him. Like who knows? Maybe that guy's name was Captain Commando for all I fucking know. But yeah, this goon squad, it's like these guys, and I said this on Twitter when people were talking, I was like, I knew from almost like 5 minutes after first seeing them, it's like, okay, these guys are built to die. These guys are here to job. That is it. That's all they're here for. They're just here because
names.
Yeah, they were. Oh yeah, I guess they weren't. They were given like slightly unique designs, like the one dude with the fucking cowboy hat and that one bitch with their little Darkwing mask and shit. Like
yeah, and then their names were like knife, dagger, punch,
ninja. Yeah,
ninja.
Like,
yeah, like they were barely. Ninja. They were barely given names, while Lady wasn't even called Lady. They gave, but like they used her actual name.
Her actual name is
She
Mary.
Was Mary. Yeah, they called her Mary all the time. Dante was the only one calling her Lady, which is okay
because that's how it actually played out in the original. So
right, like if you're gonna give her an actual name, why wouldn't the rest of the squad have a fucking name? Everyone called her Mary all the fucking time, and everyone else was
because we knew we weren't
brawler. Yeah.
We knew we weren't keeping them. Listen, you don't name the cat you know you're not going to keep, Asta.
Yeah, well here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're gonna make the whole point of like, oh look how tragic this is. These guys, these two, they were in love. They were a couple. They were so lovey-dovey. Oh, this other girl. Oh, she's so into stuff. Look how quirky she is. She does all the notes for everyone, but no one really gives a fuck except for Lady. And they gave them personalities that were kind of worth caring for. If it wasn't for the fact they were just walking death flags. They died episode 3.
Yeah, something like that. 3 or 4.
So it's like it's such a wasted potential. Like I was okay if one of them died, 1 or 2. That would be okay, you know, for the development of. Oh, by the way, I have so much to say about Lady's development, but even if it was just for them to die for her to develop her character, you don't need to kill all of them. Like, well, that breaks the point of introducing these characters.
Yeah, like, and here's the funny thing about this, right, is that like they don't even pretend like these characters are going to matter at any point, right?
Yeah.
Like from minute 1, they're just there to stand around and tell Lady how cool she looks, and like they're all Mona. They're just all, hey, look at cool Joker. Like that's all they're there for.
Yeah,
because like you have the scene right after the briefing of the mercenaries where Lady sniffs one of them out as a demon in disguise, right? And the demon goes fucking nuts and goes straight for the vice president, who is their like direct superior officer, and none of them move except for Lady. Lady just she grabs the demon, she kills it. The rest of them just stand around and whatever, right? And it's like, you know what? Okay, fine. That first instance, okay. They believe she can handle it. They don't think they got to do anything because I guess they may be experienced. They've been with her for a while, right? They're used to this shit. They know that she's got it, so they can just chill. Fine. Still fucking dumb if your boss, the vice president of the fucking United States, is in the room and in danger. You should probably still like do something, right? So it's still fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But I'll give it to him once, right? And then we get to the fight with Dante, and none of them go in with her. She goes alone, and the rest of them just sit in the fucking truck the whole time, expositioning and talking about Sparta and Demon World and all that shit. Like they're there to be mouthpieces. They're fucking talking heads. That's all they are. And they just sit there in the van doing nothing, right? And the only time they actually have to they fight twice, because there was the ambush on the bridge in broad daylight, and one of them's taken out of commission immediately because he got a thing through his leg. So lady's got to save him. Obviously, lady's got to do it. And then lady's got to take on fucking Echidna, Cavalier, and I think Plasma as well. Like it was like three of them fighting her, and she was fighting
three on one.
Three on one.
She was fucking doing all by herself.
Three boss characters versus one normal human being with jet boots. Which, why the fuck did the other guys have jet boots? They're all members of the same elite squad, and she's the only one with jet boots. What the fuck?
She's the only one with any sort of equipment. Other guys have like a fucking brass knuckle, a pair of katanas.
He's got stun batons. He's got the fucking he's got the Brave New World stun batons, man.
Yeah, and lady, she got the magnetic pistols, the fucking jet boots.
Yeah.
She got the secret missile that people waited for the last episode to show up.
Yeah, which obviously, because hey, do you see that box back there? Do you see the big fucking KA on it? Oh man, I wonder what's in that fucking box,
I wonder what that is.
I wonder if it's Kalina Ann. Oh shit.
Oh no.
Oh god.
It must suck not to be a fan of the show right now.
Yeah, so yeah, the fact they do nothing. They are extremely fragile for apparently elite demon hunters, right? These are the best we got, right? Aside from Lady, these are the second best, right? She's the captain, but these are supposed to be guys who are at least like somewhat near her level, right? Or else why would they be in her fucking squad? And we have the fact that like they just. Yeah, they don't have any of her the super cool like specific equipment aside from their weird stupid like ninja bullshit or whatever, and their stun baton. Yeah. They're shocky sticks,
stun
right?
Baton, the fucking like against demons. Against demons. Half of these motherfuckers are like covered in scales. That shit is probably hard as fuck. That fucking stun baton not gonna do shit to them.
Like, man, maybe you also just use the bullets that are like anti-demon blood bullets that explode when they go into a demon. Maybe everybody should just use that, huh? I don't know, man. Seems smart.
Why only the fucking NPCs use those? Also, by the way, like, this is supposed to be the elite squad. This random Joe just joins their squad because
he lived through one demon attack.
Yeah,
so
he lived through one demon attack, so he's qualified to be.
So he's in, I guess. Fuck
elite. Which, by the way, I guess makes sense considering the skill for the other guys.
Yeah,
it kind of makes sense that they were just surviving one encounter and then just put in the fucking elite squad because I guess that's where the bar
that's
is.
all it takes. Yeah, that's what, you're right, exactly, 100%. But yeah, so we circle back for a second here. The fact that Lady is like she's not winning the fight, but she's not immediately getting smoked when she's fighting three like boss level demons at once. Although I find it really funny, that like you have Echidna from 4. All right, you got Cavalier Angelo from 5 for some fucking reason. Like, God, I hope that Lady Trish wasn't still in there, right? However that works.
If we're gonna
just pull guys from we got Agni and Ruja from 3.
Yeah, if this is like actually chronologically accurate to the games, that Trish doesn't even exist at that point.
Yeah, no, she should not have
wouldn't be there. Yeah.
So I guess that's just some other asshole, or they just figured out some way to get the armor to work on its own. I guess. I don't know. Yeah. So it's honestly, it feels like we just like grab bagged from like the most memorable bosses of each game, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the ones that were like reasonably sized, right? Because maybe Cerberus could have made it in if he wasn't so fucking big. But
yeah, I feel like Cerberus could have made instead of Agony.
Fucking Plasma, right? Oh, Well, no, Agni
Fucking
Rudra.
Plasma.
I like Agni Rudra being in there. Plasma is a weird one, but here's the thing: we
Plasma
don't have
is
anybody
very
we can
weird.
take from
But-
because if we're taking somebody from one, right? Who do we take that's
Yeah.
not like obviously the choice would be Nilo Angelo, but
Yeah.
we got to save Virgil for the end, so we can't do Nilo Angelo. And like, what's your other option? Like Phantom, fucking Nightmare.
From one, I have no
Yeah.
idea. Like I played that
Yeah.
game like once. I don't remember all the bosses.
Yeah. So you have Phantom, which is the giant spider scorpion fire thing, right?
Oh,
and then
okay.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
Nightmare,
that-
which is like that weird like autonomous robot cart thing, right? With like the glowing orb sticking out of it to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the,
So there's
the
those
horse-
two.
Okay.
There's also Griffin, which is the giant bird with the lightning shit, right? But again, like most of these boss enemies are like just too fucking big to be in the roster for the
Yeah, that
scenes
is-
they're
that
trying
is
to do,
valid.
right? They're
That
just
is
too
valid.
fucking massive. So you get Plasma, who was like a normal ass enemy. Like I had to look it up because I didn't realize who the fuck that was supposed to be. I thought that was like, oh, is this like an original character that they made for the show? It's like, no, this is apparently supposed to be Plasma from one, who was like this weird lightning construct monster that could like turn into other shit. And it was like it was just like a standard enemy, right? Like you might as well just put one of the fucking puppets in from
Yeah.
from the first game, right? Like what for all it fucking mattered.
But
I mean,
you know,
yeah, it's fine, I guess.
If we're talking size, they should have just shrunken the big monster because Akina was also like huge in 4. Like she took. Was she not?
Echidna, you mean? Yeah.
Echidna, yeah. She was like inside the ground most of the time, and she was still huge.
And she
Right?
was the biggest of the ones that were like featured here. So
Yeah, so and she was. I feel like she was shrunken down because at some point she was inside of a fucking truck. So like they could have done the same with any other enemy.
Yeah, true. I don't know. It's a weird pick, but I guess it works for what they were trying to do because they also had the bit later
Yeah,
where
the
he's like where he's going undercover, like pretending to be one of the captain of commandos. So whatever with that, I guess. But like circling back to my main point here is there's the fact that like the lady Glazing in this show is like unbelievable. With like the power level boost that they gave her from what she was in 3 is like is ridiculous. Like the fact that she's going toe to toe with Dante, right? On most occasions, and on several occasions getting the better of him, like several. Like she's dunking on him constantly in this show. It's like, how the fuck? They're kind of depowered Dante for this too, right? Like they nerfed the fuck out of him for her to be able to actually go toe to toe. So, because she couldn't even touch him in DMC3 pretty much unless he actually wanted her to. Like he fucking caught one of her bullets in his fucking teeth when she tried to shoot him, right? So. Shit is goofy. It's a bit goofy.
That's also like for the sake of storytelling because like she needed to capture him in that first scene. So like it's not necessarily that she was better than him because he did catch up to her and he fucking got her in a fucking he pinned her against the wall. So like he was clearly stronger than her. Like I feel like in that instance specifically was outsmarting her, like him, right? Because she was like she had the whole goon squad go after him first to distract him. Like she had the truck ready for him when he got there. So that was a lot more like strategy on her side as to Dante was caught off guard. So I feel like that's the reason why it's okay for him to be outmatched the first time, but I still feel like he was stronger than her in the show.
Yeah, but the fact that this goes on and on and on, right? Like she does this like 5 times throughout the show, and it's like, really? 5 fuck, and it's and like the one where he's like Devil Trigger against Rudra, right? And Rudra's actually about to get the better of him because I guess his meter ran out, and she's the one who come in and get the kill on him, like just easily, right? She just shoots him once in the head, even though she's missed like 1,000,000 shots throughout the show because like all we ever see her do is shoot those 2 pistols, but like she only ever lands a hit like God, if you looked at her fucking rival's hit rate, right, it'd probably be like 5% or some shit.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because that shit is so OP. That shit killed every single boss.
Yeah, she killed Echidna, she killed Rudra. I think she kind of got what's his name, Plasma. Didn't get Cavalier Angelo. That one was Dante's kill.
Yeah,
sort of, kind of.
I mean, he was still Dante. He's the one who fucking,
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I feel like real Dante wouldn't have needed to like hack with the portal, right? Like he could have just won that fight on his own if he really wanted to.
Yeah,
because like he did in 5, right?
Yeah, but also he was nerfed because he was like poisoned from the demon verse, I guess. So
yeah, true. So
they're
just this whole show just wants to nerf Dante constantly because like
yeah,
if the whole show was cutscene Dante, I don't think I would have minded, to be honest. That would have been fine with me. I love watching cutscene Dante because like
you know what,
because he like the thing that Kamiya got exceptionally right with Devil May Cry, right? In terms of and I'm going with cutscene Dante because that's the canon version we see. I'm not going for like in gameplay Dante, and if I am, I'm going for somebody who's doing no hit runs because that's canon Dante pretty much. He only ever gets hit when he wants to, pretty much. But I don't know.
Yeah, he was very much nerfed. I feel like that nerf is just for like.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind
because the plot.
I was gonna say, like, the thing Kamiya does right though is that like he does make Dante overpowered in cutscenes. Most things he fights, he's just very happy-go-lucky, you know, not taking it seriously unless it's like usually the final boss or some shit, right? Yeah. But he makes it interesting because he shows off like, you know, Dante's level of style, right? Like with the pool ball trick, which the show, you know, just completely ripped off that, right? Or, you know, things like surfing on enemies, or like shit like table hoppers, round trips, all that shit, right? Royal guarding. God, I would have loved to see him do royal guard like a little bit, right? That would have been amazing. I would have loved. But because like. But I want to circle back to the thing you were talking about where like she managed to catch him in the truck, right? And the way she catches him is she like, you know, tricks him into going in there and then she just tases him. And it's like that was dumb. Yeah, the taser, that's all it like did this guy not just take a 12 gauge to the chest to like point blank?
Say the guy who tanked like 10 minutes ago. Shotgun. Yeah, the guy who tanked a fucking shotgun. And she got him with a taser. You know,
and I thought the exact same thing later on. I thought the exact same shit later on when she shot him in the leg, and that was enough for her to be able to drag him to the same truck again and lock him in there, even though like a leg shot.
That was the special bullet though. That shit was like fucking.
Well, yeah, but he still had one leg, and he was still way stronger than her, and she just let. Like I feel like he had to have just let her do that, right? Because he could have just grabbed her arm and like thrown her or something if he really wanted to. Like he's like what 5 times as strong as a normal human being at least. Like we saw him shoryuken a guy like across the room earlier the previous night, right? So what I'm saying is that like his like not only is the fact that he's nerfed, but like his power level is weirdly inconsistent, and those inconsistencies usually come in where Lady is involved. And I don't think that's by mistake. I think that's just because they want to glaze Lady as hard as possible. Because, you know, girl boss bullshit. We've seen it over and over and over again. Especially in Adi Shankar's shit. Like, he's always doing this sort of shit. So, we know the kind of guy he is. And we'll get more into that as we talk more about the show. Because it's not the only stupid, like, ideological fucking political thing that he puts in this world that really doesn't belong there, right? And we'll get into that. But, yeah, on the point of Lady, just I couldn't like Lady at all. Just everything wrong.
I could have.
Lady's just wrong in general.
I could have forgiven all of that bullshit if they didn't fucking assassinate her character in the end. Like they did all this. This entire show is like half Lady, right? Like I feel like Dante's not even like the main character for
yeah, he's really not. He's really not.
He's spent
this should be the Lady show.
He spent 3 episodes tied down in someone's back trunk, right?
And he's gonna spend all the time between the end of season 1 and season 2 doing the same shit. So.
Yeah, being frozen apparently because that's how they decided to end. Fucking stupid. He froze Dante. That was so lame.
Because Lady once more got the jump on him, even though. I feel like DMC3 Dante would not have gotten hit by that fucking syringe, right? Which, how the fuck did that shit not, like, was she just carrying that on her? Like, the whole time?
Yeah,
because how the fuck did that not break? After, like, she was in a fucking helicopter crash, right? Like, how was that thing intact?
Oh my god, yeah, that was so dumb. That was one of the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that last episode sucks so much ass. Because after all this attention they gave to Lady, all this trauma, all this like attention to her character with the conflicting between her and the demons, and finding out that not all demons are fucking assholes, and then she goes seeing all of her squad die, and then fucking thinking to herself like, what?
Oh,
and then
you cut out for a second there.
Did I cut up?
A little bit.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, so yeah, after all of that, after all this attention, all this character building, they go to the end, and she learns nothing. She still listens to the vice president blindly, fucking dopes Dante, her like the guy that stood by her for like this whole nightmare of a situation, the guy who like she got into an understanding, right? Like she just betrayed him. No questions asked, just boop, done. Like for the sake of what? Like they just everything that they did was for nothing. Nothing changed from Lady episode 1, episode 8, and that is just
same with Dante.
Yeah, like that's just unforgivable. Like what? Why? Why would you do all of that and just throw it away? Right? So like. I can't.
So you can
I cannot
do it.
No.
Try again in season 2, I guess. To
Yeah,
have
I
a character
guess. I guess like that's the only
yeah.
fucking they have to. They have like I feel like I think Sumi said that they already have second season like.
Yeah, it is. It got announced on. Yeah, they put it up on Twitter that it's already been confirmed, because that's how Netflix does things, right? They usually end up confirming 2 seasons, and then if the show does like exceptionally well, they'll greenlight it or re-up it for another one. But typically they'll at least go for 2, because I guess that's just the standard over at Netflix. I don't really know how the fuck that works. But yeah, and it's just that whole final episode is just so.
Yeah, and I guess they ran out of ideas for how to develop her character, so they just reset her at the end of 1 to try it again on second one, because that was so lame. Like. There's no defense here. Like you can make any argument you want for this. Like either side, if you like or not what they did with Lady, it doesn't matter because it doesn't change in the end. There was no lessons learned. There was no development, no change in any sort of any character. So that's just stupid.
Yeah. So I just. Yeah, so that's Lady, and Lady's awful. So not much else to say about that. But let's talk about Dante for a minute, because there's a lot of problems there as well. There's a lot of problems there too. So, like I said, like again, I feel like he had a couple of pretty solid moments there, like the bit with all the mercs shooting. That was good. I liked that. I wished that had been him throughout the entire show, to be honest. Like he'd been that Dante.
Yeah,
but
funny
like, some of the moments really come off a little too try hard. Like the whole like superhero line after he got shot. Like that was so.
Yeah, like what the fuck is this? Like what is this fixation with superheroes?
I don't know.
Same thing with Deadpool, like superhero landing. I feel like ever since that.
Yeah, they kind of Deadpool Dante a little bit here. So
ever since they fucking like make that viral like superhero landing clip, everyone is just like, I'm a superhero. Like, it's so cringe. It's so bad.
Yeah, Dante is like a lot of people have already kind of put forth this notion, but Dante is too self-aware in this show. Of how he because like the Dante in the games is just like I wouldn't say he's entirely like unself-aware, like he has no self-awareness, but he just owns it, right? He's a fucking goof ass jackass, and he's kind of an asshole, but he just owns it and he just runs with it, and that's just kind of how it is, right? He doesn't stop to redo his line like he did in the fucking alleyway. That's not a Dante thing. He would just say whatever stupid line he's gonna say and then just roll with it. And then just move on, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So there's that.
Like Dante in the games is the kind of person who is like, I don't think he's unaware. I feel like he is self-aware, but he hides that behind humor and good nature, right? Yeah. Because like there are moments in 5 when he's like talking to Nero about fighting Virgin, and he's like, he breaks. He's like, he's our father. Just shut up.
Yeah.
Don't man.
Well, no, like he definitely has his serious moments. Like he knows when to be serious about shit, for sure.
Exactly. He knows when he needs to be serious, and he knows that he can joke around most of the time. So I don't think he has lack of self-awareness. He has the self-awareness, but he deals with it better than this version of Dante, because this version of Dante, like, it came off so like. It's like a good guy trying to be edgy, right? Like it
No,
came out like
absolutely.
it came out like this hero that wants to be an anti-hero, right? Because
It's
it's cool
just-
and
it's
edgy
not
and
great.
whatever. It doesn't work. It
Yeah.
does not work. It comes out as cringe, and it's just not likable. It's not a likable.
Not really.
Treat
And
for
like the entire paradigm of Dante's character is shattered by the choice they made around Sparta, right?
Yeah.
With the fact that like because the original storyline is Sparta meets Ava and they get married and they have Dante and Virgil, and then he's like around for a little bit and then he suddenly disappears, and that's how Mundus is able to send his demons after his family, and Ava dies and all that shit, right? But like this whole thing where they just recontextualize it to Sparta was never there, he just impregnated Ava and then fucked off somewhere. The absolute character assassination of Sparta in this show like feels so mean-spirited, right? It feels so fucked up because like again, this is the guy who is the crux of this entire series pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Sparta,
No, yeah, everything-
Sparta awakening to justice is the thing that kicks all of this into motion. And the fact that he is the one demon who did awaken to justice, because every other demon is inherently evil. That is the point of the demons. The demons are fucking evil. All right, that's the whole thing with this whole series, and that's why Sparta, and by that extension, Dante, Virgil, and Nero are all special, is because he was different. He was the one that was different. That was important. That was the part of the story, right? And the fact that he was just, and this whole like absent father thing, it's like, oh my God, is somebody on the writing team like projecting with this? Like, what are we doing here? You just had to take, you didn't have a dad, so you had to take away Dante's dad too? Like, what the fuck?
Lamau.
Can't show a father actually being present in their children's lives. That's not progressive enough. Exactly. Listen, this coming from a guy whose dad left too, all right? Like, but at least my dad was there until I was like 10, 9 or 10. I think that was fine for Dante and Virgil's story, because here's the thing, here's another thing, right? The reason these motherfuckers know how to fight with swords in the modern day is because Sparta taught them how to fight with swords. Is the reason why they're such good swordsmen, because he was the best fucking swordsman. Right? It's the reason the both of them are so incredibly, capable, is because he was there to teach them when they were children.
Yeah.
If he's
And
just
speaking
not
of
there,
which-
if he was never there, how the fuck are they so strong with swords then? Like,
Also, in addition, how the fuck does Dante has rebellion? That's his father's sword. How does Virgil has the Yamato? With also, like
yeah, because Sparta gave them those swords when they were children. I guess.
And they fucking.
He just left them behind, and they found them, and
They figured it out, I guess, how to use a fucking sword. And also, like, the way they just play down the rebellion. The rebellion's barely any, like, it's barely used. Like, he fights every now and then with rebellion, but, like, it's very mild and uninteresting. And that's such that is my favorite sword. Of all Dante's swords, that is my favorite sword, right? Like,
Devil Sword Dante is pretty cool too. But Devil Sword Dante is cool, but I will agree with you that Rebellion's got just the best design. It's clean, it's simple, but it's still got that nice little flair to it, with the ribs on the guard, right?
Yeah,
it's perfect. It's perfect.
It's a perfect sword, and they gloss out like so, like they brush it off, like it's just a fucking relics gathering dust on Dante's basement for some reason. It's
fucking weird.
It's really weird. I don't like it because a lot of DMC is sword fighting. A lot of it, most of it is sword fighting.
Most of it.
And they just barely use it. Dante's using the not even Ivory and Ebony.
Ebony and Ivory. So that's
using regular pistols. That made me so fucking mad. He breaks the pistols all the time. Oh my god.
So I alluded to that earlier, but this is like the big thing I'm so incredibly worried about. Is like if they do plan to somehow include Ebony and Ivory here, how? Because I can guarantee right now there's no fucking possible way that the origin of Ebony and Ivory in this show is going to come anywhere close to the origin in the original story of because this was in the manga, right? And we know that they should exist at this point because Dante knows Enzo. And Enzo is from right around the same time period where he meets Nell Goldstein, who's the lady who crafted the guns, right? I don't know, how much do you know about the manga?
I haven't read the mangas. I just know
Okay.
like the Virgil bits with like.
You know fucking what's her name? Nico in 5, right?
Yeah.
So Nell Goldstein, I think she does mention this in game actually.
Yeah,
that Nell
that-
Goldstein
her-
is like her adoptive grandmother.
Yeah, grandmother. Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
mom, but yeah, grandmother.
So
Yeah.
so the thing
And
is
and
with
she says to Dante when she gives him the head, like, "Oh my God, my grandma always talks about you." And
when she sees Ebony and Ivory, she's like, yeah, oh, yeah, she made those. Yeah, I see that little signature on there. That was her. Yep, etc. and so on. But the thing about her is like she is so incredibly significant to the series, right? For many reasons. And if we are just completely deleting Nell's character, it is probably aside from making it so that like Sparta was complete absentee father, this is like the second worst choice you could make for the character development that Dante had, right? Because okay, I'll give you the sort of compressed version, right? So when Dante first starts doing the mercenary thing, right? Because he does like mercenary work before he actually starts up Devil May Cry with the actual like, demon hunting store. And that's where he meets Enzo, who becomes like his job guy. I forget what you fucking call it, but the guy who helps him find jobs. And this is also around time that he meets Nell Goldstein, who is a gunsmith who lives in like the same town that he's kind of operating out of, right? And Nell Goldstein becomes somebody that Dante interacts with often because he's constantly breaking guns. Like this is the point where he does only have normal guns to work with, and he's constantly breaking them because he fires too fucking fast because he's got just demon speed and shit. And as time goes on, they sort of develop a closer, almost familial relationship, right? Like she becomes really important to him. But as a result of a ploy by Mundus, where a Virgil clone shows up and starts like killing off people and shit, Nell eventually ends up in the crossfire, right? And this culminates in her workshop burning down. And when Dante hears about this, like he runs straight over to her, right? And he finds her in the workshop, just working away at a couple of guns, like nothing's happening, while her whole fucking workshop is burning down around her. And you know what she's making? I'll give you one guess. She's making Ebony and Ivory, and she's just going at it. And like she actually has Dante help her finish the construction of the guns. And the moment she finishes, she falls over because she's actually been mortally wounded, and Dante has to watch her die in his arms after she finishes completing the only guns he's ever going to need again, right? And it's like that is a beautiful, fucking amazing backstory. And there's even
crazy.
Yeah, there's even one more layer to it actually, because I don't know if you know about the old Tony Redgrave thing, right? Do you?
It's about a neural sword, isn't it? Something like that.
No. So Tony Redgrave is the alias that Dante was using before he just started using his name, right? Because when his mom was like leaving him behind in the closet, she's like, if I don't come back, you gotta go somewhere else. You gotta find a new town and use a new name. And like all this, so that Mundus wouldn't find it again, obviously. And so he does just that. He takes on the name Tony Redgrave. But when Nell dies in his arms, and she essentially says something along the lines of like, goodbye, Tony, right? He realizes that she never really knew him. That he wasn't, like, they were close, but he never knew the real, or she never knew the real him. And this kind of like shifts something inside him to the point where he stops using the fake name entirely and starts going by his real name again. Like, this is a massive character moment for him in several ways. And the fact that he doesn't have Ebony and Ivory right now in this current moment where the show takes place, where he really should have them already, because he already knows Enzo and he's already moved to the city and he's already doing his own business, right? I don't know if it's called Devil May Cry yet, but he's already got his own thing going. He should have the guns already.
He should have the guns because Enzo died in the end. So
Yeah, well, I don't think Enzo even died in the original manga. Like, he just moves over to what's his face? What's the black guy's name in 5? Shit, can't remember. But he moves over to him after, and I think it actually happens to anime too. The original anime, the one by Madhouse, Studio Madhouse, I think.
Oh yeah,
I want to go back and watch that one. I really do, because I'm very curious how it stacks up against the current anime. I never actually sat down and watched it, but I'm very curious at this point. I'll probably do that and come back and talk about it next week if I can find a proper website for it.
A decent, decent website.
But all that aside, it's just there's too much here. Who knows? All black guys in Devil May Cry look the same. There's only one. It's just him, as far as I know. I think there's only the one black guy who's like a significant character in the series up to this point. I'm gonna look his fucking name up because and now it's bothering me.
Gotta know the black guy's name.
Yeah, I do. But you know, go on your thoughts for a second. I'm just gonna. But yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, to put a cap on it before I find the name. All this together, just it's too much twisting of Dante's story for it to be good, right? And here's the thing, like, this whole thing, I get it, it's a reimagining, it's a retelling of the story, but if you're gonna do that, all I personally would ask is that it's as good as the original or better. This is neither. This is neither.
I feel like.
So, but go ahead. Yeah. Morrison, that's his name. Thank you. Yeah, Morrison in 5, the black dude.
Dante, as I said before, he plays such a insignificant role in this show.
Yeah, he's essentially a MacGuffin as much as the necklace is, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's just there because he needs to be. He's like the key, but like he barely does anything. Like as we said, he spent 3 episodes doing nothing of significance. He's just living his life and hunting demons badly, by the way, because Plasma escaped him twice, and then after that he just gets captured, and then he stays captured for the entire of the fight with.
He kills Agni, I guess. I mean, that was a clean kill, so there's that.
Yeah, on episode 4 or 5, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you can give him one. He got one in there.
He got
in an 8 episode series. He got
one good fucking kill, and he didn't even get the sword. I was hoping he would get at least Agni and Rudra's swords after killing them, but no, that shit stayed in the plane.
He did use them once, so there was that. But
I mean, that's not enough. That's not enough. I want him to have that.
It's not. And can we talk about Agni and Rudra for a second?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you have any thoughts on the two of them? Because I got one big one.
I feel like they're just not what they were in the game. Like, they were so iconic and they were so like memorable. Like the little banter and their fight was a pain, but their weapon was really fucking cool. So I really liked them in 3. I don't think they were the most memorable on 3. I feel like
I like them a lot, and I like their weapons a lot. Like I think Agni and Rudra is like my favorite weapon to use outside of just the rebellion. But
I really like
the fact that they gave them heads was an awful choice.
Yeah.
The cool shit about them is that the heads were on the sword, right? Like that was the whole thing with them.
Yeah.
It's like that was way cooler.
Yeah. And they were just. And like the thing that they barely talk to each other. Like they have every now and then they just fucking bicker, but it's so. Like,
they made them like Cockney for some reason.
Yeah, like
and
they should be constantly fighting each other. They have this whole thing on the plane, and they are just like conversing normally when they're supposed to be fighting and bickering, and talking a lot. Like the whole thing with them is that Dante cannot stand them speaking because they talk too much. Like Dante of all people don't like them how much they speak.
It was a great moment when like he just shows up and they're like, oh, we have a guest. We should probably do something to entertain our guest. Oh, what do we do? I don't know. And now he's sighing. What is sighing? Like all that stupid shit, right? I would love a bit more of that, just like weird, completely like out of touch, like no idea how to deal with human beings at all kind of thing that they had going originally in DMC3, because that was funnier. That was more charming than just the Cockney British brothers that bicker and are assholes with heads. Like take their heads away. Give them back their original personalities. Take their heads off. Better. Great. Like, perfect.
I don't remember. Could they use their powers without the swords? Because they did in the fucking show, and I was like, they should not be doing that.
Nah, it's just it's off. It's off. And like another thing, because like we're kind of talking around the plane scene a lot here, because that was kind of like their big thing, and that's where we learn a lot about the whole thing with Sparta, and of course the Devil Trigger. And I want to say this right now, for the record, I can't properly describe the look I had on my face when the rabbit just says the words Devil Trigger in universe. I did not like that. That was it was very strange. Because here's the thing, they've never once in universe said the words devil trigger, right? Because what that is it's a video game term. Right, it's your video game term for your transformation in the game. This would be like if you were watching a fucking Street Fighter anime, right? And Ryu is facing off against Bison. He's like, Bison's too strong. I should probably try a mix up into a hit confirm and then do a level 3 super. like what the fuck are we doing? It just kind of leans into this whole thing where this feels like a weird fucking like fan fiction that somebody wrote and not like a proper official Devil May Cry thing, right? Where they just have people just say the words devil trigger in you. No, don't fucking do. It's awful. I don't like it.
Yeah, I feel like that. Like they were trying to explain what it was, but like you just like said, oh, your devil form or your devil blood or your demonic power or some shit like that. You definitely did not have any reason to use devil trigger as a fucking term that exists.
Yeah, there were so many ways to like talk around it and like make it more of a mystical kind of mysterious thing instead of just looking right dead in the fucking audience's faces and tell them, hey, you guys ready for devil trigger? Here comes devil trigger. It's coming. You're gonna get to see it. It's gonna be cool.
Also, it makes no like logical sense for the rabbit to know what a devil trigger is.
Well, apparently he knows Virgil, and Virgil can already do it. So I guess maybe Virgil came up with the name. I don't fucking know.
Would Virgil be like, yo, by the way, my brother, he can do the devil trigger. You need devil trigger.
You know what's even funnier?
Okay, yeah, what's funny?
Kind of linked to this, right? Because you're like, okay, so how did this happen? How did this conversation play out? Remember the fact that when Plasma first like properly confronts Dante, he shows up looking like Virgil.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck does like? And apparently Virgil most of the time goes around in his Nello Angelo armor. So like, are Virgil and fucking Plasma on like good enough terms that like they just hang out and Plasma knows what Virgil looks like? Yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah, because supposedly Virgil is dead ever since he was 8. So. How the fuck does he know what?
Well, because we know he's alive because he shows up at the end of the show, and like we get that kind of given away because fucking Plasma has to explain his powers and like scientifically when he's about to kill those fucking Captain Commando guys, right? He just walks up and is like, hey, I do this thing called fucking dimensional reflection or whatever the fuck, but I need living tissue for it. It's like, oh, and the fact that you were Virgil, so he's alive then. I mean, obviously, everyone who played the fucking games knew he was going to be alive, but still, right? Like, for anybody who doesn't know, it's like, okay, you're just going to give up the ghost that easily, huh? All right, well, sure, fuck it. Yeah. So yeah, that bothers me. The devil trigger state in this looks kind of meh, to be honest. I don't know.
To be fair, I feel like the first games. I feel like the devil trigger in 1, it wasn't too cool in my opinion.
Sure, but I mean, you got the Sparta form at the end of that, and that was pretty cool. But again, we're talking about like a PS fucking 2 game from like the early PS2 era. Yeah. So like making that comparison is real fucking weak. We're talking about a show that was made in 2025.
Yeah, you're right. I feel like every other demon was cooler than Dante in this show.
Yeah, and it's like we were gonna get like Sid and Devil Trigger or anything, but like we could have made Devil Trigger state look more interesting, like 5 or 3 or something. Like there's been better versions of it, and it's like. Also, I'm sorry. This is a small aside. I almost forgot. The fact that I almost forgot makes this even funnier. The fact that we had like the shortest possible cameo for DMC2. Right, with Lucia showing up for like it was less than 5 seconds. It was like 3 whole seconds just to get bodied, and then she's gone forever. Right? I mean, they got her in the interrogation scene like spitting at that guy, and then that was it. Like she never gets to say or do anything. That was really funny. It's like, why is she even in New York? Right? Like she's supposed to be on some fucking random island with the Protectors doing their like demon portal guarding shit. Right? Like that was her whole thing. That's how Dante met her, because he went to a whole like remote island to help with that shit, right? So why the hell is she in New York? Why is she even here?
I feel like that's just a sign that the guys, they don't intend to do anything with you.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Nobody ever wants to do anything with 2 because 2 is a fucking terrible video game. I know. I played it. It was bad. And, you know, I would honestly... I think 2 deserves another chance, though. I think they should remake 2. I think with what they can do now with the Devil May Cry series, like 5 is an incredible fucking game. If they could do something like that with 2, just redo the whole thing, I think that'd be sick. And I think Lucia deserves another chance because she was cool. She had a great design, and her devil trigger was also really cool. So
She had a
that's
devil
me.
trigger?
She had a devil trigger. She was a devil. She was like a fucking she was kind of like Trish, where she was like a sort of created by a bigger devil. Like you know how Trish had Mundus. There was, I think it was Argisax was the name of the guy in 2, like the big bad villain in 2. So Lucia was like created by him, I think. And then later on she got adopted by the Protectors and became a good guy. But yeah, that was like her whole thing, and she was like very parallel to Trish in that way. Okay. But she had a cool design. I thought she was cool. That kind of reminds me though. How come Trish doesn't have a devil trigger? Because like if artificially made demons can have one, then how come Trish doesn't have one?
Good question. Good question for
it'd be sick if like maybe in DMC 6 like she's playable and you get it, and hers is just like some permutation of Cavalier Angelo. That'd be fucking awesome. I'd be super down for that. But yeah, okay, so let's there's like one more big thing to talk about here. I believe it's the biggest elephant in the room of this show, because it's the thing that was inserted very fucking ham-fistedly into a series that really has nothing to do with anything like it. Let's talk about the Makaians, shall we? The demon refugees with their turbans and shit, right? Like,
you were covering their faces. They're not turbans.
No, some of them were wearing turbans, man. I saw them. Some actually had straight up turbans on. I swear to God.
Okay, but like the thing is, they were trying to hide the fucking horns. I don't know if you got that. Okay.
Well, no, I do get it, but like you said, some of them were just wearing hoods, and that worked just fine. But like we were very clearly going for an allegory of, and everybody's pointed out at this point, we're going for like a War on Terror allegory, because that was like of the era that like DMC first came out in, right, with like all the Iraq War and all that shit. Yeah. And this is very blatantly on the nose, like that. This is that, right? And it's just like, okay, so in a vacuum, right? Completely apart from Devil May Cry, I don't hate the story of this, right? The fact that, oh, we got these beings from another world and humans hate them because they look like demons, but they're not actually all that bad. They just want a place to live and be safe and raise their families and all that shit, right? That's fine. There's a story there, and that's cool. And the fact that that's the rabbit's whole, like, his whole motivation and all that, that's great. I mean, it kind of clashes with the fact that he kind of just lets them all get murked, but he's got a motivation of some kind, even if it seems kind of inconsistent, but whatever.
I mean, he is supposed to be inconsistent. He's like a determined villain. Like, he's not in his sane mind when he's doing all this, right? He was always he was a fucking child that rather live in hell where you barely breathe than fucking be a normal human being. Like, that guy is not good in the head. Like, he was never.
Yeah, true. And it's like, yeah, like I said, kind of retarded. But but this whole thing with the demons is like, and not only is this, well, like I said, it's fine, but the fact, like the good old days after 9/11, Sundowner, yeah, the vice president was basically just Sundowner, but with like a religious fucking twist on him, which, I mean, I just don't fucking care about all that. And like, you know what, the anti-religious shit, like, it's not Adi Shankar's first time with that. The whole Castlevania series was essentially that. Like, you took all the religious shit out of it somehow, like the fucking right angle shit with the cross boomerang thing. Like, we all knew that was coming.
So
right?
dumb. That was so dumb. Like a fucking, they can't see right angles.
Can't be the power of God or anything. No, that's whatever. Shut up about bullshit, says the atheist. And it's like, here's the thing, man. Like, I am kind of over it at this point. Like, because you know me, I'm a Christian, not especially devout, obviously, but I do consider myself a Christian. I believe in God, all that shit, right? But I don't like shove it up everybody's ass. That's not my thing. But and to a point, I'm just kind of used to like popular media shitting on Christianity. That's just, Christianity is the easy target, right? They're not gonna go after Islam or any of that shit. That's what it is. But when it's in something like Devil May Cry, where I just don't expect it to be at all, because Devil May Cry never really had a religious swing, except for I guess the Order of the Sword, but they're not actually a religion. They're a demon worshipping cult, right? They worship Sparta, who's a fucking demon, and they're a cult who makes demons. So that's not really. It's not really comparable. I know people are bringing that up on Twitter, but that's not really the thing. But like this whole thing where it's like, oh, the one explicit villain of the show, who's like the end game explicit villain, like past the rabbit, right, is this fucking vice president who's just a complete religious zealot who's never shutting the fuck up about God's plan and God this and God that and God will save me and God will curse you. All like fucking hell, man. I get it. You're an atheist. Chill with this. This does not work in Devil May Cry. Neither does the whole demon refugee thing. Demons have always been evil. Right, they're evil puppets, or they're weird bug monsters, like with the fucking the Clyphod, right? Or they're electric monster. Like demons are essentially mindless killing machines in the DMC series. That's all they are. That's all they need to be, right? But it's fine if something is just straight up good versus evil. And, you know, obviously we have our weird points with humanity in the Devil May Cry series, a la Arkham in 3, or the Order of the Sword in 4, right? Like, obviously humans can be corrupted by demon kind, but demons are just a source of evil in the series. That's their whole deal. And that is why, again, Sparta is so special and why he's so important and relevant to the series, man. I swear, they really need to do something about like what the fuck happened to Sparta in DMC 6, because that's like the one massive like untied thread of the series at this point, is the fact that he just disappeared one day, and obviously he wasn't there to defend his family. And there had to have been some reason for that, right?
Yeah, I always thought Mundos like capture him.
Yeah, got him or something like that. Or something, right? But we never actually get an answer. We don't know what happened. So.
I mean, if you played the remake, the DMC remake, they do explain what happened to Sparta, because they have a cutscene where they were all living happily together, and then the demons raided their house, and then Sparta just stayed behind to fend them off, you know. They got their mother. And then because they got her, Mundus made Sparta surrender, and then when he surrendered, he trapped him forever. So like he's like in prison basically, but like in a different dimension. For rebel demons that get to be tortured forever. And then like there's a whole scene where Mundus eats their mother's heart in front of all of them, and it's oh my god,
etc. So on.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I got you.
So, like, I like that from the remake. They could have do something easily with that. Like, just give a reason why Sparta is gone.
Yeah, and it's like, I feel like most fan speculation is probably something like that, where it's like, yeah, he was out helping somebody with something, because like this motherfucker was going all over the place, sealing up like demon portals and shit, right, just to keep them, make sure they couldn't get into the human world that he was sworn to protect and all that. So chances are that like at some point they managed to ambush him or something and trap him somewhere, right? And that's like the big untied thread. And I would hope in DMC 6 maybe we get like Nero obviously is going to be the main character again, like the main playable character, and maybe he somehow has to go and free Sparta, and they finally meet, and it's like a grandchild moment, and that's like that'd be a fun thing. That'd be a cool thing.
That would be a fun thing.
Yeah, but like this show is just so mishandled from like every fucking angle, man. And like just shoehorned in with all this stupid bullshit that is just like almost antithetical to what DMC is, right? Like it's overcomplicating it. It's shoving in a bunch of like modern day bullshit politics and whatever. It's like, God, Addy, no one cares about any of this shit, man. Like all they really want is a cool cartoon where Dante is wacky wahoo, and then he's serious up for the final battle, and he does it, and it's cool, and that's it, right? And oh my fucking god, Jackpot.
They ruined it.
They gave Jackpot to fucking Lady. What the fuck, man? Like, why?
Bro, like
that is Dante and Virgil say, like, I get it. Anybody can say the word jackpot, right? But in Devil May Cry series specifically, it's a Dante Virgil thing. It's the thing says it like the end of every game. It's the whole point of the whole saying. It's no, Dante says jackpot. The fuck? Stop. Again, this is another point of the lady glazing. They took Dante's fucking catchphrase and gave it to Lady. All right, they have Lady beat his ass all throughout the show. They give him his catchphrase. They give him most of his screen time. Like, fuck, I'm sick. I don't want to see any Lady in season 2. I swear to God. That one screenshot of her wearing her little beret, that better be it. And then like no Lady for the whole rest of it. I want to see her in any single episode.
No, she's gonna be the main character.
I know. But
right,
I'm
like you
so
know that
sick of her.
Dante again is gonna be in the ice for most of it. He probably just gonna come out in like the very end for the final fight or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think season 2 is gonna be. Just Lady and maybe a little bit of Virgil. Like he's gonna be the main villain, quote unquote. You know, she's gonna go against him, and I don't know.
Yeah. Also, I do have the hard disagree on you on fucking Bury the Light at the end there. It's like, I don't really care for it anyway, to be honest. Like because like the ballad shit worked for Devil Never Cry, right? That song, the lyrics, it kind of leans it leans itself into a ballad soft version, right? Bury the Light, I don't think does, and especially not right after you first reveal Virgil, after he gets done slaughtering a bunch of people. Use the original version of the song. It hits way harder. It would have made that last line way less cringe. Well, maybe a little less cringe. It was
cringe.
It was gonna be shit regardless. That was I am the storm that is approaching. Listen, if you had played the original version of the song, I still would have bobbed my head a little bit at least, right? I would have been kind of a little bit. No. I would have not thrown up in my mouth a little bit.
I saw someone on Twitter being like, that show is someone who played DMC5 and none of the other show, and then just put it all into that fucking series, right?
Yeah,
because
and
it's just a jerk off.
That's
specifically.
Yeah, and we know that because a bunch of the best moments of the other games are just shoved in there wherever, right? Like the pool table thing with the pool balls, you know, the Dante dance scene, right? That's just ripped straight from 5, and it's not really even like because you're going through the whole game and it just kind of like hits you out of nowhere, right? Which is why it's so hilarious, because it just comes out of nowhere and it's just this crazy Dante moment, and it's like you'd never see it coming because you're like most of the way through the game at that point, and it just comes out. And then like in this, like, oh, he's playing DDR like 2 episodes in, and he sucks at it. Okay, all right. And again, it's the exact same thing from 5. It's not like a new silly moment. It's just a copied one that's not as good as the one that it's taking from. So, maybe 5, but probably just that DMC remake. Wait, what's wrong? For what?
Oh, the
Bear?
DMs?
Bear, are you still on the call?
Yeah, Barry's here. He's not talking for some reason.
Oh.
Yeah, I have not watched the show, so I have very little to add. Yeah, but
That's fair. That's fair. But what was your comment about though?
You were saying that the person had watched maybe only DMC5. It was like, yeah, maybe 5, but probably just that shitty remake.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, clearly they did some research on the manga for this one because again, they brought Enzo in. I guess that's it actually. Well, the White Rabbit too. White Rabbit was also like either a novel thing or a manga thing. But White Rabbit did exist in the series before this.
They should have done more research because this show is.
No. I'm betting there are 2 or 3 guys there that were super pumped for it, knew what they were doing. Had good DMC knowledge, and we're just told time after time, no, we're going to take this in a different direction. No, we're going to do it like this.
That makes sense. Like
one of the funniest things about this is that like a bunch of other people are like fucking ducking down. Like the bank robbers just came into the bank because like Adi Shankar's been posting a bunch of like images of other franchises and shit. Like he posted like the Blaze Blue logo, and like the Blaze Blue fans like no, please.
Yeah.
like everybody's terrified now of Addy getting his hands on like anything that they like, right? And people are still real worried about Berserk, right? Because he had those Berserk books on his desk for that one interview. So everyone's like, fuck, if this motherfucker gets his hands on Berserk. I can't even imagine, right? Because like there's so much shit in Berserk that is like so horrifically horrendous, right? Rape horse is a thing that exists in Berserk, right? If Adi Shankar gets his hands on it, it's going to be the most like fucking milquetoast bullshit version of Guts you've ever seen in your life. Like Casca's gonna not get raped in the Adi Shankar version of Berserk, and that's just gonna fuck the whole story, right?
If he
Like
gets his
imagine that
hands on it,
unfucking Casca fucks the whole rest of the.
Bruh.
no, if he gets his hands on it, Griffin did nothing wrong. Will not be a meme. It will be
Oh
canon.
no!
Oh my god.
And then yeah, she'll just have been attracted to the horse. It won't be rape.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It'll be a
Oh,
female
man.
at that point, so it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I feel like we talked a lot about this.
We did. So
Yeah.
so final thoughts. It's
Final
not great.
thoughts.
It's a mid show and by itself, and as a Devil May Cry show, it's garbage. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts on it.
Like I want to say me. I enjoy watching it. I watch it in one in
All
one
in one
sitting.
sitting?
Yeah, like it was, fun, right? It was a fun cartoon to play, right? While it was numbing my brain. So I want to say it's
Right.
mid. I want to say it's okay. It's an okay show, but it has a lot
Until you
of
start
problems.
actually thinking about it.
Yeah, if you're like looking at it as a Devil May Cry thing, it's assassination at its highest. Like I wouldn't have any other issue with like Lady being the way that she is if she wasn't Lady, right? I wouldn't have any problem with the way they portrayed Hell, because like it makes a lot of sense if you're thinking of Hell as hell as a way where the damned go. It makes sense that a portion of it would just be regular people that are not either evil or
But then we're
good.
just fucking
damned.
has-been hoteling it, right?
Yeah,
so it's like,
exactly.
and to a point
So-
we really are, as far as Lady goes, we're absolutely has-been hoteling
Yeah,
this shit, right?
absolutely.
I don't know what's in the
So-
fucking water that these creators are drinking out of, or if what Vivzi's got is just contagious now, and fucking Shankar somehow
God.
picked it up, but yeah.
It might well just be because like Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss are just so trending, that
Maybe.
I wouldn't doubt
Wouldn't
that
put it
he
past
got inspiration out of it,
But I'm sorry, Bear. We did kind of
No.
sit that one out for better.
It's okay. I feel vindicated not having watched it.
Okay.
More than that, I
I mean,
think
that's good.
it
What's
shows.
your... Oh, go ahead after you.
Well, I think it shows this continuing trend of a lot of these shows coming out, and it's just costume. It's not The Witcher. It's a different story, and they're using Witcher costume. It's not Devil May Cry. It's a different story, and maybe it could stand on its own. But they wanted to use Devil May Cry costumes. Same with Fallout. Same with a lot of things that have come out recently, where they get a hold of these skin suits, and it's like, let's parade in them. But it really doesn't have anything to do with the heart of the series that they're borrowing from.
Mm-hmm.
That is a really good way to put it. I feel like
Oh,
it's...
last bit. Sorry.
What's up?
Putting Nero's voice actor, is it Johnny Young Bosch? Is that his name?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
God.
putting him in as Dante is just not good. That was a bad choice.
Yeah.
That was a
That
bad
was
choice.
very much a bad choice. That was like, bro.
Like I
You
get
already
it,
have
Dante's
a
voice
bad
actor went
actor.
insane or whatever, but like,
But
like
there's
you
so many
could've-
other actors. There's
Yeah,
so
exactly.
many other people. If you,
It is
if you want a fucking white guy voice it, Yuri Lowenthal. Yuri Lowenthal is so popular because of Spider-Man.
Yeah, that'll work.
Put that
And, like,
that guy there.
it's just the fact that they chose the one wrong choice. The
Yeah.
one wrong choice. The
The
only
one
one
guy.
they shouldn't have chosen. Well, maybe him and Virgil's voice actor, the two guys they shouldn't have chosen. So there you go. But they chose
Yeah.
one of them. So there you go. And I mean, it's not like I don't even know if fucking Nero's gonna be able to like exist in this Netflix universe anyway. Because like
Yeah,
the
Virgil
way
was never in the human world ever since he was fucking 8. Like,
yeah. So God, Virgil. The fact that Virgil's just working with Mundus, like, what the fuck, man. That makes no goddamn sense.
That makes no sense.
Considering the kind of character he is, that makes no goddamn sense at all. Like, even if it is, because like, here's the thing, right? It feels so obvious that they're just gonna do he was just working under Mundus to stay close to him and find a weakness, and then he's gonna backstab him, whatever. Yeah, obviously it's gonna be what happens, but like, even then, because like Virgil is such a fucking Vegeta, like, I feel like he wouldn't even go for it. Like, even more of a Vegeta than Vegeta is, right? Because Vegeta still worked for Frieza for a bit, but like the moment he got the chance, he went for it. But I feel like he's even more of a Vegeta than Vegeta. Like, he wouldn't go. Like, this motherfucker was half dead when he was walking through the Demon World after DMC3, and Moon just rolled up and he's like, "Fuck it, I'll still run those hands," right?
Yeah.
I'll still go for it. And then of course Nilo Angelo happens, so there's that. But. Oh man, Virgil really did just get fucked through the vast majority of that series, didn't he?
Yeah, no, Virgil just having a really bad time.
Got his ass beat by Dante, then decides to go to Mundus, and 10 years of torture. There you go. Get fucked. Rough, buddy. But anyway, yeah. So let's move on. Let's move on into some news. Actually, wait. Asta, do you have anything for your week aside from Devil May Cry? And Marvel Rivals?
I've been playing Wuwa.
Hey, you started playing Wuwa. How you liking it?
Yeah, it's fun. It's so much fun. I love flying. Flying is so fucking cool in this game. It gets me everywhere so fast.
Bet you wish you could fly in Genshin, don't you?
I wish, but Genshin could never, because Genshin fucking sucks, and I'm never, ever playing Genshin again. Like, Guba killed it for me. Like, there's just no way.
I'm still fucking mad at you, though. The fact that you got Cantarell on your first 10 pulls. Go fuck yourself.
You know what? You cannot be mad at me, because that pull was supposed to be for Chunglin, but I couldn't get her because my game broke and it didn't work for months.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I fucking died on the beach because I had those pulls saved for her. I was gonna get. I still had a week to get her, and then my game stopped working. Couldn't get her, missed her banner. That's why I stopped playing the game for as long as I did, because I was so depressed. And now I was back. I got 10 polls just for coming back. I was like, you know what? Cantarella looking pretty hot, you know?
There you go. But you're liking the game, so that's good. I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Looking forward for Zani. She's coming back tomorrow?
We still have like half a version, I think.
Oh yeah,
no,
she's on the next one?
No. The next banner is gonna be fucking Shorekeeper rerun.
Oh.
And then Zani in the next version update.
Nice.
Yeah, thank God. I still need more time to build up my fucking asteroids again. Cantarell cleaned me the fuck out. God damn her. Massive tits.
Massive tits.
Yeah. God damn her.
That is so.
And those Behanaga hooks. But yeah. All right, but yeah, we can talk more about that whenever Zanny rolls around. Bear, you got anything you want to talk about for the week?
For the week, I did mostly the same stuff. Marvel Rivals, more Marvel Rivals. So
okay,
no, that's what I did.
All right, fair enough. I guess we'll hop right into news then, which we should, because it's been 2.5 hours, and we do have a few news stories to discuss. So let's start with the more topical. Hey, look, Marvel Rivals.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And of course they know exactly what to put on there, right? Oh man. I feel like this is slightly censored though, because I feel like their costumes actually like shows off a little more of the ass cheek. I don't know.
Could be.
Probably just for the ad.
They do that for ads because there's some places they cannot put those sorts of images, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know Cantarella probably got censored in the fucking Wuthering Waves ads, so absolutely.
Yeah.
But anywho. So we've had some interviews and such about the new Fantastic Four movie coming out, which is called First Steps, right? It's the one with our crew of new Fantasticites here. Most notably Pedro Pascal over here is Reed Richards somehow.
Which I thought it was weird, but like. He's old enough, I guess. Like I was made aware. I was made aware he's like 10 years older than Sue. You know that surprised me.
And it's like, and like, if they're both obviously they're both like of consenting age, so whatever. Like my own parents are like 8 years apart, so what? Fuck it.
No, bitch. If someone or 37-year-olds show up to me right now and be like, "You want to fuck?" I would definitely fuck because older people are hot.
Yeah, I will say there's a bit of a disconnect here though when you get a guy named Pedro Pascal who looks like a guy named Pedro Pascal you would imagine would probably look, and then you tell me his name is Reed Richards. I don't know, there's a little bit of a disconnect there in my brain. Like, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't agree with that. Mostly because I come from a very mixed country, and the veterinarian that took care of my cat, what's her fucking Schlumberger. So it's like, just because
Schlumberger.
yeah, it's a fucking something like that. It's a fucking German name on a Brazilian woman, like born and raised here. So it's like, ethnicity. Ethnicity doesn't, means that your name is gonna fit, right? Like you have the Richards that look like Pascals. Right, so that is not.
I don't know, man.
That is not too grievous for me, right? Like,
if a dude walked up to me looking like Tom Holland, told me his name was Antonio Gonzalez, I'd be like, yeah, yeah.
Man, like, yeah, like,
I don't know, bro.
That could be a Brazilian.
Help a little bit.
Could be, look at me, I'm pasty white, and my name is.
I don't know. You still look kind of Brazilian though. Because I've seen pictures of you. Yeah, you still look like ethnic. I wouldn't say like you're fair skinned, obviously, but I wouldn't say you look like white, like Caucasian.
White. Yeah, I don't. Because I'm not Caucasian white. I have like 5 different breeds. you know.
As they live in New York, not Rio de Janeiro. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but and there's another part of this is just the fact that I'm kind of sick of Pedro Pascal in general. So there's also that.
Pedro Pascal.
I'm sure he's a nice guy and all, but I'm sick of seeing him in everything. Every fucking thing. Man.
That's okay. I mean,
he's a little oversaturated right now, and again, I don't think we need a Reed Ricardo, but
Reed Ricardo.
Or he does seem to lean towards playing like characters that were pretty like Caucasian-ass characters, right? Like what's his face in Last of Us as well, Joel, right?
Joel, yeah.
Yeah,
Joel was white. Yeah, that is.
Joel was a white-ass white dude. When it was a little plaid shirt and everything, right? Or plaid shirt.
Yeah.
I would say plaid. I don't know why. Plaid shirt. There you go.
The rest of the however.
Yeah, and it's like, I'll put a comparison point here, right? And this is slightly unfair because it's a video game, but like Reed Richards, right? Look at China's take on Reed Richards, right? That sure as hell looks like Reed Richards, man. That looks like comic book ass Reed Richards. And of course, we also have the older Fantastic Four movies with the original actor who played him in live action. That guy looked like fucking Reed Richards, like just outright. I don't know what the hell happened to him after those movies, but that guy looked like Reed Richards, like like the head shape, like the facial bone structure and everything. Like it was kind of uncanny how much like Reed Richards he looked. Shit was crazy. So it's like it is possible to find like actors that better fit the mold of the character, and like they used to do that. They used to very much do that, right? Hugh Jackman is fucking Wolverine, right? That's a guy that looks like Wolverine.
Yeah.
In the comics, right?
Fucking who does Blade? What's his name?
Wesley Snipes?
Yeah, he looks exactly like Blade.
That guy looks like Blade. Fucking what's his name? Robert Downey Jr. That guy looks like Iron Man. So much so they started drawing Iron Man to look more like him, right? Because it was like a 1-to-1 kind of fucking thing going on there. Yeah, like it's just I honestly don't think it's that hard to find an actor that looks like the character looked. That's all I'm saying. And again, I'm just I could do with a little less Pedro Pascal. I could use a little more variety with my movies and actors these days. Like, he's fucking everywhere. Sick of him. Enough Pedro.
But then there's again, it's fucking Hollywood, and they want like the big names, and there's also the fact that Pedro is super popular with like
Yeah.
Most people. Like there's really
And he's
few people
and he's diverse.
and he's
That's
diverse.
a big
That's
point
a
there.
big thing for Hollywood. That is true.
It is quite.
So,
But anyway, why don't we get into this interview a bit? Because there's some other because we've been talking about Reed Richards for like 20 minutes now, but there's some other things that are coming up here that might end up being kind of red flag-ish. I don't know. You guys tell me as I go through this if you see any red flags here. So the MCU Fantastic Four will see major politically charged changes to Marvel's classic characters created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby in 1961. Wow, fuck. Forget how old these comics are.
Great.
61, dude. That's 80
Yeah.
years ago. Holy
That's
shit.
wild. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is rolling the dice again with Fantastic Four First Steps, the 37th entry in the franchise, and it might be its most ideologically loaded to date. Oh man, that's saying something considering shit like Falcon and Winter Soldier, right? That's nuts to think about. Director Matt Shackman and stars Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Joseph Quinn, and Eben Moss Backrash. That's a weird coincidence, isn't it? Jack Kirby, Vanessa Kirby. How about that?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's an actual relation there. But anyway, are aiming for a. Oh, I mean, you guys can look it up and see, but are aiming for a retro-futurist take on Marvel's first family, but the glossy visuals can't hide the major shift in character dynamics and storytelling focus. So, the film represents significant Fantastic Four MCU changes that will see a wild departure from classic depictions that have become so well known in the world of Marvel Comics. While set in an alternate 1960s-inspired universe, First Steps isn't just aiming for period flair. It's clearly designed to reframe the Fantastic Four through a very modern lens. EW's behind-the-scenes coverage reads more like a cultural manifesto than a superhero preview. Oh god. Well, when you see the word manifesto come up, you know you're gonna have to get something good. Let's see. Starting with Johnny Storm. Let's see it. Let's start with Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. Actor Joseph Quinn openly questions whether the classic version of the character, the brash woman-chasing hotshot that Chris Evans brought to life in the 2005 film, still belongs on screen today.
Oh no. Okay, but this is funny because the 2005 film was the last serious Fantastic Four film. Everything after that has been we want to keep hold of the rights to it, so we have to just make a new film every couple of years, which is what I'm thinking this one's going to be too.
It's just like...
Yeah, especially after that fucking failure there was in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Okay, let's see. He was branded as this womanizing, devil-may-care guy, but is that sexy these days? I mean, yeah. Girls still go for that. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
Women still absolutely go for that kind of shit. Are you kidding me?
Quinn is a super playboy.
Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Because they got Chris Evans to play him, and Chris Evans was already like jacked to shit for this role, right? And I don't think any of the women in the audience gave a fuck that he was an asshole in the movie, as long as he got his pecs out, which he did. They had him run around in a towel for a bit, and that was all they needed. That's all they ever need. Listen, my mom doesn't give a fuck. I think I've told the story before, right? She doesn't give a fuck about like superhero movies at all, right? But when she heard that there was gonna be a fucking Aquaman sequel coming out, she texted me about it, and she's like, "Hey, yeah, did you see that superhero movie coming out? Don't you want to go see it?" I'm like, I'm not really interested, but I'm kind of curious as to why you're interested. And I'm like fucking squinting at her through the phone screen, right? And it's like, it's because Jason Momoa is in there, isn't it? And she's like, yeah. she didn't even try to lie about it. She's like, yeah, hoping he gets his shirt off. That's it. It's like, yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
And again, if we're
go for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's like, if we're doing a period piece on the 1960s, yes, I believe he would still be a skirt-chasing asshole in the 60s. Like, why are we basing it off today's standards if we're doing a fucking period piece, man? What the shit is this? Oh.
Yeah, and
But you were gonna say yes, so go ahead.
I was gonna say sexiness is completely subjective. You cannot come in here and be like, would this be sexy? Would this be sexy? Yes, it would. There's someone out there that is gonna find that sexy. All right, and you don't even need to make him like the sort of scoundrel that he was in the 60s.
And is in Marvel Rivals right now.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. Just make him the kind of scoundrel that we have today. There's so many fuckboys out there. They get so much action. Just look into that. Like, it's... Like, yes, people like dysfunctional people. Like, I'm sorry, but that is true. Like, just go over on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. People flaunt how much, like... Why do you think Hello Kitty girls are so popular? Even though everybody knows that they're toxic, possessive bitches. Like, people
and just
that stuff.
Just look at Sumi's unhealthy obsession with Loki, right? Like,
with Loki, which is literally a backstabbing son of a bitch.
Yep.
Right? You just need to make them charming. If you know how to make them charming, it doesn't matter if they are a womanizer or a one-night stand asshole that leaves in the middle of the night while you sleep. You know? Like, those things are popular. Those things happen all the fucking time. That's why Tinder is fucking the worst place on earth.
Is what it is?
Most people there are skirt-chasing assholes. And guess what? They get a lot of action because that is sexy, that is attractive. People still think that this unavailability is attractive.
Yeah,
right? People
and
like this kind of stuff.
And I reiterate.
It sucks, but
it does suck. But I'll reiterate real quick. Also, if you just have them work out for a few months before you guys start rolling cameras and get a shirt off once on screen, that's it. That's all it's gonna take. That's all you need.
Again, have you seen this actor? This Joseph
I have heard that he's a bit of a twink looking motherfucker, so that's what I heard.
What's his name?
Joseph Quinn. Let's get a look at him real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna...
So personally, I think he looks like a bargain bin Mark Zuckerberg.
Yo, you said that, and I pulled out an image, and I thought it was Mark Zuckerberg. Wait, did I put this the right guy?
Oh,
yeah. You see that one? It is. He could be related,
yeah,
or at least a different model.
Nah, this is
not
the guy I picture when I think of Johnny Storm. Man, this is not it.
And so when they say that he's not going to be this skirt chasing, woman chasing, blah 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 thing of before, it's like I get it. He's going to be a male feminist.
That's what this guy looks like.
Predator route.
Yeah.
That's what this guy looks.
Yeah, look, the third photo. Go back real quick. The third photo. Look at this. Tell me this is not Mark Zuckerberg. You tell me this is not Mark Zuckerberg. I dare you. What the fuck?
Yeah, man. It's like I feel like this is probably the best he's got, right? It's like headshot wise, and this still just isn't giving Johnny Storm to me, right? This is just.
I mean, he's not ugly. Like, he's cute.
He's not. He's not ugly. He's not ugly, but he's not Johnny Storm.
He's not a Chris Evans. You're right.
He is Mark Zuckerberg and Tom Hardy's love child.
Oh God.
Oh God, why is he bald in this one?
I can see it. Yeah.
What's he doing here? He looks like fucking Jesse from Breaking Bad in this one a little bit.
He does.
Yeah.
He's got the big shoulder slope too. There's something wrong. He does not have that.
It's not given the masculine aura that we got from original Johnny Storm, or comic Johnny Storm. But you know what? Johnny Storm's been getting taken in all kinds of weird fucking directions these days, man. Like he fucked that weird tentacle alien in the comics the other day, and that thing was like barely. What? Oh, you didn't. Oh, hang on. Oh, Ass hasn't seen that comic page. Oh. You look. You got to see this thing that he fucked, man. Hang on.
He fucked a fucking tentacle alien.
When you see this thing that they had him fuck, man. I think it's these. Yeah, so it was one of these things.
Yeah, it is one of those.
He fucks one of these.
Johnny takes any hole as a goal to the
you know what? End. I gotta respect the grind. Any goal is a hole, and that man is a monster fucker. I want to see that in the movies. I want to see.
You might end up seeing it. Who knows?
I would want to see that, honestly.
Who knows what the fuck we're in for on this one,
bro,
man?
Like that's so good. Like the guy is such a fucking womanizer that anything goes.
I
That is-
guess,
that is-
man.
that is charming. That is funny. That is like, what the fuck, you know? I like that.
Yeah, I just. Just
And
don't know, man.
I want to take a monster fucker over a male feminist any other day of the week.
Yeah,
Agreed.
fair.
Honestly. Like
Uh,
this guy's about to show up in the movie with a fat stack of books about
But
feminism and be like,
But like, the
6 foot,
the,
by the way.
the reason this doesn't work though, like, because again, I could see him fucking like an alien woman, but like what's her name? From Guardians of the Galaxy.
Gamora?
Yeah, like a Gamora or hell, a Mantis, even like something vaguely woman shaped.
those-
But the part, but another part of
very woman shaped. Those are just
Yeah,
women
yeah,
like
no,
that.
but-
Great
let
thing or
me finish. Let me finish. I
Okay.
say this because like another aspect of Johnny's character is that he's pretty fucking shallow, right?
Yeah, that's
So
true.
the fact that you got this
Okay.
thing that is like bizarrely, like this is a bizarre alien shape, right? This is nothing anywhere near humanoid, right? I just don't think someone as shallow as that would be that open-minded to, be willing to get in there. You know?
I mean, is it open-minded? It's like you get drunk and then you just put your
I
dick
don't-
in weird places.
Nah,
right? Yeah, you
bro.
don't.
They were having like
You
they were having like
don't. Boy.
these two were like laying on a
loving
rooftop
sex.
having like a romantic conversation, and he was
Yeah.
clearly like lucid, just completely.
But
he was
still,
just
like,
down to clown.
I don't think just because like this thing is bizarre shaped doesn't make him less shallow. He's just looking for a quick fuck, regardless of what it looks like. Right? I feel
Well, I
like
was
that's-
thinking, like, he's the only human who can say he's done this, so that it feeds into the narcissism. It's
Yeah,
like, I've got
possibly.
enough reasons to bang an alien.
Oh, okay. All right. There's an
doesn't
argument.
even
Okay.
argument.
So there's an
Yeah,
argument
there
for
are
this,
arguments
but like,
right?
there's an argument for this, but what this guy is talking about right here, just sounds like straight up pussification. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I'll be perfectly blunt with it. Because
Yeah,
here we go.
somebody-
Okay. Okay. So is that sexy these days? I don't think so, says Quinn. This version of Johnny is less callous with other people's feelings, and hopefully there's a self-awareness about what's driving that attention-seeking oh god. Okay, they're gonna do like an insecurity thing, like they did with fucking Suicide Squad and Captain Boomerang and all that. It's always like this. It's always got to be like these tendencies are a mask for insecurity. That's always got to be the answer for these people. The guy can't just be an asshole who's up his own ass. He can't just be a Vegeta about it. He can't be his own hype. Because that's exactly what Johnny is. He's absolutely his own hype. He believes his own hype that much. He does.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he was the kind of guy that would like, what the fuck is a kami? It's basically God, but I'm still here. You know, like that's the kind of thing I would hear from Johnny. Like,
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going because we're not even off Johnny yet, and there's a whole 3 other people to get to in this team. Quinn's Johnny is now defined less by fire and flair and more by introspection and social calibration. Yeah, like the other thing is that like his personality goes along well with his power set, which kind of like the whole thing with them, like the cosmic rays kind of manifested them powers kind of based off their personhood and their personality and whatnot. Like it sounds like this shouldn't be the Human Torch, should be the human fucking faucet or something. It'd be like a water power man or some shit. like this no longer sounds like the Human Torch that would have got his powers from his fiery personality. This sounds like a bitch, to be honest. That's what this guy sounds like. The old swashbuckling charm has been swapped for sensitivity, yet another of the notable Fantastic Four MCU changes fans may not have expected or wanted. Then there's Vanessa Kirby's Sue Storm, portraying as both pregnant and politically powerful, the head of the Future Foundation and architect of global peace. Wow, okay, damn.
Pregnant?
I guess so.
Has a
We're doing,
child?
we're doing,
Yeah, she's had kids a couple times.
we're doing Spider Woman in Across the Spider Verse again. As long as she's not riding a fucking motorcycle, I think I'll be able to look the other way this time. But
Pregnant in a Malice costume.
Just so fucking stupid. Oh god. Kirby describes Sue not as a superhero, but as a commentary on modern motherhood and womanhood. But I came for a superhero movie though. I came for a movie about fucking superheroes, man.
But motherhood. But womanhood.
Can she still turn invisible? Can she still make force fields? Can she
She
still
can,
do
but
the
the baby
superhero
can't.
shit? Well, one of the things
The baby.
Okay, all right, here we go. Because in the comics they did have kids. Like that did happen. That's fine. If she's pregnant, she's pregnant. And like from what I've seen of the clips, like she's not like noticeably pregnant yet. Like she's like in her early like it just happened, right? She was just like she's not walking around with a fucking baby bump or anything. So at least they managed to, you know, restrain themselves on that account and just somewhat. So that's good. But let's see what she had to say. One of the things I love most from Sue's history is when she becomes Malice and all her dark stuff comes out. Kirby said, proving that while she might share a name with FF co-creator Jack Kirby, she doesn't have a healthy respect for his work. I was obsessed with that chapter of her life, so I wanted to make sure that there were tones of malice in there with her, that she wasn't just the stereotype of a goody, sweet mother. I've always been really interested in the mess of femininity. How can you be both? How can you be all the things? Not just the tough, invincible, powerful woman, but also a mother who gives birth, which is itself a superhero act. Great. Okay. All right.
So, how you're asking? How can someone get pregnant and still be, you know, powerful and strong and intelligent and all the good qualities that you so like you say you admire, but then every step of the way you're like, oh no, I'm gonna subverge the expectations, I'm gonna be boasting, like as if that's not the norm. Like you're that's the fucking point that I always repeat. Like when you bring this much attention to the breaking of stigma or the breaking of patterns, like you are like implying that is like an exceptional case, and then your whole argument is just go down the drain.
She's praising it with words while denigrating it with action.
Exactly, right?
My thing is if you're like, yeah, I love this character. My favorite part was when she turned evil. Right? Like,
yeah,
if you're a random fan and be like, oh, okay, well, sure, fine, proclivities and all that. But if you're the one who's supposed to be portraying this character, that's going to be, to me, like, wait, but you're supposed to be the good version in this movie, right? So, like, are you guys actually doing malice in this movie, or like I think the fact that there's a clear distinction between these two personalities, like to the point where there's a different name for the evil one, I feel like there's a point to that. I feel like there might be some reason for the delineation there. I think mixing them's probably not the best idea, because then you're just kind of confusing the character at that point. Malice, you mean the one that gets beaten by domestic abuse? I guess? Shit, did that happen in the comics? God damn.
Reed Richards slapped a bitch once. It did not go well.
Well, damn.
Reed Richards has had some pretty interesting character arcs too. Like I said, he's either goofy and a fun inventor like 20% of the time, or he's kind of just evil dick.
Let's see if that comes across in the movie.
Between the two so far, this is the most just normal Sue like she talks about the malice stuff, but actually the whole how does Sue manage to be all these different things at once? That's actually something Sue does deal with in the comic.
Yeah, and that sounds fine. It's just like when people try to do this, like,
to be a wife, she's trying to be a sister. She's trying to be a family woman while still being this superhero, and that does play into the comics and how she forms her identity. So that's not the worst.
Yeah, and that does sound good. That sounds good. It also sounds complicated, and I don't trust writers these days to handle complicated well. I just don't.
I don't trust that either.
Not the writers, not the actors, neither of them. I don't trust them to handle that well.
Because when they say empowered icon, they don't mean someone who is, championing for the traditional femininity and in a complex way. They mean someone who's giving all of that up in favor of the modern woman.
Yeah. Implication is clear. The Sue of old isn't acceptable anymore. Today she must embody everything at once: a maternal figure, a political leader, a complex emotional being, and an empowered icon. This is one of the clearest Fantastic Four political MCU changes, defining the team's new modern audience direction. Reed Richards, played by Pedro Pascal, is reimagined not only as the MCU's smartest man, but as a utopian visionary building a new society alongside Sue. Director Shackman describes them as a couple constructing a better world. I mean, okay, that doesn't sound terrible. That sounds all right.
Yeah, that doesn't sound that sounds like Rich Richard.
Yeah.
If he's the most scientifically intelligent person, then she's the most emotionally intelligent person on the planet, he said. Between the two of them, they're building an idealistic society.
Because men cannot be
Oh my God, it's communism.
emotional intelligence.
Yeah, this almost sounds like we're going a little bit communist with it. Like this kind of sounds like the rundown for the new Snow White movie, right? Like the intro of that.
Real communism has never been tried by superheroes before.
Oh God damn it! Oh my God, did they actually get Galactus in there? And like actual Galactus with his big stupid helmet? Oh, it's okay. That's not bad.
Yeah,
That's not bad. I could go for that. Because like I remember in the original movies when Galactus finally came around with Silver Surfer, he was just a big stupid fucking space cloud, and that was awful. But if they're putting in actual Galactus, and that's the point in their favor, I'll give them that. I will give them that.
He's a little small.
Yeah, he should be like bigger than the planet and shit, right? Can he like
Yeah.
change his size at will, or
Could he? Yeah,
I don't
He definitely
know.
gets shown
No.
with variable size.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say it's at will. More like at author.
Shit. Okay, well, we'll see how it pans out. I guess. I mean, at least they gave him the helmet, so
Yeah,
that's something.
I'm glad the helmet's a necessary component.
I like the designs that they go with it. Like the thing looks really good. Like their costumes, they look very like accurate to the comics. I really like the
very
direction.
60s.
Yeah, the artistic direction they're going with it is really good, and it got me interested in the movie in the first time I saw it.
Yeah, the only thing I have issue with currently is some of the casting, which we just went over the Johnny Storm thing. Yeah. And again, I still have a problem with the Pedro Pascal Reed Richards, and I will. I don't know, Asti, you're fine with it, but that's just me.
I am fine with it.
And your opinion as well.
Fine. Yeah, exactly.
And then of course, like writing in general in the Marvel movies has been on a decline for a while now. So that worries me too. This idealism replaces the fantastic adventures of the original comics with what amounts to ideological world building. Even Kirby acknowledges the balancing act of rewriting a 1960s character for a 2020s audience. If you played an exact 60s Sue today, everyone would think she was a bit of a doormat, she said. So figuring out how to capture the essence of what she represented to each generation, where the gender politics were different, and embody that today was one of the greatest joys of this. It feels like I feel like modern is gonna clash with the 60s aesthetic here, like pretty hard.
I agree.
It sounds like that's what's gonna go on here.
I mean,
it's also like of course if you look at a comic from the 60s, of course she's gonna look like a doormat because like that's kind of how they wrote women back then. Yeah, that was the 60s. Yeah. Like, and like you can kind of adapt that to not look so bad as it was. Like the way you're saying, like you seem you want to change the character, but like being complacent and like going along with what people say, like being like quote unquote pushover, is not necessarily bad. You can play that and still have your own like independence. You can still have your own opinions, right? You're just not very confrontational, and a lot of people are not confrontational these days. Right? So the way they put it seems like they want to change the way the essence of the characters just for the sake of what they feel like it should be a superhero movie, not necessarily what would be best for the character and what the role they're playing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think not using the exact 60s version of everyone is fine. To be honest, the 60s comics, everyone was more or less a caricature. Because they were written in that style, that sort of more goofy. It would be the way we look at it now, but it would wholesome and sort of over the top.
It's like that shit where it's like the vibe of comics back then was such that it was very like tongue-in-cheek kind of like half silly half serious kind of deal where you get shit like visual gags that show up in a character's word bubble, right? Like some Scooby-Doo kind of shit where it's like, oh, the villain threw some smoke grenades at us, and then Johnny's like, oh man, looks like it's gonna be a real gas or some shit like, some shit like that. Exactly. Right? That's the kind of writing you'd expect from like a 60s comic. And obviously you're not gonna be able to do shit like that in a modern day movie, but there is definitely a way to properly convey that energy without being so like cheesy and hammy as it normally would be, because obviously that's not going to work here. I honestly think, because I think about how the four are portrayed in Marvel Rivals, and I think about Sue specifically, and I think her portrayal in Rivals is fantastic. Yeah, pun intended, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when you actually play as her, and I don't know how much you two have played as her, but like she gets a lot of voice lines about like the importance of her family and like how she wants to make sure she protects her loved ones, but she's ready to like fight. She's ready to throw down, do what she's got to do to save the world, and you know, and uphold her own values and all that shit, right? And but she'll also absolutely give Reed shit if they're like in a team together, and she's like, oh, I thought we were gonna have a date night. She's like, oh, but isn't this great? She's like, no, you fucking ass.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
like, oh, right.
Like you can very much be both. You can be caring and like gentle and sweet, but you can also have like your spice, your edge, because you're a human being with facets, with layers. You're like an onion, you know.
Uh-oh. The onion. Yes.
Yes. I brought up Shrek.
Yeah.
Cause it's true, and like the way these people are talking about the characters is so unidimensional, and it feels like they're not interested in doing like a good adaptation. They just want to do like a sleigh adaptation, you know, like something just to appease an audience that is sick of them.
Yeah. Fantastic Four once stood for discovery, bravery, and family bonds. Now they stand for carefully curated messages about emotional literacy, social progress, and global unity. So yeah, it's this fucking HR filter thing that we just can't seem to get away from anymore, where we're not allowed to like talk like normal humans do in these movies anymore. It's all got to be filtered through the HR department to make sure we're not offending anyone, to make sure we're saying all the right shit, etc. And it's like, God, it's become fucking tiresome at this point, man.
It really does. Like it's not natural, right? It's not organic. It's such a fucking robotic conversation that these people have. And that's not healthy.
Apparently Thing came out okay. Silver Lining, Thing seems to hold closest to the original spirit, drawing directly from Jack Kirby's Jewish New York roots. Jack Kirby wrote this character, Ben Grimm, as a bit of an homage to his father and to the streets that he grew up on. So it does feel like home to me, and the production did a beautiful job recreating that. Yeah, and like you said, Thing looks pretty good. It's pretty solid. I like the eyebrow ridge thing. Definitely looks very like 60s
really
comic
cool
version.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it.
There's a little weirdness to the proportions for me.
Yeah, he should be like thicker. He should be wider. But other than that, he's fine.
But yeah, as far as like the way his skin looks, I think it's fine. I think it's good. That's good. Yeah, I just wish he was a little bigger.
Yeah, I agree. Though I guess the version from like 2005 also kind of shrunk the Thing a bit inwards, because that was that was a guy in a suit. But like this is, I believe this Thing is like more CGI'd, as far as I know. So yeah, they could have made him a little like wider.
Maybe it's like they're trying to save on the CGI, because they're gonna have to have the guy
by the pound, I guess.
Yeah.
You might be right. But I mean, at this point, again, it's like one of their big flagship groups, right, in the Marvel universe. Like the Fantastic Four is right up there with the Avengers, and no, I guess it's kind of just them in the X-Men. Yeah, and the X-Men. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's like those are the big three of the hero groups of the universe. So yeah, I feel like they could have afforded to, go do a little more with it.
Could have. They very much could have. Well, these fucking assholes, they are like billionaires. They can very much afford to put a little bit more into the thing, right?
Though at the same time, they have been eating hard shit with like most of their releases. They've lost a lot of money over recent years. So maybe they can. Maybe they actually can. We just don't. But you never know what happens behind closed doors with this sort of thing. So. It could be that they're actually struggling a little bit with the budgets now, and they kind of need to reel it in and dial it back a bit until they can actually figure out what works again, so they can get people to spend money on these movies. Yeah, so there's that. One grounded performance may not be enough to anchor a film that seems determined to be more message than myth. Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see, but I don't know, at the moment it's sounding a little iffy. It's sounding a bit iffy. I don't know. Any final thoughts on the matter?
Just fucking play
this-
the characters the way the author intended. Like, no
That'd be nice.
fucking mess around with that.
Yeah, speaking of messing around with characters, there's a bit of a tizzy going around on Twitter after the actress for Toph spoke up about how Toph is probably going to be portrayed in the new season.
Wait, they're gonna make a new season
I
of
don't
that
want
shit?
that.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Netflix Avatar is getting a second season, and Toph is going to be introduced. And Mia Ketch? I don't know, Mia Ketch. We'll go Ketch. Says her version of Toph in live action series is older and slightly more feminine. Wanted to work into a very humanizing space for her because, you know, she was a cartoon.
Okay,
Why
just
are
as a
they
real
doing
quick thing,
this?
the actress gives off more Azula vibes than Toph vibes.
Yeah, honestly, they should have gotten her for Azula. This is much more like, you know, I could see an intimidating face out of this person than the Azula that was actually in the show.
Yeah, I heard it already. What is she talking about?
It's funny, right? Because like I actually got into a Twitter argument with some guy who's like, well, it's fine because like it's not like Toph is a tomboy. I'm like,
What?
the fuck
Yes,
do
the
you
fuck
mean?
she is?
Yeah,
What?
it's like, no, this guy was arguing back and forth with me, and like somebody was like, and like somebody brought up Korra as an example in there too at some point, and somebody was like, yeah, well they're both tomboys, and the guy's like, nope, just Korra. I was like, you're gonna sit there and tell me Korra is more of a tomboy than fucking Toph? Are you serious?
Well,
Really?
Korra was written as a guy, and then it is a woman. That's her, she's got her own character issues. Toph is a tomboy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, because you think about the first time we meet Toph, and she's at an underground fucking fighting arena where she is the champion over like several grown men. That's a fucking tomboy, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a tom-ass tomboy. And the thought of making her even slightly more feminine is off, right? And I can't help but think of like how they fucked up with Sokka and this whole thing where they just deleted his misogynist arc into learning how to appreciate the strength of women. Right? And the whole thing with Kyoshi Warriors, right? Just deleted that. And I'm like, the fuck? Who's this character then? Who? What? I don't...
Yeah, it's fucking... Also, didn't we have a whole episode where Toph and Katara go to a fucking spa, and they have this whole conversation about, like, how Toph doesn't care about how people look for her, if she's feminine or not, and, like, all these girly things of doing, like, her makeup and her nails, like, although it feels good, it's not really her vibe. Right, we had this whole episode not the whole episode. The whole episode was like a bunch of different stories, but they had like this specific scene between Katara and Toph about like self-image and how Toph doesn't care about her self-image that much because she's blind, and like she sees people better than they see her, right?
By the way, how much you want to bet there's no blind jokes in the show?
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, 100%. There's no. I'm putting money that is not gonna be a single blind joke in this fucking thing.
Which like most of them were made by Toph herself, right? So obviously it's not like
It's not her. Fucking, she's the one starting it all the fucking time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, 'cause there were some instances where like the others would just like forget she's blind, and they'd be like, "Well, can't you read this?" It's like, motherfucker, that was like because they would just forget because like obviously with her whole like Earth sense thing, it like she barely comes off as blind at all. But yeah, that was like that was like a great point of humor for the show. But it's like, we might offend the blind if we. You know, if they listen to our show, I guess, and hear a blind joke, right? It's like, can you fuckers please stop coddling people all the time, for fuck's sake? It's like, I bet you there's a bunch of blind people out there who fucking love Toph and loved her sense of humor about it, right?
Absolutely.
But that aside, though. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Bear.
I also imagine the little bit of crush that she had in the show for Sokka is not going to be present at all.
It's not gonna be there.
Probably not.
It's probably going to go for the opposite route.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she went for Zuko for a minute there too, so there was also that. But that was well after he joined the team and all that. So, yeah, but circling back to the main issue here, which is the whole feminine thing, and it's like, Yeah, no, I had to go back and like watch through all of like Toph's best moments, like the best of Toph compilations on YouTube for a bit. Even went and watched the Korra like sections where Toph was in there. God, best parts of the show, to be honest, where Toph was involved.
And I'm not gonna stand for the fucking Korra slander. You keep to the topic.
Then sit your ass down.
All right. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it, Red Boy?
I'm gonna draw you pregnant. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. I'm gonna draw you taking my big fat demon cock. That's what I'm gonna fucking do.
Fuck.
Hey! Don't make me break off that other horn.
You watch your goddamn mouth around me, fucking bitch. Who are you talking to?
Korra was the worst show in Last Airbender. All right. Anyway, so moving.
Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna dispute that.
Okay, good. All right, then
Last
we're good.
Airbender is better. Like it doesn't make Korra bad. Fuck you.
No, the writing did that.
You're next, Barry. I'm gonna impregnate a bear just because of you.
Korra's the worst character in Korra. Well, yes. Yeah.
Wow, okay, that's just
I think that is the case.
There are so many bad characters there. You're gonna see Korra as the worst one. You're just wrong.
Okay, name one character is worse.
We're schizophrenic when writing Korra's character.
Okay, you know what? He's on the level. He's on the level with her.
There's fucking Mako. There's her fucking uncle. Their cousins. Fucking who else is shitty in that fucking show? I gotta not have to think because those are the ones I usually go.
We're losing you a little bit.
Asta. Korra's not bad. Asta also. All the characters in Korra were trash.
No, I just said 3 characters. Shut up.
Okay, guys. We're getting way too far off track here. We're already 3 hours in. Let's circle back. So this whole thing with like trying to make a feminine Toph, it just doesn't line up with the character Toph is.
No,
I don't think. Yeah. And I believe that's our consensus here. And like they just already done too much to fuck with like the characters and their personalities in the show thus far. Like Sokka being one, Azula kind of being one as well. Like she's not as sadistic and like controlling as she should be, you know. Aang's like less jovial than he is in the show, so it's like that's kind of weird too. Katara doesn't really do like the motherly thing anymore, which is like a big part of her character. Like this is just, I get it. All right. If I want the original versions of the characters, I can just watch the cartoon, right? But at that point, like you can extend that argument to why even bother with this live action show at all? If we're just going to go so far off the beaten path of what people expect from this already established franchise that you're adapting to a live action thing, that like why are we doing it at all? And it's like I think of somebody brought up in an Twitter comment. Perfect example is the One Piece show, right? The One Piece show changed a bunch of shit too because it has to, right? Because there's only so much anime shit you can do in a live action context. Though they did do pretty good with that, to be honest. But like most of the characters at their core and their personality were very similar, if not exactly the same as they were in the show. Like the spirit carried. The guy they had playing Luffy, that was fucking live action Luffy, man. That was just Luffy in live action, straight up. Even to the point where they had to do all the stupid shit like shouting out loud and like running around and eating everything and like all the goofy Luffy like anime shit, right? But as a real person, it's like, you know what? It kind of worked. It kind of worked for me because that was just what I expected from a character whose name is supposed to be Monkey D. Luffy. So I kind of rolled with it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Like there's very much a way you can do characters from anime and animation into live action without fucking assassinating them. Like you can change stuff. Like I understand changing stuff for like maybe some sort of limitation on the production, or maybe something that doesn't align with the story, with the pacing of the story that you're doing. But at the core, your characters need to be the thing that people love. And Toph is a fucking tomboy. Like she's constantly comparing herself to men. Like there's this when they go to the Ember
Island players.
The Ember Island is a fucking big ass dude, and she loves that it's a big ass dude because like that she feels seen, she feels represented.
That's her whole thing. Absolutely.
That's her whole thing. Like she's not feminine. Like why would you bring that into a character that doesn't need femininity?
Femininity, yeah. And like she's this way throughout her entire fucking life, essentially, right? We meet old Toph in Korra, and she's essentially the same like curmudgeonly bitch that she was in the original show. Like straight
Absolutely.
up. She don't do that touchy feely shit. She ain't here to hold your hand. She'll beat your ass as she beat Korra's ass several times. It's like, yeah, work that shit out. You little bitch, baby. Cry about it. Cry about it if you have to, and then fucking figure it out. Like, that's Toph. That's her whole deal.
That is Toph.
And it's amazing. It's great. Fucking love Toph.
That's how she fucking trained Aang. That's how she deals with her own life. Like, she had to fend off for herself most of her life because of like her blindness and how the way her parents treated her and mother her, you know.
Yeah. It's fucking raised by badger moles, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's her whole thing.
Yeah, so I'm convinced that a lot of people on Twitter just don't know what a tomboy is. Like, you can be a fucking tomboy without having a side shave and a fucking septum piercing, all right? Like, this is not, it's not the look, it's the vibe, it's the personality. That's how you actually carry yourself. That determines whether or not you're a tomboy, and Toph carries herself like a fucking tomboy.
I feel like anime ruined what tomboys are, because now not anime itself, like the anime community, because the anime community is fucking stupid and everyone is a fucking moron over there, and they see just a short-haired girl with a tan and femboy, and then you see it's the girliest girl you've ever seen in your life just because she's like from Okinawa or some tropical island like that.
Yeah.
Fuck. But I mean, that's all I really have to say about that. I loathe what we're gonna be getting with season 2. I didn't even watch season 1. I might go back and watch it for the content. Right?
Don't.
Listen, Asta. I watched fucking Acolyte for the content. All right, I watched that.
He's always gonna bring that.
I'm in for the garbage if it means we have something to talk about on the podcast. Because sometimes the garbage is fun to talk about. To be honest, it can be.
I watched 3 episodes of that shit, and that's it. I'm not watching that shit anymore.
Yeah. But somebody in chat actually asked us ATLA or this or live action Netflix, and I would say that it's like, from what I saw of like the fight scenes and whatnot in the Netflix one, I mean that seemed a little better than what they managed in M. Night Shyamalan's version.
No,
the M. Night Shyamalan movie.
This is better than that, but also that is just pure unfiltered garbage. Like
yeah, it's a very low bar to step over.
Yeah, like what's better, to drink like fucking rat poison or to drink like a
piss?
Yeah, piss. Like I was gonna say that red sauce that you drank on stream and you hated.
Oh, the sriracha sauce. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah.
That was a while back. Fuck it hell. That's the old magic.
Yeah. So like, what would you rather? Would you rather drink piss or take a sriracha shot? Like that's a choice between the movie and this specifically.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
You know, because the show has good like.
You almost died, bro. Yeah, Angel remembers that shit. That was it's rough.
Yeah, like the show gets a good production, right? Like the effects are decent, the choreographies aren't shit, you know. They got money to do that shit good, you know. But the writing, the characters, everything else about it sucks so much ass. So like,
yeah, you got Aang's proper outfit. I don't even think they had like the proper like airbending outfit in the M. Night Shyamalan version. Pretty sure he didn't.
No, not even close.
Yeah, so there you go. So I guess we'll take Netflix if we must. You know.
If we must.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So lesser of two evils sort of deal. But yeah, that's all I got to say about this, man. I don't think it's gonna work out for him. But you know, everyone's got to try and leave their own mark, do their own thing. They can't just stick to what people expect from the thing that they're adapting. I don't know why that is such a like poisonous idea. It seems to be working for people who actually do it. Again,
yeah,
Netflix
exactly,
One Piece, right? And of course they had to have the actual author of the manga like looking over their fucking shoulders and poking them in their ass whenever they tried to like divert from what he would put in his own story, right? So there's that. But yeah, I would hope it wouldn't take. I would hope that it wouldn't take that in every situation of the original author having to fucking grill you every second while you're trying to adapt something. Just you have the book or the show or whatever to look at. It's right all there in front of you. Do your research, lock it in, get the actors to do what they need to do to be that character. Done. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
That
Not
should be
that
all
hard.
it takes. But anyway, moving on. I think we should probably discuss one of the other big stories here. So, not Ubisoft, Bungie came out with their new thing. Bear, I'm sure you're aware of this. Ast, I'm not sure if you are yet. But yeah, Bungie dropped. And this isn't actually a new IP. Apparently, it's like an old IP that they it's like something they did from like years and years. Yeah, like from years and years and years ago. But yeah, this game called Marathon is coming out. And it is.
I
you saw
heard
this?
about this. Yeah.
But did you see it though?
No, I didn't see it, but I heard people getting really upset about it.
Yeah, it's got all kinds of weirdness around it, and it's looking like discount Kojima, to be honest. Like for the announcement trailer that they put out, it looks like they're really trying to play it that like Kojima style, and it's not quite there. It's not really hitting that Kojima feel, to be honest. It's attempting it, but like the whole crux of this thing is that this is going to be an extraction shooter, so a little bit of a Escape from Tarkov kind of thing, which never really interested me, that genre, to be honest. Like I played a mode in the Mecha Break demo that was essentially an extraction shooter, and that was fun because I like Mecha Break, but it's not really a genre that I really go for, and I can't even really think of anything aside from Escape from Tarkov in that genre that like is of any note that I could compare this to. What other like fucking extraction shooter games are there out there?
Bro, I have no idea. Don't play those
Okay.
kind of stuff.
Bear, any thoughts?
There was the what's it called? The Division 1 and 2. Those were extraction shooters.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, I've heard of those. Never played them, but yeah, I've heard of them.
And then was it 1881 or something? I think was another one. There are a couple. They're
fucking Hunt Showdown is kind of an extraction shooter.
That's a.
Oh yeah.
Well, no,
I played
that's
that.
actually no, that's like a PvPvE.
But it still does. It still conforms to a lot of the same things.
Well,
Yeah,
and the
you have to,
PvPvE
like,
is
get,
what like the Division's got going for it too. So yeah, no.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You know what? The hunt was fun. I like playing the hunt with Rosa. I also played with a few friends as well, like IRL friends. So, you know what? Maybe the genre isn't so bad because that.
No, I played the Division with friends, and it's same thing. It's fun. I mean, it was enjoyable to have that sort of stuff, and yeah, sometimes you get gunned down by people that were way higher level than you.
Yeah, they were fucking sweat. It's also kind of repetitive. Like I don't know if I can.
That's
like,
the issue.
Every day, kind of.
Well, I mean, you say that, bro, and like we're Marvel Rivals players, so.
But that's different. Like a fucking Hunt Showdown game can last like 40 minutes to an hour.
Oh, it's the leak problem. Okay.
It's the leak problem, right? When Marvel Rivals we were gunning, it's like bah, 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 you know?
Yeah, it's like a 15-minute affair at most, and then you move on to the next match immediately. True, exactly. Fair point.
Also, a game like this, you spend like an hour playing it, and then you end up losing anyway because there's one team, there's a bunch of sweats that just fucking trapped you or got you like in a weird angle they were not really expecting. You know, and then you have this whole thing, like this whole 1 hour ordeal, just to get fucking just.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Over.
And I know that's some people's concerns with this going in. And I know there's been a few things in general around that. Like there's the fact that apparently this game's going to be coming out not free, not full price. It's not going to be like 60, 70. People are speculating like around $40 for this, so kind of like a Concord situation, which the Concord comparisons have been running on this one, but so there's that, and apparently they're going to be doing like battle passes and in-game purchases and all the same shit they did with Destiny 2, pretty much, and the shit that like Destiny 2 players started getting really annoyed by, right? Essentially. So people are already kind of burned on that one, so they're very highly skeptical of that shit as well. But one of the bigger things than what this article is about is the fact that Marathon won't have proximity chat because it'd be way too toxic. I don't think anyone has a good solution to that just yet. I have a good solution to that. I have a great solution. Check us out. It's this button, right? It looks like a little speaker. and you press it, and then a line goes through it. And when you do that, you no longer hear the voices of other players if you don't want to, or if you can't fucking handle it. Alternatively, aside from this very magical button you could press, there's also the concept of not being a little bitch and just learning how to talk shit in a video game. There's also that, which I would highly recommend for most video games, to be honest. But you know, that's just me. But this whole like hand-holdy, like coddly bullshit where they just completely take the entire mechanic out for everyone, even the people who would enjoy that sort of thing. Which, and I Legendary Drops was talking about this a bit, and the way he described it and his experiences with it playing Tarkov, where he might be doing a solo run and he runs into another player, and then it becomes like a sort of like fucking mind game situation where it's like, oh, maybe we throw it down right there, but maybe we can, you know, do some sort of I don't know, like a bargain, right? Maybe we can sort it out. We can talk it out and not kill each other. Maybe we decide to team up. Maybe one of us betrays the other 5 minutes later, all that shit, right? And it's like, yeah, that sounds really cool. That sounds like some emergent fucking gameplay. That sounds like a really interesting, like, player, what's the word? Agency kind of thing that you could add in as a mechanic, where there's a little more humanity to the game in which you're having to really consider weigh your options against other players in that sense. It's like something beyond video game about that, and that seems really cool. And the fact they would just drop that entirely just because somebody might get their fucking fifis hurt, it's like, man. I don't know. Thoughts on this guy?
I agree with you.
I like don't really care. Like, I don't use voice comms because it's,
again, no, obviously
it's toxic. Obviously, like
it is. But I do. Here's the thing: is because I don't use voice chat either, right? I just play with you guys every time. But
yeah, exactly.
When it comes to something like that, where like that can be a thing, I would be very interested to at least try it. I feel like I would really want to try that, right? Like, because that's almost like a D&D moment where you get to like RP it out a little bit while you're playing the game with another person, where it's like, okay, hey man, listen, we both got pretty good guns. You can shoot me, but I'll probably be shooting you at the same time. We're both gonna go down. Or maybe, we put our differences aside for a little bit. Maybe we run together for a little while, see what we can find. Maybe we work together a bit, get some other guy, get his stuff, and then we go our separate ways. You get to like do a negotiation type thing. That sounds awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun, and I would absolutely love to give that a try.
Okay, so yes,
just drop it entirely. It seems gay.
That sounds amazing. That sounds really fucking cool, really fucking immersive, and I would love to have that sort of experience in playing a video game. But we gotta be realistic. How often does that happen? How often?
I don't know. I never played Tarkov.
Yeah,
could
but like,
be,
how
could
often
be quite
do
often.
you get into a fucking match that any game that you play that has voice chat? That's like, there's a reason why we don't play with voice chat, and that's because every time we open it, it's a barrage of slurs. The guy that has the fan on his mic. There's this fucking weird kid speaking a different language while he yells at his mom. It's very like, I'm not saying it cannot happen. It very much can. But it's so, like, saturated, it's so, like, rare, that at this point, like, I feel like most people already play without voice comms anyway, and then people who are really sweats, they're trying to play the game competitively, and I don't care, like...
But here's the thing, Esther, because that's where genre comes in. Right? Because the games you're talking about, like the games we play, are usually like straight up PvP. The whole point is kill the other team to accomplish the goal of whatever, right? Push the thing to the point, or get control point for however long, whatever the fuck, right? But the whole point of something like Tarkov, like an extraction shooter, is to get as much gear as you can by any means necessary and then get out alive. Right? So that kind of brings with an entirely different dynamic that would maybe facilitate a little more diplomacy rather than just, going in guns blazing. Obviously, you're going to have the people who are just going to want to fight everyone all the time, but maybe at some point they realize that's not working as well for them. Maybe they got to try and form some alliances instead. And a game like Tarkov, where that's kind of the whole point, is to survive, right? It's not just to go in guns blazing and like you're probably pretty fragile playing a game like that as like a normal human being, have a massive health bar. So like, and like every time you take damage, that's like that's something, right? Like that's something you got to keep in mind as you're going forward. You got to make it through this whole match, and every encounter is another chance to lose some health and lose some health and lose some health, make yourself more and more and more vulnerable. But if you could mitigate that by being a little smarter about it, by playing it a little more diplomatically, like I imagine people who play games like Tarkov will like factor that in and actually work around that in the game itself more often than say somebody who's just playing Call of Duty and playing team deathmatch or some shit, right? That's where I'm at with this. And I feel like you would definitely lose a lot by just completely deleting the mechanic entirely from a game like this, and that's what they're going for. Going for an extraction shooter. This is a Tarkov type thing. So
yeah. But then again, there's a lot of maybes in there. There's a lot of like the gaming community is very toxic. Like there's no circling around that. And I feel like if the devs feel like that's gonna dodge a bullet, if that's gonna like make so they have less of a headache, I don't see that much of a big issue. Like I don't think this is a bad decision. I feel like they're trying something new, and see if their game has a better community because of it, or maybe just has more people interested in playing because they don't have to deal with randoms, right? And people that want to play a extraction shooter with their friends are still gonna have Discord. So I think this is just a maneuver. Like they're trying to save themselves some headaches, and I guess, like, I don't know, I don't play extraction shooters that often. It could very much be like you say, but it could also not. So maybe the devs have a better understanding of that, and with that understanding, they decide to take it off completely. So I don't know. You gotta wait and see how the community reacts. If they really want,
God, that character design is awful.
That is ugly. What the fuck is that? Paint?
That's
and green.
Yeah. I mean, apparently there's like character customization, so you can futz with the colors. But Jesus Christ, the fact they use that to showcase the game that's a choice.
Yeah,
that's a choice.
Who fucking did that? Is also.
I think there's an important fact for all this that we're really overlooking, and that is this is going to be numbers probably roughly equivalent to the last extraction shooter that they made.
Which
and
was
it wasn't Darkov.
Like Bungie specifically?
Yeah, the last thing that they did, and it's gonna flop. This is coming out as a flop. I think.
So wasn't the last thing like the last Destiny 2 expansion or whatever, or Lightfall or some shit?
I retract. Not as the last thing they personally did, just as the last game in this sort of style. It's got not a great thing going on already because, like I said, Marathon was already an IP, and it's nothing like this. So it's a bastardization of that. So you already have people upset.
Get some B-roll here.
And then nothing I've seen about the gameplay makes me want to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Destiny. I mean, because it's Bungie, right? So they're gonna do their first-person shooter thing.
Destiny and Fortnite and Apex and kind of everything. All of those games, all a little bit mixed together. It just doesn't have anything going for it that's like, I want to put my efforts into it. And I think that's going to be the case for most people.
Yeah. I do believe a big part of it's probably just like, I'm always making an emphasis. I always make a point of this, right? First impressions are everything. They always have been.
Yeah.
But especially in this world, in this day and age specifically, where game prices are continuously going up and people's ability to buy them is increasingly going down, right? The competition is getting stiffer and stiffer with each passing year. So your first impression is so incredibly fucking important that you really need to make sure that whatever you do in visually is going to be able to hit not a modern audience, but a wider audience.
Yeah.
Like it's going to appeal to people who play fucking video games, which, and I'm just going to say this right now, still mostly dudes. And girls that like things that dudes like. So, I'm just going to put it out there.
Like Concord numbers.
Yeah. Because when I was watching when I was watching like the announcement trailer and everything, it's like I get it. They're going for like the artsy fartsy thing here, and it's like that's cool and all, but I just don't know if it's gonna have the appeal to the gaming audience that they would hope for. Like I think they went a little too artsy on the fartsy here, or too fartsy on the artsy. Right?
Yeah, this looks, I don't know.
It's generic. It's generic
Yeah, it looks
Bungie.
bland. Yeah, generic Bungie. It looks bland.
And it is very bland. It's very blocky and lots of gray and
that
weird
truck
pastels.
was a fucking Lego truck for some reason.
Yeah, and just the way people move, the way people move too. There's something really slow and plodding about the movement that doesn't work.
Yeah, that was another one of Legendary drops its points that the game looks painfully slow, and like looking at it now, yes, it absolutely does look very, and like way slower than like something like Destiny or even fucking Halo, right? Which are the things Bungie is known for. So the fact that this is so like painfully methodical in comparison, just I don't know if it's what fans of their previous games are gonna really want to mess with, right? And also, yeah, this whole thing where it's like they explain the premise of the game where it's like, oh, you're doing the extraction shooter thing, and every time you manage to escape with all your gear, then you're essentially like leveling up your character and whatnot. But then if you die the next round, like somebody can just steal all your shit and then you're fucked again. But so if some players are just like they manage to get on a nice win streak and they're just like crushing it with all this incredibly high tier gear, and they're like some people are just gonna fall behind and stay in the shithole where they're just getting bodied by tryhards, like Asta said, by sweats, and then the game's just not fun for them and they just drop it. So, and it's like, I'm not sure how Tarkov makes that work exactly, because I know people still play Tarkov, as far as I know anyway. I'm kind of curious about that.
Pretty sure,
My understanding with Tarkov is people will rat and they'll hide in corners, and the great equalizer is it only takes a couple bullets. Doesn't matter the gun.
Right. So I guess we'd have to see like how wide the power level gets between like somebody who's using starting shit and somebody who's using like the highest tier shit from several wins in a row, right?
Yeah.
Escape from.
Oh man, and the color. I think this game would generally make me nauseous.
Yeah, it looks nauseating. Like, look at this blue, dude.
Is Escape from Tarkov not on Steam?
No, I don't believe it is.
Huh. Yeah, I was looking to see like if I could find some Steam numbers for it to see like how many people are still playing it. I thought it was on Steam. Because people play it on PC, right?
They play on PC. But
I guess it just got like its own dedicated launcher or something. Weird. I just seriously just assumed that it was on Steam. Odd. But yeah. So I don't know. The whole thing just feels like they went for unique and somehow landed on generic is what this feels like.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. This is very much not appealing at all.
Yeah, there's nothing cool about it. There's nothing really sexy about it, and it's like at least one of those two things should be in your visual appeal for your game these days: cool or sexy or both.
Fucking shooter. Like, how do you make guns look boring?
I don't know.
Yeah, actually, and I don't think you have to have the good Gunner bait for a game like this by any means. I think you go. Full
that's why I said. That's why I said cool, right? If they had made it really cool looking, I would have gone for that too, right? Because I think it's something like fucking Devil May Cry. We were just talking about that. And it's like Devil May Cry is like, I mean, there's some sexy in there, but like it's vast majority cool factor. It's style factor, right? That's what gives that game its appeal. So cool can definitely, like, if you want to just lean straight into cool and completely avoid sexy, which a lot of these modern devs seem to want to do, that's fine. But then make it cool. That's all I ask. Fucking give me an armored core. Give me a what's it called? Give me a mecha break. The parts that aren't the sexy pilots, right? That's all I ask. I don't need everything to be sexy. Like I said, like you don't go full Gunnar on everything. I appreciate it when it's there, but you don't have to.
The worst part about watching this playthrough here is there are places, there are spots where it's like, this actually looks okay, or this actually looks cool. And then they start moving around and they start doing things in those places. And it's like,
yeah,
not anymore. You've lost it. So
Like,
it's
my
clear
God.
that at least.
I just like this moment where it's like he's got grenades flying at him and bullets coming at him, and it looks like he's just kind of casually jogging away to
Yeah.
escape.
Oh man.
These guys are runners, right? I don't know, man. They look like joggers to me.
Lamo.
Yeah, because they call them runners in game as to these characters that you are fucking around as.
Oh, I see.
Which it's a cool concept, right? Because like the whole thing is that they're androids that gave up their human like frames in order to be these immortal mercenaries that can go and do these runs and whatnot. And that's a cool concept, but just like the way they actually came out, just looking so plastic toy like, and it's just I don't know. It ain't doing it for me, and it seems like it's not doing it for either of you either. So,
No.
What are these little exploding things running up them? They look like.
yeah. Apparently the game is like PvPvE. Like there are NPC elements on whatever map you're on that are just like robots and shit that will try to attack you aside from like player characters. So there's that.
Yeah, which is standard for an extractor.
Yeah.
Well, it's for some of them.
Yeah.
Tarkov, I don't think really has
that.
PvE.
Yeah, and I couldn't help but like chuckle a bit as well as like when they were actually doing the CGI trailer for the announcement trailer, and like these weirdo characters like interacting with each other, and like some of them were just like doing flips in combat for no reason at all. Like there was no bullets flying in that moment. They were just doing flips for style, I guess, but just kind of looked weird and awkward because like nothing was happening while they're flipping around. It's like okay. Like, hang on, find exactly what I mean, because I feel like neither of you guys know what I'm talking about here. But once you see it, I swear. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this.
I think. Was it this one? Or was it this one? Official announced trailer. No, there was like a long trailer. Oh, here, I think it's this one. This is reveal cinematic. Let me kill the music for a second. And it sucks, man, because this thing really did have like a pretty cool intro, right? Like you see all this and it's like, oh, yeah, this is a cool space game. But it's like tell me they're not like kind of cribbing the like as you're watching this.
Oh.
Tell me you didn't think this might have been like fucking what's it called? Oh god damn it. What's that new Kamiya game called? Death Stranding 3 or some shit, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I saw that. This is wow. Okay, so this fucking cinematic was made by the guys who made like Death, Love, and Robots.
That tracks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why it looks so fucking good. And
Yeah, like it's a very well done animation for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gross.
Gross.
Yeah, but like this whole thing is this very like sci-fi freaky bullshit, man. It's like I'd go for that. That's cool.
Yeah.
But then like once we kind of started looking at the actual characters we're gonna play as, it was just kind of meh.
Oh boy.
Yeah, those guys went fucking ham animating this shit for sure, and it's like that's pretty sick.
This looks amazing. Like it's very like creepy, very
Post-humanism or transhuman kind of shit, right? Cyberpunking a little bit, but like a more, again, artistic about it, right? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh,
that's very artistic. Yeah, gameplay.
Really?
I forgot.
The gameplay.
I don't have YouTube Red on the fucking on the offensive charm account. Yeah.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it sought to well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless and the heart that fed
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a little too much of that avant-garde. Like you can avant-garde too hard. You can, and this is kind of doing that. Like, you know, be doing a bit of that modern art. Like, it's so deep and interesting, and you're confused, but that's the point. And it's like, I man, fucking like.
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right?
Explain it normally.
$1 trillion, like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know.
That's right a little bit. Gameplay, and then this like fighting the robots, etc. and so on. Well, no, this is the cinematic still.
Can you identify her?
This is what they want you to think gameplay is going to be like.
Yeah.
And this music.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see. Yes.
Well, this one makes sense. The one I'm talking about is hang on.
I mean, it never makes sense to backflip out of bullets, but sure.
Like, why that one?
There it is.
for
There
what
it
reason? Like, sure, for no other reason than just style, I guess.
If you saw him do it, you gotta do it again.
Yeah, no gunshots anywhere. It's all quiet. Nothing's happening. I'll flip in, because why not?
Why the fuck not?
I know, it's just a bunch of weirdos, man. Everybody here is a weirdo.
She's listening to the song I was listening to. I can't shoot
And
it.
I would did like this crazy like back handspring thing, and then went forward to get her gun anyway, and then leaves. Like, what is
Wow.
I don't get. Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't know, man.
This is very much Death, Love, and Robots. It is so fucking weird and.
I never watched it myself, but yeah.
There's
should,
a
it's
lot
fun.
of really good ones. Yeah.
I might have to check it out, because like if that's
Yeah,
like this
I-
thing and that's
I
like the
would
whole
think
point. I don't know. It's kind of goofy to me.
It is
Anyway.
goofy,
Yeah.
but the animation is still very much like solid. It's something like the way that they capture their movements. It's really fucking good. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
artistically,
Like,
you gotta,
like,
you
it
gotta
is-
respect the work that they put into that.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost Uncanny Valley, where it's like I can. It's still a CGI like animation, but it's
Yeah.
oh, it's almost like uncomfortably close to looking
Yeah.
human, right? That sort of thing. See, I can appreciate that for what it is, for sure. But I don't know.
Yeah,
The game overall just isn't really.
No, fucking gameplay,
Appealing
the designs
that.
are not very, like, it's cool to look at that thing, like, once, like in an episode, if it's a
Yeah.
cinematic or a show or a movie, that's cool to look at it. But, like, that fucking flash of lights all the time on their fucking computer, that is just a stroke waiting to happen.
Yeah. We all have that moment when our eyes are open to the hijinks made possible by proximity chat. For me, it was the night some guy in DayZ drove a truck through the town I was looting while screaming at the top of his lungs, the volume gradually rising and falling as he disappeared over the horizon. Okay, that sounds funny. That sounds really good.
That's funny, yeah.
Ever since that formative belly laugh, it's been a treat to watch a once niche feature of milsims? What? That was a
Military
milsim.
sims.
Oh, military. Okay, got it. Make the jump to battle royales and more recently, extraction shooters. Proximity chat is a modern tool for our modern times, but it has a downside. As long as someone's standing close enough, you're at the mercy of whatever they have to say, whether it's friendly or downright awful, until you mute them. But yeah, again, you can mute them. That's an option. That's in there. You can just turn the chat off entirely if you want to. But I mean, you know, some people like the crazy shit that happens when you leave it on. So, wouldn't make the cut in its upcoming extraction shooter marathon. When it comes to prox chat, I don't think we're against the experience of it. To be fair, I think the challenge is how to make sure we're creating a safe environment for players inside of that space. I mean, again, the safe spacing is just I don't care for it. I really don't. Especially when we're talking about a game where we're all shooting each other in the head, right? Like,
Yeah, this is just PR, right? Like, this is just, again,
Yeah.
that fucking HR bullshit, like, spewing again, so everyone is like safe and respected and.
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from on it, Asta, and it's like how you don't see it as like the biggest problem in the world, and to a point, I suppose you're right, but it's like the fact that it's becoming more of a common thing to just gate stuff like this off and essentially kind of kill part of the human experience of playing with other humans, right? Like if you want just like a completely safe and closed experience, you could just play a single player game, really, or you could play this game and mute the chat. But like denying everyone the opportunity to have these wacky moments that proximity chat would bring, that just feels like the wrong way of going about it to me. I feel like that's a step too far in policing the players while they're trying to enjoy the content that they paid for, right? And that's part of it. That is part of it. Is interacting with other players. So.
Absolutely. Like there's a lot of people that enjoy interacting with other players, regardless if it's sometimes awful.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Apparently one of the devs made Concord made this as well. well.
Someone didn't learn nothing from their spectacular failure, I guess.
I guess not, but we'll have to see. I don't know if there's an actual release date yet, but some people were speculating maybe this year. I think September. Or that might have been confirmed. I'm not 100% sure. If anybody in chat's got like the notes on that, what I heard was September of this year. And if that's the case, then man, they're gonna have a kind of an uphill battle trying to, because I don't think the YouTube likes the YouTube ratio was very good on like any of these videos regarding this game so far. Wait, is there something in there about why they didn't just do a toggle? Let me see. I think it's where we stand right now. Like if it was magical and we could somehow come up with that solution, we would do it. But right now it's a challenge that many companies are trying to figure out. But he's not closing the door on prox chat forever, but it also doesn't seem all that motivated to invent the version of it that eradicates toxicity, so the smart money is on it never happening. One obvious counter to Bungie's reasoning is that proximity chat can be toggled off in other extraction shooters like in Escape from Tarkov or Hunt Showdown. This isn't a scientific observation, but in 592 hours of leaving prox chat on in Hunt, I can count my toxic encounters with strangers on 2 hands. In my experience, the open-ended goals of the extraction format don't tend to attract the mean-spirited, ultra-sweaty jerkwads. There you go. Again, that's what's the word? Fuck. Wow, I always forget the big words whenever I mean to use them.
Lamau.
Bear, help me out here. What's the name for like when you're bringing up an experience that was like specific to you? Anecdotal. Yeah. So that's obviously I mean bringing up an anecdotal thing, but like, in 592 hours, I mean that's a pretty decent case study. If the toxic interactions were on 2 hands, I feel like you get more toxic interaction just going outside and dealing with actual human beings. And then at this point, right, in the year of our God 2025, like. Shit, I feel like you have a worse time just talking to real people in real life.
It all depends on what your threshold for toxic interactions are, though.
Yeah.
I
mean, for a lot of people these days, it's extremely low. People are fragile as fuck these days, man.
But like, one of the times I was playing and I had voice comms on, some dude came in and started dropping the hard R, just in tune to the Jaws theme.
Well, as a streamer, if I were to ever play this game on stream, I would just... Okay, so yeah, if it were me, I'd be laughing. You know me.
Yeah,
but,
it's like, oh, okay.
No, although if I were to play something like that on stream, I'd have to just turn it off because of Twitch and YouTube, right? Like, there's no way I could have that on. But I would fuck around with that like off stream because that sounds like it'd be hilarious, to be honest. Yeah. So there's a part of me that misses the old Call of Duty days playing World at War and shit, man. There really is.
No. I think of like the Halo.
I was a Call of Duty kid, Asta. I was.
No, wait. No. Sorry. This is completely unrelated. I am so sorry. But
what's up? What happened?
I opened Twitter and Gargura is graduating.
Oh, yes. I did see that. Wait. So it's real? So it's real.
Real.
Everybody was thinking it was going to happen.
End of the month.
Confirmed.
Total Live Production English 2 hours ago posted announcement regarding Gargura's graduation. Let me put this on fucking. Bro, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. There's no shot.
That seems to be the consensus.
Do we have a clip of her actually saying it? Important announcement,
Yeah,
Gargoyle.
well, there's an 8-minute video out, and she states it pretty. It's disagreements with the company and the direction they're going.
I mean, that's.
When's the part where
all
she actually
good.
starts talking?
About 3 minutes in, something like
Oh,
that.
okay. Did she actually use the model, or she just?
It was
No,
Oh, there we go. Okay.
she's
incredibly
super shaken up
exciting,
through it.
but also very intense
she's
and
having a hard time.
unexpected to be suddenly surrounded by so many eyes and expectations. I remember there being many days where the stress was so overwhelming that I couldn't eat or keep food down.
Damn.
But the continuous support and patience of my wonderful community helped to lessen that feeling and pushed me to go on to do things that I didn't even know I was capable of. I am so lucky and so thankful for each and every one of you, to the opportunities given to me, and for the almost 5 years we've been able to spend together. I love singing for you and performing for you on stage or in my bedroom. You helped pull me out of my shell, and I went off from being too scared to sing alone in my shower to singing live in front of hundreds and thousands of people. When I think about how many of you I've been able to connect with, it brings me so much joy. It's been an honor and a dream come true to be your shark, your Goopa. With you, I've been able to achieve what I thought for a very long time would be impossible for a girl like me. To feel a part of something and to belong. I love being an idol and VTubing and watching all of my senpai, kawaii, and the entire VTubing community grow into this amazing, colorful, and successful world. I love the banter we've shared over the years. I love your clips and compilations, your cosplays, fan art, every single bit of it. I am so lucky to have been loved in such a way. Those of you that sat and fretted over what to write, poured your hearts out to me in ink, please know that I have all of your letters, and I will seal them and keep them forever until the archaeologists dig them up in 300 years and try and decipher what a gargoyle was.
And I gotta imagine, like, considering the size of her platform, that must be like an entire room's worth, like fucking, like a 12 by 12, like massive fucking room's worth of letters, right?
Absolutely.
Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just piles and piles of paper. That is so fucking depressing, man.
Listen, okay, so like full disclosure, I was never like a devout Gura fan. Like I didn't really watch her streams, but I did watch her clips, and I had fun watching her clips. She had some great stuff. She was an incredible performer, honestly. And I do wonder if this ended up being like a thing with HoloLive, which apparently has been on a bit of a downtrend lately, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
A bunch of people are graduating. There was Amelia, there was Fauna, Mume. Like they are on a streak of graduations, like month after month. It is just a different talent that is going. And Myth, like, those are the guys that like got me into VTubing. So like I used to watch them like very often when I was like 2020, 2021. You know, bro, this is such a low blow. Like I'm fucking so sad right now. Like it's not even for the best.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a tip of my hat, man, to a real performer, because
Yeah,
she was amazing. And I do wonder though, because if this really is like a HoloLive thing, she's free now. Yeah, but I wonder though, because like we've seen other like big corpo VTubers such as herself rebrand and come back as a different character. So I wonder if like she's really just hanging it up entirely, or if maybe she'll be back, you know, as someone else.
It's
You know, it'd be like a Doki Bird situation kind of thing, you know?
so about that.
Mhm.
Just the other day, her past life account posted something. Her past life account doesn't post hardly anything ever.
All right.
Sounds away, yeah.
Yeah.
So there is some thought that maybe she is. Maybe. She also said, people were just the way that she ends this one, thinking that maybe she'll come back. She's certainly free to. A lot of the recent graduations have all kind of referenced the whole difference in view with like management, or not agreeing with the company anymore stuff. Mumei's was a little more also health related. She's got pretty serious health condition issues.
Yeah.
But Hololive definitely seems to be on a pretty significant downward trend as far as the English side goes. There have been some JP graduations, but they're also some of the oldest people. Not oldest, but like the longest running. So, at the end of the day, too, as a job, eventually people are going to move on from this. Jura's 5 years in.
Yeah.
That's a long time to be the anime shark girl.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
But I mean, you may have a point there about like if there's rumblings from an old account that maybe she might come back with that. I mean, it's the cycles of the ages, right? The age of fire, the first flame goes out, the age of dark comes, the new flame kicks off, and then a new age of fire begins. You never know. Plus, here's the thing, right? She's like the single biggest VTuber ever. She has a massive fucking audience. I'm not gonna hold her, right? If she wants to give up being a content creator, that is what it is. But like, she'd be leaving a lot on the table here, and a massive fan base of support if she just actually disappeared entirely. So, and again, like, people gotta eat. I don't want to make it a money thing, but people gotta eat, and that'd be a lot of money she'd be leaving on the table.
Maybe she might be set for life.
That too. There is that. Like, she made like with all the but like that depends, right? Because how much was Hololive taking from her earnings? That's what I want to know.
Even assuming she's only getting 30% of what she's seeing.
It would still be set for life, but like,
I think she's still set for life.
Yeah. But the other thing is, like, if she kept this up for 5 years, and she seemed to have a pretty great time doing it, because I mean, obviously there's stuff behind closed doors, but
Yeah, but if she were off on streaming, like, she hasn't been streaming so frequently, so maybe
okay, but here's the thing, right? Because if she comes back as an independent, then that just means that she's only beholden to herself, and she can make her own hours, and it can be a much more mellow, much chiller thing than working under Hololive. So, that has a lot of appeal to it. So it could be.
No, yeah, absolutely. I feel like these recent wave where a bunch of corporals just went indie after Doki, it's just a show that these like big corporations are not adapted to the West as they were.
Oh man, it's funny. It's like a fucking game industry parallel going on right now, right? Where it's like people are leaning away from AAAs and starting to go for the indies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Especially the talent. It's like probably like this is a show that Hololive working for Hololive is not as.
Yeah, it's just it's there's a bit more
novelty anymore, right?
Well, so we shall see. But if this is the last, then I tip my hat to her.
Yeah, it's really fucking sad, honestly.
May she be safe on her way.
Maybe.
And even if the actress, performer, actress, I suppose, comes back.
That's the actress.
There's still a finality to the fact that Gargura as a character, as a persona, is ending.
And that's the end of an era for sure.
For that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But yeah.
Yeah, but that's nature of life, man. Everything has an end, and everything has a beginning.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Chad, the day Mori Calliope graduates, I will kill myself on stream. I hope you guys get ready. I will commit seppuku.
Everything has an end.
Don't
Has two.
don't worry, Asta. After she's done, there'll be someone else named Bori Calliope. I don't know.
No, unfortunately,
Wow.
Asta, there'll be someone named Karen.
Huh?
Wait, Karen?
Who's Karen?
Demon Dice Karen. That is no.
Oh, Demon. Okay, that's her. Yeah, her.
Was that like an old persona?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Demon
Can Mori
Dice.
even graduate given her
Wow.
record deal with Universal? Oh, yeah, that probably complicates things a bit for her.
Yeah, I don't think she can do it easily, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it was for fucking Gargura to get out, right? Like, she was doing fucking Jumbotrons at Dodger Stadium and shit. Like she was in there.
Isn't she like the biggest talent they have in
Yeah.
English?
Yeah, I mean, she's the biggest VTuber
biggest
in
talent
general.
that they have, period.
Yeah, she's the biggest VTuber,
Wow.
period.
Wow, yeah.
Or was, I suppose, at this point, but
Yeah.
yeah. Shit is
Still,
crazy,
if she
brother.
could get out, like there's, you know, I don't know.
But she's
if she
been
can get out, I
hotels
feel like
ago.
anyone can get out. So
Yeah. HoloLive's direction. Damn, Kyo already put out a video. Fucking hell. HoloLive's direction made Gura quit. Yeah, I'll do some reading into that, and we'll see if there's anything to say about it on the next stream. But for now, we should probably be getting ready to wind down. What do you think, lads?
Yeah.
yeah.
All
I
right,
feel like
so-
we talked enough.
We did. We did. And we have a few questions in here that we can go into real quick before we do votes on the fucking, what do you call it, the title.
Title.
Yeah.
Also, you're showing the stream.
Yeah, I know, but I can't really do anything. Well, actually, wait, I can just turn off the monitor. That's true. Hang on, guys, I got this.
I believe
Eh.
in you.
It's
Okay.
not a real stream if it's not scuffed.
Okay. NDA says, Mr. Bear, why are you 2D Bear?
Because 19 would have been gay. So it's
Huh?
gotta be 20.
Oh,
Because
2D.
anything less would have been gay. Yeah, 2D.
All right,
Because 1D would be gay.
I see.
Fair enough.
Okay.
fair enough. What is like one-dimensional? What is that?
A line.
It's a point.
It's just a line. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Oh yeah, I guess
okay.
a point is more accurate because a line has width.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah, a point. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
My fault.
Okay. NDA
It's okay.
asks, Fuda with or without balls?
With.
I guess I'm fine with either, to be honest. I don't really have like a preference. Maybe without, I guess.
I prefer with. I feel like without is kind of looks goofy.
No,
Yeah,
it's a
doesn't-
fair point. Well, I mean, a woman with a dick looks goofy anyway, so.
It looks hot. I wouldn't say goofy.
Well, it is a bit abnormal. We can agree on that, I think, at the very least.
Alright, but what is normality, Jazz? If not a fucking
A woman with a vagina?
beach. No, I'm talking
Not this
about
day and age.
normality. I'm talking
Not
not
this day and age.
what is normality, but what normality is. It is a leash
Right. Yeah,
around
I
your
know.
neck.
I know. You're about to get on artsy fartsy on me. I got it.
You bitch. How dare you? Alright, next question.
Oh wait, did Bear answer?
No.
not?
Yeah, it depends on where everything else is. Like the aesthetics of it could be really fucked up by having balls, or it could be perfectly normal. Just it kind of depends. But in terms of like utility, I don't care. I don't deal with any of that shit.
Fair enough.
Fair.
That'll do. NDA also asks, how did the Jews manage to be known for being frugal? They can't even manage to make a lifetime supply of ammonia and bleach last more than one shower. Oh
Okay.
God, Jesus
That
Christ, NDA.
That
Yeah.
was poor taste.
A
Fucking-
bit, just a bit, man.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Like,
Oof.
damn.
You made me read
alright.
that. Yeah, that was, moving right along. Electric Angel asks, Asta, please describe to me how Korra grows during the show. Angel, do we have? Wow, that's gonna be another fucking hour.
Yeah,
That's a video.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Can you condense it to like 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm gonna condense it. Like, she starts arrogant, childish, and believing that she can just do whatever the fuck she wants because she's the Avatar, and she is really good at being the Avatar for the first 3 elements. And then she's met with adversity. She sucks at airbending. She sucks at being the Avatar because she cannot deal with the political intricacies of, you know, what the world is right now. She cannot deal with war. She cannot deal with, you know, confrontation. You know. And throughout the series, she takes a lot of hits, but on the last fight, she's a lot more mature. She's a lot more level-headed, and she tries a much more reasonable approach to her problems than it is like from the beginning. So if you watch all the 4 seasons, you see that very clearly from season 1 Korra, season 4 Korra. So watch the
What? What even was the last fight again?
Her versus Kavira.
Oh yeah, it was like a giant robot or some shit.
Yeah, there was a giant robot made of platinum.
Right.
So the show is good. Everyone shits on it because it's not as good as Atla, but it has good writing. It has a different kind of writing. It's a lot more mature, a lot more adult than Atla is, in my opinion.
I mean, because the characters in Atla were children, but I mean that doesn't mean they were.
Yes, exactly.
That doesn't mean that like the themes and writing around the show was necessarily immature.
I'm not saying it's immature. I'm saying they were very straightforward. As to Korra is a lot more nuanced.
I mean, I agree with that one person who said that she went through the same arc like 4 times throughout the course of the show. She
Which is the arc of thinking she's the bomb, and then she eats a lot of shit. And as I said, she eats a lot of shit during.
And then again and again. Yeah,
I can understand that argument. It is very much her going through this, like, not the same.
Also, Korra Asami just kind of coming out of nowhere at the end there. That was a little.
What do you mean out of nowhere? Did you watch the show?
Well, I mean, I watched the point where they were like friends, and then all of a sudden they're just kind of romantically involved, like right at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's also a 3 years time skip. I don't know if you know.
Was there? Oh, so we just skipped over all the romantic development then?
I don't know. Could have. It could have.
Well,
but they really got very very close throughout the series. You saying it's out of nowhere is kind of forced.
Well, what I mean is that like I get that they were close and like but it seemed more in like a friendly way.
Yeah, but like
at least from what I remember anyway.
I have news for you. Friendships develop into relationships all the fucking time.
Well, yeah, but we never got to really see when the friendship became a relationship. That's the thing.
No, yeah, but there's also the fact that this came out in like 2012. It's people were not as progressive in Nickelodeon as they are today.
True.
What's the next question?
Oh, last one. Have you guys seen Avatar 7 Havens leaks? The new Avatar is a small one-legged girl called Pavi, and she is hated by everyone because Korra caused an apocalypse. This is not a joke.
Yeah,
hated by everyone in universe because Korra caused the apocalypse. Well.
Yeah.
Well. And it's like I remember like that whole thing because that was like a good weeks long like shit fest on Twitter. But like the one thing is like nobody was surprised that Korra fucking caused an apocalypse.
Oh wow. Crazy.
They were like expecting her to fuck everything up again because that was kind of her whole thing throughout her entire run. So I mean, like again, she annihilated the entirety of the Avatar line. So as like
she also brought back the air nomads, so win some, lose some.
I suppose. I suppose she did manage that. But then apparently she doomed the Earth anyway. So I believe that's 2 losses to 1 win.
You know, we will only know when the next season come out. All right, we're gonna have to see what the fuck happened, because what the leaks I saw was Korra was facing a world-ending cataclysm, and she didn't cause the end of the world, but she did cause the separation of the continents during that fight, and that led to like her death. She died during that.
Oh.
2, that end like created a lot more problems to those that survived. So
Well, womp womp, I guess.
we don't know the entire context of that, right? Like she's not like she decided to destroy the world. You guys are fucking crazy. Put the blame on her.
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't imagine it was like an active choice that like it's like, hey, this like I wouldn't have. With as far as like Korra goes, it's usually a matter of didn't think it through or didn't get all the facts before making a choice that ended up being stupid, right? That's kind of how that worked for her for the most of that her actual show. So I would assume it would be something along those lines. I wouldn't think that she would actually actively maliciously be planning to destroy the Earth that she lives on. So, yeah.
Whatever. We're gonna have to wait and see. People are gonna you just wait and see. When this new one comes out, people are gonna shit on her, and then the Korra hate is gonna dilute, and people are just gonna continue to glaze over Aang. Because guess what? That's what always happens. That happens in Star Wars when everyone was shitting on the fucking prequels, and now people love the prequels. There's so many people that just fucking love. What's his name? Hayden. Something, the guy that play Anakin.
Hayden Christensen?
People love him nowadays. Even though back in the 2000s when the trilogies came out, they were shitting on him constantly for killing Anakin.
I don't necessarily think it's love, but I know a lot of people were memeing about like it was the perhaps I was too harsh on you, like when they were looking at the fucking sequel trilogy, and they're very fair because like next to the fucking sequel trilogy, the prequel trilogy does look like amazing. But I mean that's again another one of those real low bar moments, right? Bars in the ground, you could step over it, kind of thing.
It's also like a thing of generations, like people who grew up watching Atla, like us, like late 20s, early 30s, right? Yeah. So like there's this new show coming now, 20 years after the fucking release of the first one. There's a lot of people that are gonna, be very divided about the avatars.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But man, just like Western media in general has just been on such a downtrend that I don't have a lot of faith in anything, especially the things I used to love as a kid, because they just keep fucking those up over and over again. So, I don't want to be jaded, but it's a position I've kind of been forced into at this point with everything we've had to endure. We just got through talking about goddamn Devil May Cry, all right? Like this has been the trend for like the last decade.
It is.
Everything is being ruined, so why should I believe that they can somehow manage to not fuck this up? I can't.
I mean,
I won't.
At least it's the original Avatar team there with us. So have some hope.
If there's that, but we'll see. But yeah, with that, I suppose that's it for the questions. We can probably go ahead and do the poll now and Q&A.
Let's see. We only got 3.
Oh, well, that's fine. What were they
so you could always have Glazing Lady on there. That was certainly
Glazing Lady.
Sure. Came up repeatedly.
Glazing Lady. Fest. I don't know. We're gonna put Glazing Lady. We can think of something more creative if it wins.
Ultimate Lady Glazing. How about that?
Yeah.
There you
go. It's more skin suit stuff from what I said earlier. It's just that's how it's gonna end up being. I'm not looking forward to the new Avatar and stuff.
So we have the old schizo intro.
Yeah. Chinese sweatshop meta.
Oh.
They call me the triple P. And ultimate lady glazing. Also, you put the first one on the title instead of the question.
Oh, fucking whoops. Maybe. Thanks.
That is definitely the old schizo intro then.
Yeah. And ultimate lady glazing.
Yeah. That's a tag, isn't it?
That
It
is
really
a tag,
is.
yeah.
All right, guys. Chinese sweatshop meta. Hoes call me Triple P. The old schizo intro, and ultimate lady glazing. And the vote is up. Everybody, put a vote in. Let's see what it's gonna be. In the meantime, is there something we can talk about in the meantime?
We did spend
Any other off
2 hours
topics?
talking about
Off topics?
off topics.
Give them some time to vote. Anything we didn't?
Thing.
Yeah, there's that. Apparently Ubisoft's also got a thing going on here.
Really? That's
Wait.
depressing.
Oh no, wait, no. That was the legal ownership of the racing game thing. That was a different
that's
you
the
don't
problem.
own your games thing.
Yeah, which is
Oh,
shit.
oh. Speaking of Hoyo is apparently making VTubers now.
Ah.
Genius. Yeah, they absolutely should.
Sure.
Be.
Okay.
Hoyo is already doing a bunch of stuff with Live 2D, so why not?
So
Yeah.
why not? True. What's going on with this though? Activision AI slop Guitar Hero advert is market research for a fake game that doesn't exist and maybe never will. Wait, what the fuck? Activision's social media post advertising a new entry in the Guitar Hero series is market research for a game that doesn't exist. It is not meant to be an actual announcement. Eurogamer understands. Was this like on April 1st or some shit? Fake advert, which has been dubbed AI slop for its use of poorly generated imagery, is one of several tests currently being run across the publisher's social media profiles. These adverts also include new smartphone games and other Activision franchises such as Call of Duty and Crash Bandicoot that also don't exist yet either. Clicking on some of the adverts will take you through to a mocked-up mobile store page organized by marketing service Geek Lab, and then on to a survey that reveals this isn't a real game, but could be someday. Market research questions then include queries asking users what made them click on the advert, what gameplay features they expected the game to include based on the fake advert. Activision posts on Instagram and Facebook have similarly advertised Call of Duty Zombie Defender, Call of Duty Sniper, and Crash Bandicoot Brawl. So they're just putting out a bunch of fake-ass fucking posters for games that people might be interested in, just to try and gauge interest in what they should make next? Like,
Yep.
the fuck is that?
I'm okay
That's
with that.
pretty much a
actually.
rundown of it. And obviously they're using AI for it because it's no cost.
Yeah, there's like
Look
three
at that
Crash,
fucking-
there's fucking three
Yeah.
Crash Bandicoots in this image, and some
Yeah,
bitch
look
with
at
no
this
legs.
No, like look at the top right. Look at that guy. Look at his
Oh, what the-
fucking face. This is literally like no effort at all.
Okay. So I'm against the use of AI for it because it created this monstrosity.
Yeah,
But
man.
in terms of like, hey, what kind of game would you guys like to see next? And getting some votes on it, yeah, why not? Give it a shot.
So,
It's a
You're
is
not
that-
doing anything else right.
So is this like implying a Crash Bandicoot Smash like then, or?
That's what this would be, yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm not against the idea of testing like what your
The guy in the top right.
audience wants to
Yeah.
play. I'm against of advertising false games. I'm against
Yeah.
advertising with AI. You know, it's kind of fucked up that they did.
I feel like you just put out like a really public survey or something. Because like here's the thing: if a company
Yeah.
put out an extremely public survey, like out on the Twitter and the YouTube and all that shit, and it was and the subject was, hey, what game would you like to see us make next? Gamers would circulate that shit like crazy. It's like, hey guys, we could maybe get a new Crash Bandicoot, but you all gotta vote for it. Like it would become a fucking voting war on Twitter, right? Like
Exactly.
just do
Like,
that, and you hit the same goal pretty much.
Yeah, and like you're gonna get this from like people that actually are interested in having a new game, like not some curious like guy that just saw a fucking horrible AI art and was like, what the fuck is up with this?
Oh yeah, they could have done this a lot better. Hold on,
Yeah.
real quick though, Chaz. Can you zoom in on the top left one? The top left,
can-
farthest top left character.
This thing?
Any way for you to? Okay.
I'm already zoomed in, I think. Yep, I was.
There's no way to get that bigger. Well, bummer.
I could hang on if I open it in the new tab, maybe. I don't know how to like zoom harder.
Is that like a minstrel face?
I think
With
it's
pigtails?
supposed to be because there's like Aku Aku, right? Like the fucking weird mask thing.
Yeah.
So maybe that's like that got AI'd in there somehow. But
Yeah,
it does
but
it does look
looks-
strange. It looks like a little voodoo
Yeah.
doll kind of thing. I don't know.
Kinda.
I don't know. It's got some issues.
Yeah.
It very much does. But yeah, it does seem weird that they couldn't just like, I don't know, pay an artist to actually do some sort of like mock-up for this concept.
Well.
You don't even need it. You
So
don't even need it.
maybe Activision's in a bad way these days. I don't know. Because like an art piece like this, with this many characters involved, would probably cost them somewhere upwards of like $200-$300. I don't think Activision could afford that these days.
There you go.
Out of the price range.
I was gonna give you like a fucking actual answer, but that was too funny. So yeah, I'll let it slide.
No. We'll give them a little more time to vote. What's the real answer? Go for it.
Like first, like if you're gonna do ads, like there's artists charge for like the extra to use their art as advertisement. So there's that. I just think Activision is being like a greedy corpo that they are, and just not wanting to spend money, you know, because that's all that video game industries are right now. They're just looking for cash grabs and whatever.
Yeah.
So
It's like, and it'll probably become more of like this whole like concept testing the waters shit. It'll probably become more prevalent as AI actually gets better, to where it could probably make a more complete image of whatever this concept is supposed to be, right? With people not missing legs and fingers and having weird heads and shit.
Like, there are good AIs already, like that can do better than this. Like this is crazy how low effort they went with this.
Yeah, but I suppose we'll see. All right, but I think that's probably enough time for the vote, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. How about we get a couple more people voting, please? We're only at 5, and it's tied.
It's tied? Oh no.
I
me see.
mean, we have 10 viewers right now, so
Yeah.
Come on,
So, yeah.
guys.
Come
Come
on, one
on,
more
viewers.
one more vote, so we don't have to tie.
So we have to
this.
tie it. Or when you rescind your vote, I don't know. One of
One
those
of you
two
doesn't
things.
vote. Ass is gonna talk about Korra more.
Oh god.
Wow, you guys want me to hear me talk about more Korra? Huh?
And how it
I
was
can
a
talk
really
about her.
good
I
show,
have
actually.
Oh,
I
we
have-
got
I have-
Oh, fucking hell.
And so no,
Oh no!
God damn it. I feel like this has happened before too, like where we badgered chat into actually voting, and then two of them voted in the same two categories that were already tied. I feel like this has happened before.
Crazy. Oh my
Was
God, chat.
this week or last week that the Paimon VA crashed out? Man, yeah, fuck. We could talk about
That
that
was
for a
hilarious.
second.
They
That was
crash
really
out? I didn't see that.
yeah.
Yeah.
She fucking uploaded a TikTok or whatever with her like sitting in front of her toilet talking about how she was vomiting and how autistic she is and whatever, and then bitching about the yeah, it was a whole stupid, like obviously sympathy pandering like bullshit kind of thing, right? And then her just whinging about the whole fact that Hoyo doesn't want to become a union still. So Yeah.
That's crazy. That bitch seems to always be crashing out. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I tell you one thing, man. My Paimon hatred feels way more justified now than it ever did before.
Lamau, you know what? Valid.
Knowing that the real Paimon is an annoying bitch too.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like fucking like it's so much
Hey.
justified.
Ultimate Lady Glazing pulled ahead.
Oh my god, end it before someone else votes.
All right, we did it. Ultimate Lady Glazing it is. Man, that title's surely not gonna get YouTube to look at us weird.
Nope, not at all. I mean, between that and Holes Call Me Triple P, which one would you think is the most
I would have voted for Ho. Call me Triple P. I would. That's where my vote would have gone if we were allowed to vote. But that aside, Asta, tell him about the art, buddy.
Alright, guys, look for me. It's King underscore Rosier. Just look that into Twitter, Blue Sky, PixieV, Newgrounds.
Newgrounds.
Newgrounds, yes, I am on Newgrounds. So if you guys are still use that shit, just find me there. I do art. I do spicy art. So if you guys are interested, yeah, I am taking commissions. So if you guys want to fuck your favorite Concord character, you can commission me.
Yeah, man. Asta will draw Daw for you. All his paunchy glory.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's pretty much about it.
All right, guys, you can catch me live tomorrow in the evening because I got one more day overtime to get through. But I'll probably be running some more AI Limit. Want to finish that up before the end of the month. And then for the rest of the week, we'll do some Jack 3 and probably some hunting on Thursday. So be free. Feel free to swing by for that as well. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch as Digital Soul Spark. So, either one. I know people usually prefer YouTube because, less ads during live streams. So that's, you can go for that if you don't like ads. I know I don't like ads. But
Yeah, I fucking hate ads.
And Bear, thank you for coming and hanging out with us, buddy. It was good having your commentary for once. We'll have to bring you on more often.
Yeah.
Always fun. I can be found randomly on Close Collective streams because they don't know better. And yeah.
Lamau. Nah, because we enjoy your company, man. What do you mean?
Because you don't know better. That's exactly it.
Well,
But no, I always have fun. So.
All right. At any rate, that's gonna be it for us this time. But we'll be back next week. Rada will be back next week. So make sure to come back and give her a warm welcome, a big congratulations, because she'll be married when she comes back.
Yeah.
Mary is gonna tell us all about her marriage.
And that should be fun. So make sure to swing back by then. But for tonight, we are done. We still can't raid. Wait, actually, can we raid? Fuck, I don't know. I still need to look into that. Whatever, it's fine. We're just gonna end normally. One of these days we'll raid. But thank you guys all for being here. We'll see you in the next one. Until then, make sure to take care of yourselves. Bye.
Bye, Chad. Have a good
Bye.
one.